organizers for today's day. It'll be great to see these discussions. I understand there's already discussions taking place in the context of COP15 itself. So it'll be interesting to see how these feed into or draw from those.
Ladies and gentlemen. Just to give a quick introduction, my name is Firas Ziadat. I am from FAO. I am the chair of the United Nations Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storms. And this came as a response and here you see in the slide those members, UN members of the coalition. Some of them are with us today and will present on behalf of their organizations. And we are happy for this collaboration across several members of the UN coalition. And we are looking forward to collaborate with institutions, with countries, with partners in order to come up with a global action for combating sand and dust storms. This Sand and Dust Storms Day is organized by UNCCD and FAO on behalf of the coalition and in collaboration with the members of the coalition. So let me just give an idea of the objectives of the sand and dust storms. First is to raise awareness about sand and dust storms at global level, to provide an opportunity for sand and dust storm knowledge sharing. We will be sharing knowledge in different sessions, enhance understanding of country needs related to sand and dust storms, identify gaps in sand and dust storm knowledge and mitigation actions, and to help integrate sand and dust storm into efforts toward land degradation neutrality. And this is a good opportunity that we are within the scope to link our work with land degradation neutrality. About the expected outcomes, we expect to enhance understanding of current sand and dust storm mitigation policies and practices, a generation of momentum and commitments towards sand and dust storm related actions, and to summarize what we find in terms of recommendations and actions as a result of the day. Now I would like to call for Mr. Li-Feng Li, Director of Land and Water Division at FAO Headquarters, to deliver an opening and welcoming remarks on behalf of FAO, and as a chair, FAO is the chair of the UN coalition, and on behalf of the coalition. Mr. Li, please.
Thank you, Firas. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a restful yesterday. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to join this session of today, the first session of a 4 days program that's focused on the sand and dust storms exclusively, as Firas just introduced. Sand and dust storms really present an issue of international concern, and the issue that plagues the people of the world dry land in very dry countries, but also increasingly the other neighboring countries and the communities that lives in those areas. And also because of the phenomena then that could also impact the people that could be thousands of kilometers away from the sources of the dust and the sand. The cost of the sand and dust storms could be measured in different ways, from the economic, but also social and environmental different terms. And we're all aware that the short-term cost might be included like a crop damage, the livestock, the mortality, damage on the infrastructure, the buildings, the powers, the transportations, and also the air and the road traffic accident, as well as the expense to clean the dust away. But the long-term cost, really, it's about the people's health. It's really about the reduce the quality of the soils, cause the soil erosions, and also that will have much more profound impacts, as well as to disturb the global climate regulation systems. The economic loss of a single dust and sandstorm event could be enormous, could be hundreds of millions US dollars. If you remember, that's in the March last year, in fact. The sand and dust storms happened in North Asian countries. That's killed 200,000 of livestock, and also that's damaged 121 livestock shelters, and also caused hundreds of flights that's cancelled at the airport in Mongolia and China. And at that time, I was in South Korea, and then we received the government advisory regarding the event. You might also remember just 1 month before that, there was yellow dust that happened in Southern European countries. That's Switzerland, France, some part of Italy. On the top of the snow, that's yellow dust. That's probably never happened in the past 100 years. So the dust came from the African, then across the Mediterranean, then landed in Southern European countries. So it's really show this is a transboundary and global challenge. So there's no doubt that can really present a complex and multifaceted and transboundary challenge and hazard to all of us. We already know lots of data, lots of information about this sand and dust storms, but there's still a great deal of information and knowledge that we need to collect. There's gaps in data, information, knowledge, and also the understanding regarding the very many different ways in which how the society interact with this global and regional dust cycle. So these uncertainties really hinder our works, hinder the government and other stakeholders to working and to address this very important global disaster and also the global risk. As mentioned by first, UN organizations build this coalition to have to collect the data, collect the information, facilitate the knowledge sharing, and also to develop and strengthen the solutions to such a challenge. So this morning's session is all about sharing knowledge on the sand and dust storms and their management. The sharing of the knowledge and understanding will help to fill in the knowledge gap. It also will help the society to prepare, to plan, mitigate, recover, and more successfully to adapt to the sand and dust storm hazards in the future. So in this way, we can build a resilience to these hazards at local, national, and international levels as a part of the efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And in fact, if you read this flyer on this desk, sand and dust storms really affect 11 SDGs among total 17. So you can imagine this is one of the key area for concerted actions. So therefore, we need to work together for enhancing the understanding of the SDG process and the impacts, and to really implement actions to help us to combating this challenge and reduce the impacts on both people and also on the different economic sectors. So without further ado, I'm really glad that we have your participation today, and let me pass back to Faraz, the chair of the session, and to facilitate the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for the inspiring words, and we are looking forward for an interactive day. And just to give you an idea of the overall program for today, we will have this session. We just started. It's a knowledge sharing on sand and dust storm management from different countries, from different regions, and under different topics and themes of sand and dust storm. We will hear from you, and we share knowledge. Then we have at 1 o'clock, we will have the high-level interactive dialogue on sand and dust storm, where we'll also learn from different experiences and have some discussion on the challenges, the responses so far, and what is the way forward. And then finally at 3 o'clock, 3:15 exactly, there will be a building resilience sand and dust storm training. And also we hope you will come to the training. There will be an interesting topics to be discussed. Coming also for this particular session on knowledge sharing, we have followed the 5 working groups of the coalition, and these are adaptation and mitigation, forecasting and early warning, health and safety, policy and governance, regional collaboration. So these are the main topics, and we will be hearing from you. And now, to have our time, I will call for the first session to start, which is moderated by Professor Nick Middleton from Oxford University, who is also expert in sand and dust storm, to start the first session in adaptation and mitigation for sand and dust storms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faraz. So there's a mix today of in-person presentations and some videos, people who couldn't make it here to join us but have recorded their presentations on video. So in this first of 5 sections on adaptation and mitigation, we have got 4 presentations, and we're going to begin with a video, we hope, from Mongolia. So the presentation is on economic assessment of sand dust storms in Mongolia. The presenter has been working as part of a technical cooperation program with FAO, and he's going to present some of his results on the economic impact on pastoralism in Mongolia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eng. I'm from Mongolia. I will present today on sand and dust storms and livestock herding in Mongolia. As you know, Mongolia is one of the countries highly affected by STS. STS has severe impact on livestock, herders' livelihood, pastures, and environment. Number of days with STS increased 4 times since 1961, and STS is most severe and frequent in the spring months of March and May. Severe STS with transboundary impacts is caused by very strong wind with longer duration. And in Mongolia, STS severity is worsened by chilly factor of sub-zero temperatures in the spring. You could see last severe STS event in Mongolia, which happened in March 2021. A lot of livestock was killed, and herders' house was destroyed, and transboundary impact of STS has reached Beijing, our southern neighbor's capital city. To estimate STS, we need very good quality data. This slide shows some examples of STS data related in Mongolia. For example, integrated soil erodibility map with dust monitoring stations, number 1. Number 2 is desertification of Mongolia. It's shown as of 2020, and risk exposure map is also estimated as stocking density of livestock per 100 hectare. And lastly, shelter capacity, shelter supply of herders, and this is one of the key vulnerability variables against STS. And last figure shows combination of two variables, wind velocity and temperature, which have very serious impact on livestock herding. For example, this shows boundaries of different species of animals for grazing. For example, sheep can graze only if wind velocity is less than 12 meters per second and temperature is less than 15 degrees by centigrade. In this slide, we show model to estimate STS, and we developed this model which consists of three components. First is hazard, second is exposure, and number 3 is vulnerability. And each of these components have several variables within it. For example, hazard includes 7 variables. Stocking density is expressed as exposure variable, and vulnerability includes 4 variables, and each variable is given a score. For example, hazard content accounts for 75% of total score, while vulnerability component accounts for 15%, and remaining 10% belongs to exposure. Using this model, we also estimated risk classes by scores. For example, if score is more than 4.5, then we give this class as extremely risky. If score is less than 1.5, we consider this normal condition. Using this scale, we estimated STS risk in 2 pilot zones of Mongolia. You can see the graph showing this estimate between 2000 and 2020. You can see slightly increasing trend of STS risk in both zones, and most risks belong to classes highly risky and moderately risky. And proposal model can be used as forecast for future STS risks using available data. And based on this risk assessment, we also developed sample contingency plans for 2 zones. To develop contingency plans, we first have done baseline survey in 2 districts to identify key issues, local capacities to address STS challenges. For example, in Saint-Sagan district, more than 30,000 livestock was killed, which is around 16% of livestock, only in one-time event in March 2021. And sample STS risk management plan was developed based on the baseline study findings, and the plan was consulted and agreed with 2 district stakeholders. The plan has following content. First is rational, second objectives, number 3 is approach and principles, followed by activities towards improving risk preparedness, activities to address STS vulnerability, activities during the STS event, as well as activities after the STS event. Last slide shows economic assessment of STS losses in 2 cases. First is one-time event severe STS, which happened in March 2021. lastly, we estimate historical losses using the data from National Emergency Management Authority. For example, in case of March 2021 event, the total loss was 1.2 million. This loss was estimated using local market prices of livestock killed, and loss accounts for around 13% of the total value of livestock owned by average Hutna household. Impact on pastures was very severe, but it was not possible to quantify these losses because of lack of information. 5% of households had their homes damaged in the storm, and some other holders reported damage to the livestock shelters and assets blown away in the storm wind. As for historical data, as for Mongolia, the total loss between 2005 and 2019 was around 19 billion in Mongolian currency, and this loss was very much varies across years. For example, the biggest loss was happened in 2015, followed by 3.4 billion local currency losses in 2008. This is what I wanted to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enk, for your contribution from Mongolia. I should explain that in each of these 5 sections, we're proposing to have all of the presentations and then have time for a short discussion at the end of each section. So obviously, Dr. Enk is not here, but myself and Feras are fairly familiar with his work, so if you have questions about that project, then we will do our best to answer. So now we come to some real people. The next presentation on good practices for sand and dust source and impact mitigation is a double act. We have Akmal Akramanov and Stefan Strohmeyer, each representing a different organization, Ikada and Boku. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. We try to work from here. Huh? Sure. Yeah. Hello, my name is Akmal. I'm from Ikada, based in Uzbekistan, Tashkent, working for the region of Central Asia and Caucasus partly as well. He is my colleague.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stefan Strohmeyer. I'm also part Ikada, part university from Vienna. We work together with Akmal and Ikada on this project on SLM assessment. And in case the presentation will pop up, we can show some impressions.
Yeah, the knowledge we wanted to share today is based on previous work, basically based on the point, like location specific, and we wanted to see how we can build on it and then scale it to larger scales. And few efforts we wanted to show from coming from different regions. This work is not only work of Stefan and myself. It's a big work. We try to involve a lot of partners, and yeah, and thank you. We reach out to different partners who are very specific in different aspects of sand and dust storm. And you see some partners here. We have like Boku from Utrecht University and University from Athens. And this is where this particular work is done with good support of FAO. Just a little bit of background. What we wanted to share here is we have a lot of work happening on the ground, but those are usually like location specific, right? So we have very good long experience on micro water harvesting, small scale, to see how we can change from this degraded condition to such a situation where not only benefits environment, but also we look at how farmers or people who are living on that spot can benefit. The major effort here is to look at how we can change to this situation. And also we try next efforts. We have multiple steps coming afterwards, how to change the surface conditions in such a way that it breaks the cycle of sand and dust storms. So if some phenomena is happening, then with a change on the ground surface, we can change how environmental conditions are responding to such a change of surface conditions. And then next step here is to look at the scalability. If you pay attention, more red is better here, less blue. What it means is if we manage to model or build a scenario of such kind of intervention with such kind of response from the environment, and if we can upscale it, outscale it to a larger scale, and what kind of conditions or similarity we can achieve. So particular innovation in this case is water harvesting. We can look at where it can be implemented and then overlay this with conditions and check how much of sand and dust storm reduction it can achieve. So more red is much better. You don't see, less blue is better, but you see some spots here. So this is just a little bit of background what we wanted to share. And then another example here from Aral Sea Basin. As you know, Aral Sea disappeared, and then it became one of new places with a dust source. We looked at another innovation with plantation, and in this particular case, we looked at Saksaul plantation with different rate, like with different density. Here, for example, it's 50%, here it's 75%. And if you look at the dust events happening from that region, I think we have very good access to extensive data set coming from WMO, different remote sensing data sources. If you do nothing, business as usual, you would have that much scenario of dust storm happening. And of course, everything is very expensive, as it was previously mentioned. It could cost millions of dollars in damage. And then if you manage to plant this area with Saksaul, we are talking about 6 million hectares in total, for example, in this particular case. You manage to achieve 50%, like that much reduction. So more red is better. And sometimes we also have unexpected events, of course, with some blue. But if you manage to crop larger scale, and then you can expect much larger reduction of sand dust storm event. So maybe further on, we wanted to explore good practices, SLM, and then to check what kind of implementation or interventions we can do afterwards, having that multiple SLM database, like WOCAT, of course. So yeah, I turn this to Stefan, please.
Thank you very much, Akmal. So this was basically a case study on some SLMs where we have good control over, we have good monitoring data. So there we could make the example from the beginning to the end, what would be the reduction in sand and dust storm source development. But our job in this kind of interregional project was to look on good practices. What kind of good practices are available? What kind of good practices can be developed from other sectors, even taken into context with agriculture, to evaluate them and to develop a kind of a long list, to have an idea and a toolbox, or let's say a library behind, to give suggestions for decision making. So overall, the idea was, overall the idea was to have this working group, this continuous working group, to talk to each other. It always jumps automatically. To go through the countries, the country partners, give their feedback on good practices they already have. They are partially dormant knowledge, partially knowledge which is in a certain region, can be outscaled to other regions. To also come with other new technologies from other sectors partially. For example, energy sector, solar power panels, can be combined with agriculture, have a certain potential for outscaling and to mitigate the source development of sand and dust storms. And then to condense this kind of knowledge for targeted decision support. So there was a logical flow how to go through this kind of process. I don't want to go into all detail, but it basically starts with defining the problem, defining the context, and then to select appropriate indicators which describe the problem, but also which describe the potential solution. And the indicators were also paired in two major clusters. One cluster was talking about the scalability of a certain good practice in space but also in time. Is it a short-term or a long-term practice? And the other part was to look on the field scale impact assessment. How would a certain good practice, a sustainable land management practice, perform at the field scale? And then after defining certain parameters, defining certain procedure, how to evaluate this, we went through this kind of process for selecting good practices, listing and ranking them, and now they are more or less ready, condensed for decision support. Our indicators overall, just to very briefly go into some kind of detail, we have 6 classes of indicators. So basically the type of practice, is it a SLM, is it a non-SLM? Then the target process behind, very important, the target agroecosystem. Do we talk about pastoral, forest, cropping systems, which was our colleague before presented from the pastoral situation, the livestock sector, but also in cropping, in irrigated agriculture. It's very important to probably talk more about the impact side. How can we adapt the cropping sector to the impacts of sand and dust storms rather than how can we reduce the area as a source of sand and dust storms. It depends really on the sector if the impact or the source is more important. The functionality, how does it work? Does it cover, does it create an obstacle for energy dissipation? Does it enhance the resistance of the soil itself? Like, how does it work? The target scale of implementation, single farmer, multiple farmers, communities, probably countries, and then the benefits versus the costs of the technology. We put this in a scoring system. In a scoring system, we have at the moment around 150 practices listed, some more developed than others, but we have this kind of library. This is just a very quick glimpse how it looks like, sorry. We have this kind of list with at least 20 different indicators, but to show 2 of them, performance ranking in either working on the source side to mitigate the source, the development of sand and dust storms, and on the impact side. And what we did at this point, at this level, is that we ranked our technologies relatively to each other. Some technologies we have in-depth biophysical assessment, as my colleague Akmal was showing, but some we set them in relative performance to decide which technology to choose over the other. At the same time, it's very important to talk about scalability. So we have also different kind of mapping procedures for where potentially to put a technology, and secondly, how is it overlaid with the risk of sand and dust storm exposure, where we benefited from UNCCD's sand and dust storm source base map. So basically, we overlaid the potential scalability, the potential performance of the technology with the potential risk to have an idea about where to put which technology first. I just wanted to show some quick glimpse results, but basically what we need to do is that we keep this discussion ongoing, because also the environment is changing, also the context is changing, not only the agricultural sector develops, but also the others. And then to apply much more case studies as we did so far. We have, let's say, a bunch of scenarios where we really go biophysically deep and we know what happens, but it would be important to have this for different regions, for different kind of cropping situations, and then to change, to slowly go from this relative ranking, one technology is better than the other, to absolute numbers, to have an idea, to talk about thresholds, to really inform and say, it's a good moment to manage like this or that, or it's probably a low risk of failure to continue managing as it is. That's some kind of feedback from our side, working on the good practices in agriculture, but also beyond, on adapting and mitigating to sand and dust storms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So those first 2 presentations, the video from Mongolia and that one from ICARDA and Boku, they're both elements of a program that's been run by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And as you saw from that presentation just now, although the focus is on 6 particular countries at present, the idea is to scale up and scale out these practices, and you saw from the maps all across the Dust Belt, going from West Africa all across the Middle East up to Northeast Asia, and beyond as and when necessary. Good, so from 2 presentations related to work by FAO, we go now to our partner organisation who has helped to co-organise this event, UNCCD, and of course is hosting the entire 2 weeks. And now we have a presentation from a project in development, the Sand and Dust Storms Toolbox of UNCCD. We've got another double act, so I'll call on Jeroen van Dalen from UNCCD and Tatenda Lehman from WOCAT to come and give your presentations, please.
Thank you very much. The breeze is pleasant, but I guess it's another reason to try to go paperless. Thank you very much for allowing us to have this presentation on this project that we've been working on. The SDS Toolbox. UNCCD is working together with the various partners from the SDS Coalition on the SDS Toolbox. The SDS Toolbox was something that was requested specifically by UNCCD country parties at the previous COP. The previous COP was also the COP where we launched the Drought Toolbox. So I think that there was a lot of inspiration with the parties when they requested this from what they saw happening at for the Drought Toolbox. So when we talk about the toolbox, what's the idea behind the toolbox? The idea behind the toolbox is that we look at all the knowledge, tools, and information that's available with all the different partners that are collaborating, and see how can we actually bring that valuable knowledge to the people who need it. So we've been working on that, and of course the first question we then had to figure out was, okay, so who are these people who actually need this knowledge? I mean, there's going to be a lot of presentations today, there's a lot of information out there, there's a lot of great ideas on what we can actually do with regards to sand and dust storms, but how do we actually bring that to the people who need them, and who are those people who need that? So that's ultimately the goal that we want to achieve with the SDS Toolbox as well, is to bring together everything that's being presented here today, everything that's available from in support to people on the ground, from the people who are participating in this SDS coalition. So we look at the main goal that we see here, listed here, it's increasing awareness, but also on sand and dust storms and hazards. But then the key element in here in the goal is which can be managed to reduce the negative impacts. So if we say, okay, it can be managed, how can it be managed, and how do we help these people to manage this? So a bit of the background, there was the 2016 assessment, the SDS compendium, which will be launched later today. So when we looked at the development of the toolbox, we figured it made sense to actually base that for a large part as well on the structure of the SDS compendium, because the SDS compendium has similar goals as the SDS toolbox. But we want to make it really user-friendly, we want to make it really easy for the users, and we also think it's useful to complement this with a training package. So those are the two parts that we've been working on, the toolbox and the associated training package. To look at the structure, we decided to make it as easy as possible for the end users, and we foresee a very broad group of end users. On the one hand, people who are already very much aware about SDS and know precisely what they're looking for, as well as people who have heard about SDS but really do not know where to go and where to start. So we'll essentially be offering two ways to access this, which we'll be doing with some decision support tools in the form of question and answers, where we can then actually guide people to sort of go through the different tools that are being offered. So we can either get people who know precisely what they're looking for to go directly to what they need, and people who don't really know what they're looking for, we'll try to guide them through the different processes. So if we look at the design, unfortunately you can't read this here, I guess, on this screen. At least I can't read it from here. But this is the design of the toolbox, where we looked at the different modules, which of course are based on the different elements that we see also in the presentations today, the different elements that we see in the compendium. For every module, we will have a database with various tools that we are compiling with the different coalition partners. And then for every module, we'll have a Q&A that guides people through the different steps to figure out which tools they actually need. There's one part that we're adding here, which is the getting started part, but we basically say like, okay, so when people come to this toolbox, they clearly have a need. They will come to this toolbox when they want to do something with SDS, but then the first part we're looking for is like, okay, where are you? Are you looking at setting up a project? Do you already have a project where you want to integrate SDS? Do you want to start a specific SDS project? So different points there that we feel can help people sort of like guide into the right tools that they need in order to work on projects and include elements from the SDS toolbox in their projects. This is an example then of one of those pillars, elements. When we look at source mapping and monitoring, people are familiar with the UNCC Drought Toolbox will probably recognize this structure as well. There's a brief introduction, there's a number of questions that you can answer, and then there's a whole database of tools that are actually offered by the various partners that are contributing. So if we look at the next steps, we're currently working with the partners and also with my colleague Kelly, who's also in the room here, on working out those 5 modules. So what are the questions we need to ask? How do we guide people to the tools? But of course you can only do that if you actually know what the tools are. So we're bringing together all the tools from the different partners and looking at how we can guide the end users into finding the right tools. Kelly is also working on a training program which will be linking to the toolbox. And it's great to actually be meeting in person again. We can also start looking into seeing if we can actually start doing in-person trainings, but other than that, we'll just be focusing as well on online training modules. And would like to hand over the floor after this to my colleague from WOCAT, because for us as the UNCCD, of course, sustainable land management is key to everything we do, whether it's SDS, whether it's droughts. SLM plays a role everywhere and is central there. So it's important for
focus on land degradation neutrality. And I think it's fair to say that attempts to mitigate source areas have to compete with many other objectives. And this link between mitigating source areas and achieving land degradation neutrality is an important one. And if you're able to stay for the high-level session, which begins at 1 o'clock after this more technical morning session, you'll see that the United Nations Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storms is in the early stage of developing a project, an initiative, which makes use of that link between sand and dust storm source mitigation and land degradation neutrality, and various national plans to achieve that. So that's an interesting and exciting development which should yield multiple benefits. Another comment from Stefan Strohmeyer.
Yeah, thank you. Was a good discussion. I like this discussion about forest kind of implementation at other areas. And I just want to give some feedback from our modeling side. Like we found, it's especially with forest, it's important to know what you want to achieve, what kind of status you want to achieve. It's not about doing something, it's about doing the right thing. Because, for example, with trees, we found in our models, in our local models, that some trees might even worsen the problem. Because you create turbulence, it's like the same phenomena what you have in the bridge. The column of the bridge in the water, it causes this caulk, this erosion caulk. The same thing can happen if you have a very bad tree performance. If you don't have a certain understory and a certain cover, it might not really go for your purpose. So it's really about making a case study, looking how it performs, packaging it, and having a design, not doing something but doing the right thing. And that's why it's really important to have this kind of toolbox and to have some kind of criteria and some kind of, let's say, advice where you want to go, instead of doing just something. But it was a good discussion, and I like this kind of thinking where certain measure makes sense, and not everywhere it makes necessarily sense for sand and dust storms. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. Yes, you're quite right. It's not necessarily as straightforward as planting a few trees. It depends on multiple factors, the species of the trees for a start, the soil types, so on and so forth. Any other comments, questions before we wrap up this adaptation and mitigation section? Okay, good. If not, in that case, we need to move on to the next of the 5 sections, which has a focus on forecasting and early warning. We have 3 presentations, one of which is a video. And is Kelly still in the room? Oh, there he is. Hiding behind me. So I pass you on to colleague from UNCCD, Charles Kelly, who will be moderating this next section. Kelly.
Thanks a lot, Nick. So thank you very much. Yes, as Nick said, we'll have 3 presentations, 1 recorded, but 2 live between the 2, between the recorded one. And we'll look at forecasting and early warning. And there's quite a diverse set of, that's happened before I noticed, quite a diverse set of presentations here, so it's not a problem. What I'd like to do is ask my colleague Alexander to come on up. And I think your presentation will be loaded, and then go ahead.
My presentation, first of all, thanks a lot for organization of this important meeting, and WMO is really appreciated this work, and also we actively participate in the coalition and also collaboration with UNCCD and FAO. And here I just would like to move to other important aspects of sun and dust storm. It's forecasting of sun and dust storms and early warning. And from this point of view, WMO was one of the first United Nations organizations who start working in this direction. And oh, it's opposite direction. Okay, thanks. Start building this sun and dust storm warning advisory and assessment system, what we call SDS-WAS. And it was actually done on request of more than 30 countries around the world. And World Meteorological Congress in 2007 endorsed building of such global federation of partner systems organized as regional nodes for integration, operational and user communities for health, for climate, energy, transport, aeronautical and agriculture users. And the main mission is to establish coordinated global network of SDS research and forecasting centers, and to enhance the ability, first of all, of countries who are interested in that to deliver timely and with good quality sun and dust storm forecast, observation, and information and knowledge for users using this international partnership. As I mentioned, we worked with regional nodes. We have a global steering committee coordinating globally the issue, and for the moment we have 3 actively working for actually during many years regional nodes and center. First of all, Center for Asia. Okay. First of all, node for Asia. It's coordinated by a regional center hosted by China Meteorological Administration in Beijing, and cover most of part of at least Southeast Asia. And our oldest and most developed center regional node for Northern Africa, Middle East, and Europe, what we call NAMI node, coordinated by Regional Center as consortium of Spanish Meteorological Agency and Barcelona Supercomputing Center, and coordinated by Barcelona DAS Center. And also the third one is Pan American Regional Node, coordinated by a regional center hosted by Caribbean Meteorological Hydrological Institute in Barbados, and closely working with United States many organization and other countries, of course. And I'm happy also to say about 2 new initiatives for regional nodes and centers. First of all, it's Gulf Cooperation Council countries regional node hosted by Saudi Arabia, and we'll have presentation about this activity. And also a second initiative for West Asia node initiated by Iran Meteorological Organization and Turkey meteorological organizations who are started coordinated work and involve other countries as well. And 2 of these centers now are considered as fully operational within WMO system. It's Barcelona from 2014, a Beijing center from 2017, providing forecast. And of course, we worked with some plans for science implementation plan for realization, and the new implementation plan for next 5 years includes several priority actions area for realization and also further development of the system. First of all, address limitation in understanding of processes of aerosols and physical processes, heterogenic reactions, etc. And also advanced methods for modeling, and also for longer term forecasting, not only short term, but also sub-seasonal and seasonal for prediction. And of course, reanalysis and long-term analysis for climate projections, etc. And priority areas, of course, new observations. This is very important because without solid observation system, it is impossible to provide forecast and analyze trends of dust storms. And one of the last but not least, and of course, one of the most important is applications, how to reach end users and deliver forecast and assessments in a right and suitable form for different type of end users for aviation, solar energy, etc. Of course, they are different, and it is one of the important area, not only for our organization, but also for the coalition Sun and Dust. And here, just example how it works. For example, the Barcelona Center providing forecast for this domain, and it's 72 hours forecast of 12 ensemble of 12 different models of different countries, and similar forecast operationally ASEAN Node providing by Beijing Center, and here you can see a forecast for these days. Unfortunately, I just updated it 1 day ago, so it's but it's touched also today. And of course, components to provide includes monitoring, forecasting, and advising on warning. Of course, warning is not our responsibility. Each country has own procedure for that. But we just provide advice and information. And of course, other task is multi-year dust assessment and long-term trends. And here you can see annual mean surface concentration of mineral dust globally for the last year, 2021. And here is a difference between climatic average for 13 years and last year, 2001. So you can see most of red color shows increasing of dust, and blue somewhere it's also decreased. But of course, from year to year, it could be changed. And also, many our partners contributed with global models and international cooperation for aerosol prediction, ICAP, includes 9 global models for forecast of aerosols, including dust, and in particular, Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Service produce such forecast for 1 week, and also make evaluation versus all available observation data. It is freely available also from Copernicus side. And how we work for early warning. As I mentioned, we have many global regional models and also national models. Several national centers produce own forecasts for their countries and for surroundings. But on example of regional centers, we provide for users physical parameters, for example, for early warning, concentration, deposition, and aerosol optical depths parameters. But of course, for impact, we need to provide for early warning some criteria for health, aviation, agriculture, economy. And of course, they are different from area to area, and warnings are also different. And it is one of the tasks what we worked within the coalition for realization of this chain. For longer term impact assessment, we provide analysis or effects of different scenarios, development, for example, different climate change scenarios. It is provided by our Japanese partners for 90 years using all IPCC scenarios what are considered now. And of course, here is very important, as we just discussed about mitigations, to analyze exposure, vulnerability of areas, and also study social and economical impact, and find some effective measures to reduce dusting, and again, analyzing effectiveness of such measures. As I mentioned, very important to reach end users and provide what we call a last mile to deliver this forecast and assessment to users. And for this purpose, European Coast Action in Dust was established 5 years ago, and this year they finalized activities, and it was chaired by Sara Bassart from Spain and Slobodan Nikovic from Serbia, and provide a very good outcome for different sectors, impact from sun and dust storms, for early warning, and also for long-term analysis. And you can find a lot of information on this website. And we continue within SDS-WAS this work after the cost action ending. And of course, many aspects of our work linked with outreach activities and capacity building. Many reports you can find on website of WMO SDS-WAS for impact and for research and development, and also we produce yearly airborne dust bulletin, and you can find freely available these bulletins from these web links. We expect to provide next bulletin in just probably in a few weeks. Unfortunately, not ready for the moment to distribute it here. And of course, you can find all websites and reports and operational forecast of these regional centers, what I mentioned here, and the most important, what all data are freely available, and each country can downscale and find information and forecast for your country and use it for early warning, advisory, and prediction for your country. And of course, important part of our activity is training courses and conferences and different training materials what we produce, and this compendium what coordinated by UNCCD, I think is one of the most important source for users. And here, of course, we arrange many such courses for different regions, and welcome to contact us. And on training afternoon section, I will say more about these activities, but now I just thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Alexander. As we said before, we'll do questions at the end of the three presentations. So the next we're going to have a presentation. It's a recorded presentation. It'll be by Ernst de Werner from the State Meteorological Agency in Spain. And he'll talk about SDS warning in Burkina Faso and West Africa. He'll be there shortly. Turn the camera off me.
Good morning. I am Ernest Werner, meteorologist at the Meteorological State Agency of Spain. I'm working now as a technical director of the Barcelona Dust Regional Center. And I'm going to talk about the sun and dust storm warning and advisory system that we have developed for Burkina Faso, and now we are going to expand to other Western African countries. So the warning system consists of color code maps. You can see here the warning maps for Burkina Faso. We have one map for today and another one for tomorrow. We are preparing the third day. And well, Burkina Faso is divided into 13 provinces. And what we do is to assign a color to each province depending on the forecasted dust surface concentration. So, so we have green color meaning normal dust surface concentration, yellow high dust surface concentration, orange very high, and red extremely high. So to calculate the thresholds for each province and the forecast, we use the median of our multimodel. So in the Barcelona Dust Regional Center, we daily receive now 15 models from different institutions, and what we do is to calculate the median of this ensemble of models. And to calculate the thresholds for each province, we have calculated the time series of this multimodal median of the last 5 years. We calculate also the daily maximum value of dust surface concentration for each province, and then we have calculated the thresholds for each province using this percentile approach. So each color has a percentile. So the yellow color has the 80 percentile, 90 percentile would be orange, and 97.5 percentile would be the red color. And then the last step of this process is to compare the median forecast with the thresholds that we have calculated to assign a color for each province. And now we are on the phase of the expansion of this warning system to other Western African countries. Now we are participating in two initiatives, the MACLIMA Interreg, this is a European initiative, and the CRUISE, the WMO CRUISE initiative. Both have the same goals, but for different countries. And the proposed actions would be this expansion of the Burkina Faso warning advisory system to these countries, Senegal, Cabo Verde, Mauritania, and Chad, Mali, Niger, and the Burkina Faso, which is already working. And the second goal would be to do some training activities, explaining all our products, and especially the Burkina Faso warning advisory system, but also the rest of products that we have developed in the Barcelona regional center. And the last step, the last point would be this installation of PM sensors and the liver handheld sand photometers in order to have more data available to evaluate this warning system. Okay, this would be an example for Senegal and a comparison with the visibility reduction product that we have available in the Barcelona Regional Center. And we use this product to monitor the SDS activity in our region. So you can see here Senegal and the corresponding warning, and some data from the SYNOP and meter reports. And you can see here the products that we have developed during the last years and that we explained during our workshops. We have this warning advisory system, but we also have the probability maps, maps of probability of exceeding a given threshold for that surface concentration. And of course, we have our operational model, the Monarch. It's a model, a DAS model developed by the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. And we have also some other ensemble diagrams. And what we explain is how to use all these products and how they complement each other and their limitations. And well, all these products are aimed especially for weather forecaster teams. So the last step of this process will be the evaluation of the warning advisory system. And to do this, we use the meteorological information available in the SYNOPS and METEOR reports. And well, you can see here the maps that we are using to monitor all the data. And what we do is, with all this data from these stations, we try to assign a color for each province, but based on this visibility reduction. We are using also filters based on the humidity and wind also. And well, the thing would be to compare these colors. This will be, for example, Burkina Faso here, with the colors that we have from the warning advisory system, and then do evaluation of how this is the whole thing is working. You can see also that we don't have data in some regions, so we won't be able to evaluate the system for all the regions, but well, at least we have a lot of or enough data to know how this warning advisory system is performing. So this is the last slide, and well, it shows the Kali 2, the handheld sun photometer, and the PM sensor. In this case, this is the PM sensor installed in the car, in the Anderson building, and we use this data, we plot them, and we can monitor the SDS activity much better. And well, this will be an example for Burkina Faso and the corresponding day. So well, this is all. So thank you for your attention. And well, if you have any comment or question, you can send us an email. So well, thank you and have a nice meeting. Bye.
Thank you very much. A very informative presentation there. Next, I'd like to ask Jaman Saad Al-Kahani to come up and make a presentation. How are you doing? Good. Okay. Remember, you have to hold the microphone close to your mouth. Sorry, you have to hold it. It's just standard. This way. Wait a minute. Let him.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to present to you our new WMO node for sand and dust storm warning advisory and assessment for the GCC. This node is hosted by the National Center for Meteorology in Saudi Arabia, with participation of all the 6 countries of the GCC. Of course, as you know, the sand and dust storms, the global phenomena that impact health, environment, and economy. And WMO actually has recognized this problem and called for international cooperation to address the issue, either regional or international level. And they started also having the nodes, as explained by Alexander, and the specialized center to do the prediction. And the aim is to help the end user of this phenomena to have the forecast and also the improve the observation of the sand and dust storms. So our mission for the center is actually to enhance the observation and the forecast of dust in our region, and also make this information available for the users in real-time basis. As you can see here, WMO, in order to recognize the center, has some requirements. So one of the requirements is to have a regional steering group, and we have established our regional steering group last year, and we had so far 4 meetings. And actually tomorrow we will have our next meeting, which we are scheduling to discuss our next events, which will be a workshop dedicated for sand and dust storms in the Arabian Peninsula. Also, we have established agreements with the research institutes like King Abdullah Science and Technology University, and also King Abdulaziz Universities and others. Also, we are now developing our website, which will be basically similar to what they have in Barcelona and Beijing, which will give the prediction and the observation live to the users. Also, we will have all the workshops, materials, and research available in the website. Also, we, as I mentioned, we are conducting a workshop next month, and everyone is welcome to attend. It will be held in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah for 2 days in June 1st and 2nd. Attendees will be from international community scientists, WMO, and other organizations, local and regional and international. The focus will be in sand and dust storms in our region. Finally, we are now preparing some technical reports that we submit regularly to the WMO to update them in the progress of what we are doing either in the node or in the center. Goals, as I mentioned, we are focusing actually in enhancing the observation capabilities in the region. Second, we want to develop our forecasting capabilities within the GCC. Also, we support research, either at the regional level or in cooperation with other centers. We're building capacity in the area by training our people, our specialists, in how to use the data, either observation or forecast regarding dust. And building the bridge between the science communities and the researchers to perform better in addressing this issue. This is also one of our goals, which is the cooperation and knowledge transfer. We think that it is very important to have regional cooperation as well as international cooperation to learn from each other. And we are keen into conducting training courses, not only for our specialists, but also for the users, the end users, so they can be familiar with the products that we are producing. The training will be also covering new technologies in monitoring, improvement in models, etc. Currently, this is the current capabilities that we have available for our center. We have 10 days high resolution forecast, which covers the big domain that you see here, and it is basically covering most of Africa and a good portion of Asia, and the reason is to cover all the systems that impacting our area of interest. This model is 4.5 kilometer resolution, and we have some nested high resolution model to capture small scale phenomena like Haboob in our region, and this is around 1.6 kilometer resolution. Both runs 10 days forecast. We have also other products not related to dust, but it predicts the marine wave heights and other parameters. We have a very high supercomputer and we are upgrading also the computer now. Currently it takes around 2 hours to get the 10 days prediction. In terms of monitoring, as you know, in GCC we have extensive network of visibility and particulate matters distributed in the region. And we have also Aeronet systems, 2 in Saudi Arabia and 2 in Kuwait, and I think 3 in UAE. And by end of this year, we will double the capacity in Saudi Arabia by installing another 2 stations. One will be in the north and the other one will be in the center of the country. And the Aeronet is accompanied by the LiDAR system. So they both will be installed in the same location. The data will be also part of NASA network. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. That was a very interesting presentation, particularly as relates to the development of a regional system for SDS warning. Okay, so what we turn now to is a chance for questions from anybody in the audience about any of the three presentations. Would there happen to be any questions? Yeah. Just introduce yourself briefly and go ahead with the question.
Thank you. Again, I am Firas Ziadat. The question is to Mr. Jamani. They're very interesting to know these activities on forecasting. And my question is, what is the region that will be covered by this kind of forecasting? And how we can share information and knowledge with other countries, other nodes maybe, to see how that will help in a very interesting topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Firas. The region actually is the whole domain that I showed to you. So any point in the domain, you can get the protection. And we will have this available in our website. So it covers basically Africa and good portion of Asia and Europe. So that is the domain. The whole domain will be available, and people, they can just identify a region and get the protection. For observation, of course, we are limited to what data that is available within our database.
Good, thank you very much. Any other questions? Well, that makes it easy.
Thank you. Nick Middleton again, currently with FAO. And actually, it was a follow-up question on the Gulf Cooperation Council system about the warning aspect. Now, as far as I understand it, and my colleague from WMO will correct me if I'm wrong, which I might be, is that the forecasting aspect is international. These global models, regional models, take no notice of national boundaries. But once you've got forecasts, issuing warnings is a national issue. And I just wanted to ask you, sir, about the GCC system. Of the countries in the Gulf Cooperation country, how many of them already routinely issue sand and dust storm warnings?
Thank you very much. Very good question. Actually, all of them, they have their own warning system. And what we will do here, we will help them more to improve the prediction and the observation of the sand and dust storm. But all the countries, they have their own warning system.
Good, thank you very much. Any other questions? Madam.
Please, I want to find out from the speaker if these monitoring facilities are easily accessible so that countries who need them can request for them. Are they easily accessible? I may intend for other countries to call and purchase for use in their monitoring operations. Thank you.
That's directed towards, okay.
Yes, the information, as I mentioned, all the information that we have will be accessible through our website. So it will be public website. You can go there and get the information, either prediction or observation. Also, the Aeronet stations, which we will have and we have now, is accessible through the NASA network. So if you go to NASA website for the Aeronet network, you will find our data there.
Okay, any other questions? How many people want to have coffee or take a break? Nobody? Okay, we'll keep, oh, wait, okay. Some people woke up. You have a question or you want to have a coffee?
I want coffee.
Okay, I think if there are no more questions, then I think it's time for a 30-minute coffee break. Take it over.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Yes, no, we have a 30-minute coffee break scheduled, and I think we can still keep to that despite starting half an hour late. We're within time. So it's 10:20 now. Coffee and light refreshments are available over there. And we will begin the next of the 5 sessions on health and safety. There are 4 at 10 to 11, 10:50.
And be there because a very important person
Yeah,
is speaking.
we will begin on time. Thank you.
But it's a different structure because the GCC exists already. Yeah, whereas the other cooperation hasn't. Yeah, why is easy for us?
What do you say?
Merci. Okay. Oh, Nick and I are both going to together chastise all of you who are still...
Double act.
Yeah, double act. Those ceux qui traînent là. Oh, it's good. Most people have sat down. Okay, please sit down. Those of you having conversations, come back. We'll take them for the next break because I think we're now a little bit behind and we want to have time for the rich discussions. So
to chair this one, Kelly, isn't he? Yeah. I'll pass you over without further ado to my colleague Alexander Baklanov, who will be chairing the next session.
Thank you, Nick. And now we are moving to one of the most important issues with effect of sun and dust storms, health issues and safety. And the first presentation will be done by Dr. Charles Kelly, together with his colleagues from WHO. And Dr. Kelly is also representing here UNCCD as consultant.
Yes, thanks,
please.
Alexander. Yes, I'm making a presentation on behalf of my colleagues at the World Health Organization, who unfortunately couldn't come all the way down here for this one presentation. So I'll be talking about health and dust. And to start out with, for those of you who don't know much about the health sector and dust, I would have to explain a bit that for the health sector, the word dust has many meanings. It can be something generated from burning fires or industrial processes or a whole range of other things, cars driving down the road. And this poses one of the challenges that we'll get into in this presentation about distinguishing the difference between what we otherwise call sand and dust storms and what is the information we have about the health link between dust or mineral dust and the health outcomes that we have. So, what we're looking at here in this presentation is the impact that dust has on human health. There are lots of elements in the air that can have an impact on human health, and we term those in generally, from the health perspective, as air pollutants. And there are many different sources of air pollution, and some of them are natural and some of them are not. Dust itself is a natural pollutant. It's a natural component of the atmosphere, but it can come from anthropogenic and from natural sources. So one issue immediately comes up with that we have to face from the health sector is the fact that dust is a normal part of the atmosphere, yet dust has an impact on health. So how do we distinguish between the dust we need for the oceans or for the Amazon and the health impact that has? Another factor is that dust itself, the mineral dust that we see in desert dust storms or something like that, can actually carry other elements to it. So it can carry chemicals, it can carry fungus, it can carry bacteria, and it's not the dust itself that's dangerous to health, it's the things that it carries with it. And there has been recent research that suggests some of those things may change over time, and also dust moving into a place that's polluted will pick up pollutants and then could cause those to reach deeper into the lungs and cause health problems. So we have this contrast where dust is natural, but it's also from anthropogenic sources. It's potentially a pollutant, but it's critical for the global ecological health system, the global system, not only humans, but the ecology in general. So this is a contrast that I wanted to highlight in one of the challenges that we face in sand and dust storms from the health perspective. So, as it says, dust's influence on air quality, which is the focus of the health sector, is very complex. Dust in the atmosphere can increase the particulate concentrations in the air, and that could provoke health issues with certain individuals. The dust itself, as I said before, can carry pollutants with it, so the dust may be natural and clean and, from natural sources, but then as it goes through the atmosphere, it picks up pollutants, and some of those pollutants can be dangerous. So distinguishing between the dust as a natural thing and the dust with pollutants as a pollutant is a challenge. And carrying microorganisms and biological agents obviously is a challenge. Unfortunately, the current scientific evidence on the health effects of desert dust remains unclear, mainly due to methodological issues, which is a really big knot to untie, frankly. Partly because, as I just mentioned, the health sector refers to it as desert dust, whereas we recognize that the dust that can become part of sand and dust storms comes from many places that it may not be determined as deserts. So this definition issue is one that really challenges the health sector. So looking at some of these other challenges, one of the key things is somebody exposed to a dust storm for a very short period of time will likely have different health outcomes than somebody exposed for long periods of time. And where this becomes relevant is in a city like Abidjan, where during certain times of the year, we're lucky that those were a couple months ago, there was the Harmattan. And the Harmattan is a relatively low density dust presence in this area. Sometimes it can affect aviation, but it's just sort of a short-term exposure, whereas other times there might be haboobs or big storms that come through bringing dust, and so a different effect, particularly in an urban area. So distinguishing these short-term and long-term effects for the health sector is quite difficult because they tend to look at changes over time in health status, not necessarily specific episodes. Unfortunately, there are no long-term studies that are going on now in terms of the long-term health effects of dust. So this is the second time we've said there are no studies going on. This is a bit of a challenge. So I come back to this point again that when we talk about the impact of health on health of dust, it tends to be phrased in its PM, its size, and that tends to be linked to how deep it gets into the lungs. But that doesn't really account for what might be a part of that dust, on that dust, as a fungus, a bacteria, a chemical, or something like that. So distinguishing those two things between just a particle of mineral dust, simple, clean, natural, and what's with it is a very big challenge for the health sector. So there is the issue of what we, from the health sector, call causality. And the causality is basically saying we see dust come in contact with somebody's biological system and we see a clear outcome, clear result of that. And this is where the challenge really comes to the fore, is that if that dust has other things with it, distinguishing the difference between the chemical or the fungus or the bacteria on the dust and the dust itself can be quite difficult. And I would highlight that we have different kinds of dust, and we recognize now that dust from volcanoes poses a different health impact than might be dust from the Sahel. So these other factors coming into understanding the health impacts pose quite a challenge when we talk about causality. Now turning to where we see the human health affected, we have those nice little lines there. We have respiratory diseases and mortality and morbidity, so dust getting into the lungs. The smaller particles get deeper into the lungs and affect the health, particularly if people have compromised ability to breathe. And then the links to things like, let me do this right here. Yeah, so pneumonia, which is a relatively short-term phenomenon, but lung cancer is a long-term phenomenon, and these links here. We also have a link to cardiovascular morbidity and mortality, and that may be linked to the ability of the lungs to absorb and transport oxygen, the ability of the lungs to absorb oxygen and transport it into the system, and that affecting things like the heart. And then we have the issue of stroke, and this may be a combination of issues of blood circulation and blood oxygenation and things like that. As you can already see, breaking these things down for one piece of dust of 2.1 microns is really complicated. That's not an excuse, that's just the way it is. So it's a challenge for the health sector. So where are we at in terms of the scientific evidence? There's inconsistent results, just to be straightforward about this. They differ between different types of dust and different geographic places. As indicated here, exposure studies done in Eastern Asia and in Europe show sort of different kinds of results. And then when we look at local and natural sources, different types of dust and dust coming from different places, we find different results in the health studies. These are very detailed clinical studies that are done. So this is where we're at in terms of the evidence. We know from the epidemiological studies, for instance, in Barcelona, when it gets very dusty because of dust coming from the Sahel, that the cases of people going to hospitals with respiratory or cardiovascular problems increases. But from a health perspective, that's not causality, it's just coincidence, and that poses a significant issue. So we do have efforts to improve the situation. First of all, the global air quality guidelines that came out quite recently define perimeters for assessing the presence of mineral dust in the air, as well as other things that might be in the air in terms of pollutants. So there's guidance in here looking at those issues. Further, WHO and WMO are working together to develop a report on desert dust and health. Now you note that it says desert dust, because that's what the health sector has been looking at, is dust from what they say is desert. That's not necessarily what WMO says it is in terms of whether it's coming from a desert or not. But these are things that we worked out in this report that's being developed right now. We'll look at the epidemiology, weather, clinical, and risk management aspects of mineral dust. And obviously I'm saying the right things because it's raining right now. So no dust right now, it's just raining, okay. So there are guidelines being developed to look at, to improve the various good practices for dealing with desert dust or dealing with dust and sandstorms. And some of these focus on things like maintaining suitable air quality and air management of air within buildings. This is an issue which has become quite topical now with COVID. How do you manage the air in a building and keep it clean? Air quality monitoring and reporting procedures are something that the health sector would like to see worked on in terms of understanding what is in the air, where it came from, and how it evolves over time. Epidemiological studies, there have been some quite detailed studies done, but it's a need to expand those studies to other parts of the world, and research activities linked to those studies. And then finally, the health sector recognizes that dust originates someplace. It comes from a source area. And there needs to be efforts to reduce the presence of dust in the atmosphere, certainly from anthropogenic sources, so that the impact on human health is reduced. Thank you very much. These are the gentlemen, these are my colleagues, Pier Paolo Mundi, Sophie Gumi, Mazen Malakawi from WHO, as well as colleagues from Barcelona and the Regional Health Service in Roma, Italy, that contributed to this presentation. And the picture we just got this morning, this is from Iraq last week. So this is a real case of dust being an issue, obviously, for health. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Khalil. It's really a great overview of the problem. And now we're moving to second presentation, unfortunately, online by video, and it will be healthy landscape for healthy people, combating SDS with Resilient CA+, by Paula Angostin. Presented by video. Is it ready?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paola Agostini. I'm very happy to be here with you at the COP to talk about sand and dust storm. And particularly, I will focus on Central Asia and some work that we have done there. Just to make sure that you have a better understanding of the work we have done, let me share with you a short presentation. So here we are, just to place you, this is Central Asia. It's a huge territory with, on your right, with countries, is very tall mountain, and on the left, an immense steppes. Why do we need to talk about land degradation and sand and dust storm? Because if we look at the hotspots of land degradation, they are all these red dots that you see on this map, and they are all along borders. But what is very important is that according to the economics of land degradation in Central Asia costs about 4% of GDP. The challenge is regional. As you can see, it's everywhere in the region, on the borders. It affects regional infrastructure, it affects roads and dams, and it affects, more importantly, the people of Central Asia. This is what I saw when I was in Tashkent just in November, the capital of Uzbekistan, from outside my window. I didn't know if this was pollution, and instead it was dust. It was a very unique event in the history of Uzbekistan. And this happened the day that we launched an important report for on sand and dust storm.
The World Bank, together with the State Committee on Forestry of the Republic of Uzbekistan and International Center for Agricultural Research in Dry Areas, ICARDA, decided to look at the value of landscape restoration to reduce the impact of sand and dust storms from the Aral seabed in Uzbekistan. Central Asia, as we have seen, experiences frequent sand and dust storms, and they're made worse by human activities. From the dry Aral seabed, the Aral Kum Desert has become an additional source of salt and dust storms. Without intervention, the exposed seabed experiences primary succession, and restoration of vegetation can take hundreds of years. The study's objective was to estimate economic benefits of afforestation in the Aral seabed. So this study, it was based on wind erosion modeling that has been done both for on-site and off-site benefits. This modeling include assessment of sediment displacement, their uptake into the air, and the impact of intervention scenarios on soil erosion. The particle transportation and dispersion modeling allowed to estimate spatial distribution of annual average PM2.5 concentration in the Karakalpakstan area of Uzbekistan. The left side of this slide presents the wind and sand and dust storms in Uzbekistan, how it was modeled, and the right part presents meteorological conditions that were taken into account for this type of modeling. So what was the result of this study? Every year, sand and dust storms from the Aral seabed generate losses of more than $44 million. And this amount, huge amount, it consists both of on-site, loss of on-site benefits, that is averaging about 32.6 million per year. It is equivalent to 1.5% of Karakalpakstan's GDP. Also, there is a loss of off-site benefits. It's actually very specific negative health impacts and crop production losses, and that is about $12 million per year. So how this impact of sand and dust storms on human health are estimated? Actually, mortality risk in Karakalpakstan due to salt and dust storm was measured. For that, they use a quite well-known epidemiological information about relative risks of particulate matter from PM2.5 pollution. And to estimate exposure of population, mean average annual PM2.5 concentration has been modeled. And then the contribution of sand and dust storms has been assessed. The result of this analysis allowed to have the share of health impact from salt and dust, sand and dust storms from Aralcom in the total value of mortality risk due to PM2.5 pollution. And that was estimated at 22% of the total, which is quite substantial amount. Then what the government of Uzbekistan could do. So the government came up with different scenarios of afforestation in this area, and benefits of these scenarios have been estimated by the project team. All these scenarios include a combination of planting of native trees, shrubs, and grasses. And regeneration at the Aral seabed can provide an additional 44 million US dollars in annual benefits. Planting of trees and grasses would reduce the number of salt and dust storms originating from the dry Aral seabed.
How can we address these issues? Again, let me try to share my presentation. And as you can see, we can think about different ways, but what the World Bank has decided to do is to address these issues at the regional level. And we created a program called the Resilient Landscapes and Treasure Program, which wants to improve the regional landscape in Central Asia. The kind of intervention that we will do of silvopastoral system, agroforestry, but also trying to make sure we'll turn these mountains and these steppes into a vibrant rangeland economy for long-lasting impacts related to resilience infrastructure, the resilience of the communities, growing better, greener, agriculture productivities, and transboundary ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the speakers, and now we have some time for discussion and questions. Dr. Kelly only here, the first speaker, so questions to him, or maybe I'll also try to answer, or some other colleagues. So please, questions. Well, I just maybe we'll start. As Dr. Kelly demonstrated, the World Health Organization produced new guidelines for air quality, where requirements for particular matter for PM2.5, PM10 is much more strict now, and it is really a challenge to meet this requirement, and especially in countries where natural dust storms are high frequency and with high concentrations. So it would be also good to discuss with representative countries how you are considering the new requirements, and also to increase work with desertification and management of sun and dust storms, and in particular PM air quality requirements. Yes, please, Nick.
Just a comment to on Kelly's presentation. He quite rightly pointed to the fact that there are relatively few studies on the links between sand and dust storms and health, or at least conclusive studies, perhaps is a better thing to say. I'd also like to emphasize the fact that the vast majority of those studies that have been conducted in cities. There's virtually nothing about impact on rural inhabitants' health. And also there's a very noticeable absence of studies linking investigating the links between sand and dust storms and health in Africa. And Africa's the dustiest continent. So there is still some big gaps in basic knowledge and understanding. Thank you.
More questions? Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm from Antigua, and we get the impacts of the Saharan dust right in our countries. But what has been happening as governments try to modernize infrastructure? We live in a tropical country with lots of sea breezes, but all the offices are now closed up, windows don't open, and you have the air con. But for some reason, the people are getting sick. And every minute you hear that they're forced to go home and the government has to do air quality testing. And so people have in their heads development means a type of infrastructure with, air conditioning. And we are blessed to have all these breezes, but we don't capitalize on them. So I just wanted to share that how people see development not staying with our local natural ecosystems that we are blessed with causes health to people and the environment. Thank you.
Would you like to comment? Okay, more questions and just a comment for your talk. It's a really important issue what you touch on. And I think then especially with increasing of requirements for air quality, what WHO suggests, importance of mitigation of sun and dust storms became more and more higher. And also what is important to consider not only annual average concentration, which are usually used for health impact, but also for specific episodes with sun and dust storms. And this is one of the issues where WHO is now working for such requirements. Of course, if we make average concentration for a year with specific episodes, maybe they are not very much visible. But for a short-term impact, it could be also strong health effects. So it is important to consider as well. And please, your question.
Okay. My name is Marie-Louise Havana from African Forest Forum. I was really impressed with the experience of Central Asia, where they were showing the positive impact of afforestation. But I would like to know if there are scientific evidence that this afforestation can really help to address the issue of sun and salt storm on the health, specifically on the health aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. As noted in the presentation, the link between efforts to control dust and health outcomes is not something that's been conclusively researched. We do have some epidemiological studies, for instance, one that's been done in Spain that links the presence of dust to the occurrence of health problems. But turning it around the other way has not, as far as I know, has not been done. And it highlights the point that Nick brought up, which is that most of the studies that we can refer to as indicative have taken place in urban areas or within very small specific populations, in some cases people who are already showing evidence of illness, and therefore they become very selective and very focused. So proving that, or having the evidence that, or the causality, that planting 10,000 trees reduces X number of health outcomes, we don't have that evidence yet. It would be nice to have, but I think it's going to be a little while, because partly because of the point that was made elsewhere that there's all this other stuff in the atmosphere, and so the dust itself may actually not be the biggest problem most of the time, but it may be a big problem for a short period, and that's where the health sector needs a lot more work. One other comment I'd like to make, and because it's something that we've been talking about in the health sector, and it's come up in some of the evidence, is that we do have the monitoring systems run by the national meteorological organizations. But in many countries, there's also air quality monitoring that's linked to the health system. And I know in Saudi Arabia, we talked a little bit about this. In my country, the United States, oftentimes the warnings about air quality come from the air quality monitoring system in addition to the weather forecasting system. But that air quality monitoring system is based on a health issue. And so again, it's a third part to the process that we have to pay a little bit more attention to. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And very, very important comment what you thought about observation system and monitoring. We really need to joint efforts, meteorological and environmental agencies and also health organizations. Well, more questions? Okay, so thank you for the attention, and I think we can move to the next section.
Thank you, Alexander. Good morning, everyone. My name is Uchang Gang, working for the UNCC Secretariat. My major topic is the global policy on sand and dust storms in the UNCC. I'm very happy to moderate the next session of this technical morning very much. The session title is the policy and governance. We have actually two presentations for this session. One in-person presentation, the other one is a pre-recorded presentation. I'd like first invite distinguished delegates from Nigeria to share her experience with us today. So Ms. Mabel Emmanuel, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mabel Emmanuel from Nigeria. I'm here to make a presentation on the sand and dust storms pilot project that was done in Nigeria, and is still ongoing. The pilot project is actually a study. A consultant was recruited to conduct this study, and I'm here to present some of the findings of the consultant. The consultant gave us a definition of, gave us an idea of what a sand and dust storm is, and he told us that it is a lower atmospheric event that results from wind erosion that liberates sediment particles from the ground surface, and that this event occurs relatively close to the ground surface, but the finer dust particles may be lifted high and transported to distances far away, and the bare ground is more susceptible to sediment entrainment. So this event normally occur in the semi-arid and arid areas where vegetation is limited. Dust storms may travel thousands of kilometers from the source areas, passing over land, ocean, and depositing materials from areas that are not the source. I talk about the Nigeria situation. Nigeria is in the global map as a SDS impacted area and not a source area. About nine Nigerian states that shares borders with the Republic of Chad and Cameroon, which we refer to as frontline states, are the highly impacted areas. However, dust also impact other parts of the country through a phenomenon known as harmattan. The consultant identified the causes of the problem in Nigeria as lack of vegetation, loose soil, high velocity whirlwinds, drought and desertification, high temperature, and low rainfall. The prevalence of the SDS in the frontline state of the country, if you look at the red areas, they are the states that are affected, and they are the fringes of the northern part of the country. And the prevalence of the STS in this area is as a result of the factors that I've earlier mentioned, which include high temperature, low rainfall, and sparse vegetation cover. This is the map showing the coverage of the sand and dust storm in the affected areas. Impact of SDS in Nigeria. SDS has wide impact on the life of Nigerians across various sectors, which include transportation, infrastructure, the environment, agriculture, through loss of fertile topsoil, among others. The SDS also poses serious health risk, and this may include bacterial meningitis, as earlier pointed out by the last speaker, and this is believed to be associated with seasonal storms. The other health challenges that can be gotten as a result of SDS include pulmonary dysfunction, airway responsiveness, and increase in infant and child mortality. The consultant, sorry. So the project that is being carried out in Nigeria has some objective, which include to enhance knowledge. The SDS phenomenon is new to the environment lexicon. It was just introduced to us last year. So the objective of the pilot project is to enhance knowledge and develop predictive modeling about SDS, to provide accurate georeference information on SDS sources and hotspots for source management and intervention in the context of the land degradation neutrality. It's also to raise awareness among policy and decision makers and rural communities on mitigation and adaptation measures. Expected outcomes from the project include provision of baseline information on SDS risk and vulnerability to impute policy and decision making, and also to provide a set of SDS source map, topographic map. The expected outcome also includes soil analysis of up to 10 years for the whole country, and a development of a national SDS management plan that focuses on proactive approach in the country. The project outcomes. The study shows that Nigeria is not a source country for SDS, but rather it is an impacted state. But Nigeria needs to take proactive action from becoming a source country through development of appropriate strategic plan and policies that will ensure mitigation against the phenomena. And he recommended strategies that include reforestation and afforestation, planting of economic trees to help in stabilizing the soil and provide source of livelihood to the habitat. Other strategies involve stabilization of the dunes, provision of infrastructure, provision of alternative energy sources for cooking and warming, because if the community relied so much on firewood, it may jeopardize the growth of the trees and shrubs that are planted. The other strategies also involve sensitization and awareness creation and capacity building. The consultant came up with some measures that could be used to increase resilience of impacted communities and impacted systems. And such measures include to identify SDS as a meteorological disaster in Nigeria with a view to initiating a legislative action for its mitigation. Measures also include to establish a framework on monitoring of weather-related activities, including SDS processes, and create a database for information on SDS processes and related challenges. Measures that are identified include development of early warning system for the impacted areas in Nigeria, and to strengthen institutions involved in hydrometeorological services at the fringes of the impacted areas with a view to providing meteorological information to the local governments of impacted areas. Other strategies also include to provide medium on which SDGs-related processes and problems can be disseminated through creation of formidable platform with a wider coverage for early warning information to the rural population in the impacted areas. If you look at the table, he mentioned the responsible authorities that should carry out all these responsibilities that are enumerated. He also identified institutional and research centers that will train experts on the methods and technology of combating SDS and associated processes at the fringes through partnership with universities and through partnership and collaboration with universities in the country. That is not all the strategy. More strategies include to develop programs and projects for economic support to crops and livestock farmers affected negatively by the impact of SDS processes. He identified best agricultural practices as one of the measures to be taken to increase agricultural resilience. Also, involvement of NGOs and CBOs in the management of SDS was also advocated. Other strategies involved to integrate the SDS strategic plan for the management of SDS processes into the economic recovery and growth plan of the federal government and other medium-term strategy of the government. More importantly, he advocated the development of a national action plan to address the vulnerable population at the impacted areas of the SDS phenomenon. And the most important one of these also is to improve participation and cooperation at the regional and international levels on SDS management due to the transboundary nature of SDS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marble. It's always interesting to hear that countries are moving ahead as integrating the SDS elements in their national development plans and strategies, as UNCCD always advocate. Well, the next speaker is Ms. Sandrine Zoffre from World Bank. He is going to talk about the similar topic, but in at regional scale, which is focused on MENA region. So this presentation will be video. So please give us.
Hello everyone, I'm Sandrine Zoffre, Senior Natural Resources Management Specialist at the World Bank, working in the MENA region. And I'm very pleased to join you virtually, at least, to talk about natural resources governance and policy to address sand and dust storm impact in the MENA region. So as you might know, MENA region is one of the dustiest in the world. The Sahara Desert is the biggest dust source, and dust emissions are about 4 times as much as the Arabian deserts. While natural sources are the main contributors to dust storms in the MENA region, land use changes and human-induced climate change has added anthropogenic sources. And land degradation can really drive and increase sand and dust storms and has huge economic and health cost and impact. Of course, important drivers of land degradation are, amongst others, related to governance and policy, including lack of multi-sectoral planning around natural resources and weak land tenure and ineffective governance over natural resources, particularly in communally managed areas like grasslands and dry forest. Moreover, indirect human-induced factors that contribute to sand and dust storms include failure of policy to recognize non-economic ecosystem function, policies that encourage unsustainable land management, land use change towards less sustainable uses, and insecure land tenure. So, in achieving the success for sustainable land management and mitigate sun and dust storm, we need to create the enabling policy and governance condition. This could include a series of activities, including, among others, integrated landscape management and related land use planning, which should be strengthened, including applying the land degradation neutrality to avoid, reduce, and reverse land degradation. Land and natural resources tenure should be secured. Policies affecting restoration should be aligned and streamlined. Restriction on clearing remaining natural forest should be developed. Forest clearing restriction should be also enforced, and participatory natural resources management and governance should be reinforced. So to combat sand and dust storm in the MENA region, what the World Bank is doing. To address SDS root causes and impacts, the World Bank developed a large-scale integrated landscape management project in Tunisia, as well as project to manage air pollution in Egypt. This investment on the ground in key Tunisian landscape, such as forest, rangeland, and oases, are meant to avoid and reduce further land degradation at the landscape scale, which of course will help to mitigate sand and dust emissions and increase the resilience of both ecosystems and populations at risk. In Egypt, the project supports in particular the development of an early warning system, which is key to enhance preparedness and resilience to SDS. Based on all these projects, key lessons learned have been drawn, and way forward to guide action could be taken here for the next steps. There is evidence-based for governments and policymakers in developing a regional program on land restoration in the MENA region. Of course, drawing on lessons learned from Africa and other regions with large-scale efforts, including, for instance, the Great Green Wall in Africa or the Resilient program in ECA region. It advocates then for a regional approach, since the management in any one area might influence the livelihoods in another one through the transboundary nature of land management. And indeed, degraded lands can lead to an increase in the frequency or intensity of sand and dust storms and affecting human health in others areas. There is a final opportunity as well to strengthen the flow of benefit from ecosystem service to the land-dependent communities and the most vulnerable. Ecosystem service can enhance the productivity of land, improve environmental quality, and reduce risks. Over the last decade, there have been attempts to better manage ecosystem services by enhancing their value through policy instruments, such as payment for ecosystem services, carbon market, and investment in ecotourism businesses. All these takeaways should be further upscaled to be as much as impactful it should be. with clear policy objective in the background, we need as well to further strengthen and the continuous promotion to raise awareness and bring out the capacity of the people through strong citizen engagement and participatory approaches. Of course, if you have any question about our activities in the MENA region, do not hesitate to reach out to me afterwards, coordinating with the UNCCD colleagues to be in touch with me. And I wish you a very fruitful discussion on these SDS days and remain available for any question you might have. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I must record my response to her and send it to play it. Well, I mean, we've heard very interesting stories from Nigeria and regional level, so probably we also might have some time for question and discussions. Yes, of course, Alexander, please.
Thank you. Actually, my question to the first speaker, Dr. Emmanuel, for Nigeria. As I see, you are doing really a very good project. And my question is, are you using SDS VAS product from the Barcelona Center? And is it useful or something is not suitable or need to be improved, or how your project is linked with existing forecast system of WMO SDS VAS in Barcelona, because Barcelona is responsible for Northern Africa region.
As I said earlier, the project is being conducted by a consultant. So, and the project is being funded by the UNCCD for now. So, on the way forward, maybe we liaise with that region so that we have better information. Thank you.
Yeah, probably I could add on bit. I mean, this project in Nigeria is establishing national plan or strategy. Once this is done, you can go into the implementing phases. So of course, I think then that they need more information about this SFAS, and I hope they could establish a nice forecasting system embedded in the entire weather forecasting or assessment. I hope so. Thank you. Any other question? Of course. So, well, then could we go to next question? Anybody? Yes, please, madam.
Thank you very much for very good initiatives. I would like to know how many countries in Africa, I've heard about Northern Africa, Nigeria, how many countries in Africa are involved in such projects, and how are we making sure that efforts to prevent or to mitigate this issue in one country will not have more impact in other countries? Thank you.
Thanks for a very good question. Actually, we are, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Christine Kipsang from Kenya. My question goes to the professor from Nigeria. She said that Nigeria is an impacted area for this sand and dust storm. Where does the source of this dust come from, and what collaboration are you making to ensure that the sources of the dust and dust storm can also be mitigated from their source or the country sources? Thank you.
Right, Nick.
I think nobody answered your question, did they? We ought to come back to it if we can about which other countries might be involved. But I was just had a comment to make about the most recent question. In Nigeria, as far as I understand it, much of the Harmattan dust comes from central Chad. It's a hyper-arid part of the Sahara Desert. It's a very ancient lake bed, which is now completely desiccated, completely dry. It's a natural source, very large scale, and I don't really think there's anything you can do to prevent the wind erosion of dust. And therefore, in a country such as Nigeria, the emphasis, in my opinion, has to be on mitigating the impacts, whether that might be forecasting and warning people and telling them to take evasive action, for example. But in Nigeria, I don't think there's much you can do about the Harmattan bringing dust, because it's from a very large natural source. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for the contribution. I should probably respond to the first question as far as it's related to UNC's activity. Well, I mean, I would say this is a very initial phase. We had a pilot project, one country in which is Nigeria, and we tested, we implemented one pilot project in Central Asia, which included 5 countries. So we tried to have one national level strategy and regional level strategy, which will be presented in the next session. So, okay.
I just add to answer to the first question concerning African countries. WMO in this presentation, what my colleague from Barcelona provided, we start from Burkina Faso project, and now it is extended to 8 countries in Western Africa, and it is in plans also to go to 13 countries. So this ongoing project and supported by CRUISE International funding this organization.
Right. Of course, we are looking for partners and further opportunities to assist countries in addressing these issues. So as far as resources available, we are ready to support the activities at country and also regional levels. Well, is there any other questions, comments, inputs, contributions? No? I see none. Well, then let's move to the next session. Next session is the looking at the regional collaboration on how to address this issue. As you may know that the SDS is already, the transboundary issue. So we have 3 presentations for this session. We have 2 speakers with us in person, and we have also video recorded message. So I'd like to invite Dr. Henry Weiss from CAREC to present the regional SDS strategy for Central Asia. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Before I start talking to you, so I have a mixed presentation. So we start with a kind of video clip about the situation in Central Asia, and then I will say some explanatory words. So please, if you could start that.
Sand and dust storms do not follow administrative borders. Storms started in the dry bottom of the Aral Sea reach Europe and Australia. They have a devastating impact on human health, livelihoods, water supplies and industry. Along with the sand and dust they bring, these storms degrade critical infrastructure and cause respiratory diseases and eye disorders that are especially harmful to pregnant women, young children and people over 65. Central Asia, where more than 80% of the land is covered by deserts and steppes, is especially vulnerable to these negative impacts. Though these storms are natural phenomena, how we farm, mine and build is increasing their frequency and intensity. Leading to the appearance of new and vast deserts in areas such as the Aral Sea. These deserts scatter millions of tons of dust and poisonous salts across the globe, destroying ecosystems and the livelihoods of millions of people and contributing to a vicious cycle of increased dust storm frequency. Whilst Central Asian countries have made some progress in responding to these challenges, not enough is being done at the regional level. As a result, countries in the region remain increasingly vulnerable and at risk. To address these challenges, Central Asian countries, with support of UNCCD pilot project on regional approaches for combating sand and dust storms and drought in Central Asia, and the Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia, have developed a 10-year regional strategy to help monitor, measure, and mitigate the impact of these storms. The strategy proposes proactive measures to enhance ecosystem and societal resilience to droughts and periods of water scarcity. Focusing on 3 key areas, it will strengthen knowledge and awareness of the harmful environment and socio-economic impact of sand and dust storms, address and begin to eliminate the activities that fuel these storms, and improve regional cooperation and promote joint action. This strategy was adapted into the Regional Environmental Programme for Sustainable Development of Central Asia, implemented by the Interstate Commission on Sustainable Development with the support of the Ministries of Agriculture and Environment of the CA countries. By working together, the countries and partners in the region can build their resilience and help their communities, companies and ecosystems adapt to the changes to come.
Sorry, the music took a little bit longer, than anticipated. With this kind of short video clip, we wanted not only to highlight to you the situation with respect to dust and sandstorms in Central Asia, but also to share with you our experiences formulating a regional strategy, and also how to elevate this regional strategy to the decision-making level. So in a way, we are moving higher up. We go from local to national. Now we are at the regional level. And what we wanted to do is share these experiences and probably might also inspire other regions to follow. As you could see, Central Asia is something like a laboratory, for finding solutions to address sand and dust storms from a regional perspective. You have seen in this kind of movie what I might call unsustainable ways of irrigation, livestock grazing. You have seen these mining events, construction activities taking place. All these are ideal situations for creating dust and sandstorms. And most prominently is this one here, Lake Aral. Everybody has heard about it, which has dried up due to the use of water for irrigation purposes for a long time. It became a salty desert, and as you can see on this left picture, you see even sandstorms full of dust and poisonous salts on average. So that's pretty common right now, and definitely something to be avoided. My organization, CAREC, Central Asian Regional Environment Center, is a regional interstate organization between the 5 countries of Central Asia. And we are cooperating on dust and sandstorm management with UNCCD. And with the UNCCD, we had actually this kind of pilot project on what you see on the right side, developing a regional strategy for dust and sandstorm management and mitigation in Central Asia. This project was implemented in the year 2020-2021. We started with national consultation, national analysis, and later on regional consultation. Some of the experts which participated in these consultations are here with us today. Next slide, please. Sorry. Thanks. Great. these are the key three priorities for the actions. One is then, awareness raising, or strengthening knowledge, capacity building at the region level. Second priority is mitigation of the impact of the sources of SDC. You can see this. And the third area is regional cooperation and joint action. And this is where I would like to focus very shortly on. As I said, this regional midterm strategy for sand and dust storm management Central Asia became part and parcel of a program which is called the Regional Environment Program for Sustainable Development in Central Asia, which is the one and only master plan for the entire region on sustainable development. Now you can say plan is a plan is a plan, but in reality this master plan, this regional program for sustainable development, is the agenda of what is being called the Interstate Committee on Sustainable Development, ICSD. And that's a regional intergovernmental body at the ministerial level, and they're in charge of this kind of master plan. To a certain degree, we have moved it much higher up, and it's now actually part of a policy document and part of a decision-making program at the regional level. In other words, regional priorities for SDC have been set, they have been moved up on the policy level, and agreement has been reached. And next slide, and to do that myself, just to show you some of the extremes of Central Asia. At the bottom you see me literally in the center of Lake Aral, and at the top you see the Issyk-Kul Glacier, which is the largest glacier outside Arctic and Antarctica, at 70 kilometers long. Pictures taken at an altitude of 4,200 meters, and the mountains surrounding me are between 6,500 and 7,500 meters. So while this on the top picture shows a landscape in a natural state, the lower picture shows actually that large areas of Central Asia are not in a natural state anymore. And what is important is that a turning point is needed in soil and land management for Central Asia to address the nexus between climate change, between the loss of biodiversity, between agricultural production and also energy production. And in a way, these kind of experiences of the Central Asian region show that the restoration of natural areas also create economic benefits, such as new jobs. Once agricultural productivity increases, we see gigatons of carbon being sequestered. We see large areas which are under protection where biodiversity continues to come back, and water retention, other ecosystem services will also be in a much better state than they are now. We hope that the experiences which we had in Central Asia would probably guide similar efforts in other regions of the world, and hopefully they might act as an example for other regions which have also been affected by sand and dust storms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. Well, our next speaker is Almira Al-Hassan. I wonder whether she is with us. Oh, sorry, there. Yeah, floor is yours. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. I'll try to be very fast since I'm the last in the session. Today, I'm going to talk about a project that we are implementing, actually. We started in Iraq. So to begin with, UN Habitat, our office works for the Gulf states, the 5 Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, as well as Kuwait. So our project is about improving resilience of trans-boundary sand dust storms in the Arabian Gulf region through interventions in the source areas inside Iraq. The UN Habitat deals, in fact, with the cities and anything related to the cities, and the area we are talking about is near the Qar city, and it is separated by the highway from that area. our main fund source for this project at the moment for this phase is Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, acronym is KFAD. Along with, we have Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research and KISR and Harvard School of Public Health. For us, the sand dust storms coming from three sources, from Syria and from Iraq, as well as from South and Saudi Arabia. But basically, it has got a very huge impact on the health of residents of cities in the Gulf area, as well as economic estimation in Kuwait, in particular, 190 million annually. And in Qatar, it was mentioned that flights sometimes are suspended due to the melting down of sand silica inside the engines of the planes. So to avoid this, and then they freeze inside the engine, they stop some of the flights. In Kuwait, we have started planting trees campaign since 2017, and it's ongoing project inside Kuwait. Next, here in this short video, it shows that how the sand dust storm traced from the north of the Gulf, going down towards Kuwait, and then we'll see in the second slide here. Also, earlier pictures from 2005 and 2008, we see that the Shamal air comes from north. Shamal means, by the way, north in Arabic. So it comes from the north down all the way to south of the Arabian Gulf, and still this phenomena is ongoing as a result of desertification starting in the last 4 decades ago in this region of the world. So now we are seeing the result of more than 40 years of desertification. But basically, our source of sand dust storms is related to the meteorological and soil conditions in the source area, which are both local and transboundary. And in this project, we intend to introduce incremental and spatial approach combining economic planning, ecosystem-based and infrastructure measures should be adopted to revitalize the hot spot area and significantly reduce the amount of sand and dust particles originating from this area. So these pictures, in fact, are very recent, from 2022. This one is in a new area in Kuwait called Sabah al-Ahmed area, which was built without placing in consideration the effect of sand dust storm. So basically, the residents of this area are really suffering each time there is this phenomena of sand dust storm. In fact, Kuwait, by default, because of its geographical location, it receives around 180 days annually of sand dust storm. So we are talking about a huge impact. So in our project, we have a holistic approach where we study the impact, also the intervention, and also moderate and do different steps to improve. So the project is expected to bring economic and social benefits and developments to the region through prevention of desertification in southern Iraq and reduction of negative impacts of sand and dust storms, including health costs. The video in the middle is sand dust storm in Qatar. Okay, so we have, and the one to the left is in Riyadh, and so we have different areas that are suffering. So Riyadh also to the right here. We have also because we are starting this project for the first time in the Gulf area, so we have decided to do some innovative interventions in this area. And to do that, we have also involved universities inside Iraq. So academia is a very important tool to improve our interventions. KESAR uses satellite imaging, and from the Iraqi side, the intervention is to rehabilitate the topsoil of this area. And before I proceed with the other slides, I have also to clarify that the areas that have been picked inside Iraq were picked on base of scientific evidence, where in every event of sand dust storm, specimens were collected inside Kuwait areas and matched with specimens collected in plots of land inside Iraq. So there was matching between the source area inside Iraq with where they landed in the recipient country of these phenomena. And based on that, Iraq was, the area of Al-Anbar was divided into 16 squares. And the square plots here where we were able to match where in particular is the source of sand dust storms inside Kuwait. Based on that, we could say that the area is very huge, but we selected certain plots of land inside Iraq, and also the interventions are also new to us to prove that they are successful interventions. So based on that, you will see in the slide here, we have different methods that we are using in order to reach the most effective method. And by that, we want to ensure that we have sustainable source of irrigation for this big desert. Second thing, all the shrubs and the tree saplings or whatever plant vegetations we are planting, we want to ensure that they don't die, they don't dry out, they sustain themselves. Third thing is that we also want to ensure that the plants are native plants, so they survive. They are part of this area in Iraq. We don't want to also resolve a problem by creating a new problem, because we picked certain plants that are part of the flora and fauna of Iraq, rather than introducing outside non-native plants. Also, you will see in this slide that we have natural barriers and also artificial barriers. In this way, because we don't know for sure whether it will work or not. The duration of this project, phase 1, is 4 years. So based on from day one, we have satellite imaging, we have people on the ground, we have devices and tools that collect samples from different parts inside near Diqar and near the Anbar, and we do chemical analysis, mechanical analysis, and also we have involved ministries of health inside Kuwait and inside Iraq. Because as mentioned earlier in the presentations that my colleagues have done, we have proved research that these sandstorms, during these sessions of sandstorms, we have high morbidity and mortality rate that is affected by this phenomena. We are talking about brain strokes as a result of the small silica particles that enter the bloodstream, and we are talking about asthma and all the respiratory system. So we will monitor in the coming 4 years the morbidity and mortality rate, and we involve the Ministry of Health in both countries. Moreover, we have 3 major outcomes that we are aspiring to achieve. because it's, as mentioned before, it's a new project, so we are finding our ways in this new area to us, rather to say, also to share knowledge and information with our partners in the future. So therefore, we have the data available in the last 30 years, and also for the coming 4 years, we want to see how much success is achieved on the ground in terms of reducing the sand dust storm phenomena by only 30%, by the way. So we have put a target. We cannot stop at 100%, but we estimate that if we succeed, then we will see a change by 30% only, not as much as we aspire. And also, we will be developing new techniques based on the results we have in the first year. And so we aim at increasing and enhancing our knowledge, beside enhancing the resilience of the cities based on improving the topsoil in that source area. So when we started negotiating with the Kuwait Fund, we started in fact in 2019, because they were not convinced on the Kuwait Fund is one of the earliest funding sources in the world. They started in the 1960s. And so they were in need to be convinced on what is the gain from this environmental project. What will we gain from this? And we had to convince the government that, okay, you are losing $190 million per year. So with this intervention inside Iraq, in fact, you are achieving a win-win situation for both sides, source area and also the recipient area. And then in 2021, we succeeded in signing the agreement with Kuwait Fund after long negotiation. But all of this is considered phase one. Why is that? Because the plot of land is very huge, and the impact is very huge. So in this phase, we will be monitoring our success, and also we look forward to having more resource mobilization from Saudi Arabia, from Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, or any other country that is really interested in jumping in this project phase two. Finally, I would like also to emphasize that UN Habitat cannot do this project alone, but in fact other departments are very important for us, like meteorological monitoring of the satellite imaging and the data analysis. So UN Habitat on itself cannot be working alone. Other organizations are very important also to work with us to achieve more success. And for us, we think that starting this project, we opened the door for a new resource mobilization and new funding for similar projects in other areas in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir Al-Hassan. Actually, indeed, this is inspiring stories. Countries are collaborating together to address SS impacts, cross-border cooperation. Well, probably I hope this project gonna evolve into strengthening more collaboration between Iraq and the Kuwait, including other countries. Well, the next speaker is the Miss Letizia Rosano, who is from ESCAP UP-Team. Unfortunately, she is not unable to join here physically, so she sent a pre-recorded video. So her topic today is the sand and dust storms risk assessment and Asia and Pacific, findings and proposed actions on reducing the risk. Please give us the video, please.
Pardon me, everyone. Just a moment. We've got to load the presentation slightly differently because it contains a video. So just bear with me for a moment.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Letizia Rossano. I'm the director of the Asia Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management based in Tehran, Iran. It is my pleasure to spend a few words with you today to share our experiences in better understanding the impact of sand and dust storms in the Asia Pacific region, as well as what actions have been taken at the regional level in a coordinated way. We have an intergovernmental mandate, of course, to work on these issues from the ESCAP Commission, as well as ministerial meetings, our own governing council, and the General Assembly resolutions. In response to this request, we conducted a comprehensive sand and dust storm risk assessment, which was really the first of its kind in terms of geographic understanding, the geographic and thematic scope of the impact of sand and dust storms and the risk they pose to society and the environment in the region. The findings of the report informed in-depth sub-regional and thematic consultations with affected countries, which then led to the development of a regional plan of action on sand and dust storms, which is before the ESCAP Commission. It provides the regional plan of action provides a strategic framework and reference for countries in Asia and the Pacific to take action at national and regional level around three key objectives: deepening the understanding of the phenomenon and its impact, having impact-based monitoring and early warning of sand and dust storms, and coordinated risk management, adaptation, and mitigation. The whole analysis was in this report that I mentioned, and the chapters around which the analysis is organized are listed here. Here you also have the QR code. You can download it as well as from our website. The work we've done obviously couldn't do by ourselves. We really counted on the incredible support and collaboration from several of our partners in the region and globally, including our friends in the Secretariat of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, our friends in the Food and Agriculture Organizations, the World Meteorological Organization, within ESCAP itself, several divisions, but also Tohoku University, the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, UNEP, and several meteorological organizations as well, like the Finn Met Agency Japan and China Met Agencies. So we're really grateful for all the support we received as we were going through this work last year and the year before. Some clear and quite striking findings emerged in the assessment. More than 500 million people in India are exposed, for example, to medium and high levels of poor air quality due to sand and dust storms, as well as 173 million in Pakistan, 62 million in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and 40 million in China. The report also goes into quite extensive details in analyzing the impact. For example, in the energy sector, we particularly looked at the solar energy and the impact on solar energy productivity, the impact to the aviation sector, the impact on farmlands, and also on the Hindu-Kush Himalaya mountain range and the Tibetan plateau. And we also took a little bit of an in-depth analysis of the impact in cities and how the poor air quality really impact unhealthy conditions for people in cities in the region. The report contains a number of recommendations along the 3 key objectives that I mentioned earlier, which were then later reflected in the regional plan of action. I won't raise them all right now, but just so you are aware, there are recommendations that were made and the countries, some took on board and some brought new ones, but we try to combine them around regional and national level recommendations for further work. And you can see here some with regard to deepening the understanding, in particular where UPTIM's role is in strengthening the impact-based transboundary studies, so that to really facilitate further understanding at transboundary level, and the impact, of course, on human health, etc. So for the impact-based monitoring and early warning, clearly countries are interested in increasing the number and the capacity observation systems. This is really not our work, so we are happy to facilitate it and put in touch countries with relevant organizations like the World Meteorological Organizations. But this is something that came up from the assessment and the subsequent discussions with countries. Also important to understand and close linkages at national level across different agencies and services that are responsible for responding and forecasting to early warnings, so that there is a seamless collaboration as well as information of the events before they occur. Other important also recommended actions were suggested for risk management, adaptation, and mitigation. Some particular ones with regard to impact on glaciers, also with regard to assessing the impact of secondary disasters, and possibly extending establishing a network of most affected cities with high exposure to poor air quality due to sand and dust storm, and maybe work on prioritizing impact in those prioritizing forecasting for those cities. Another important piece of work that we've done that is really closely connected to this risk assessment was to develop a guideline on for countries to monitor and report the impact of sand and dust storms through the Sendai Framework Monitor. This guideline is also available on our website and can be easily downloaded, and we are available working with our colleagues in UNDRR to support especially countries in the Asia Pacific region to apply this guideline so that the impact of sand and dust storm can also be counted for and reported as part of the other hazards and disasters that affect countries in the region. So we would really welcome interest and collaboration on this issue for countries in the Asia Pacific region. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all the best for your continued deliberations and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Letizia Lozano. Well, time is running and we are almost to 12:30 as we planned. This session is supposed to be finished by that time, but I think we have some few minutes for discussions and questions. Okay, see none, but I believe that there'll be a lot because we presented a lot interesting stories today, promoting regional collaborations, bilateral collaborations. So, any idea, contributions on how or where we should move ahead to promote this kind of collaboration regional-wide or across several countries transboundary or multi-country level collaboration. Yes, please, go ahead. Gentleman there.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask about the resource mobilization in your project. What's the obstacle you have there?
Yes, to secure resources for resource mobilization, as I mentioned earlier, we have been in negotiation for since 2019, and we needed to convince the fund source that this project will reflect positively on them, because as donors also they have to justify why this contribution is made. It's not a loan, it's a contribution towards this project. It's a very huge project that takes millions of dollars. So basically, initially we managed to secure $13 million for this project, but we need more actually. We need triple this amount of money in order to cover the whole challenge of sand dust storm in the Gulf areas. I hope this answers your question.
Great, thanks. Probably you could, yes, lady back there.
I've listened to the different dialogues, and I think where the gap is how to connect all these great initiatives with the people at the bottom who have ideas also for sustainable processes that, you know, can work. But to me, a gap is there. We have the high level, but that gap to reach the people, I think that's where our problem is. And it means that agencies have to change roles and responsibilities. There needs to be that connection. Sometimes it's out of your portfolio. It's not in your job description. But that going the extra mile to find how we can connect with people. Because these are big projects. When I see the scale of desertification in these slides, it's a mammoth task. And people will rise to the occasion to get involved in things that's going to benefit them, benefit their children, their health, their communities. So we have to find a way to get down to that bottom. You can look in countries and find committed people. If you find a committed person in each community, the change will happen, but we got to find these mechanisms for engagement. But I've learned a lot today. I've learned a lot. I mean, we don't have the wide wilderness areas in my little islands, but I see the scope of the problem. It's massive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that aspect to our discussion. Of course, I mean, we really advocated participatory approach in designing, implementing any SDGs-related project. So the point taken very well. Any other questions? Yes, Alexander.
Well, thank you. I think it was a very interesting discussion and presentation in general. And just my view from different, especially countries' presentation. Last 2-3 years, we built very good collaboration between different agencies of United Nations for sun and dust storm issues, and established this coalition and work very well together. But as I see on national level, still projects are not connected. And definitely if we are willing to solve or make some improvement in this problem, the sun and dust storm combating and desertification, of course we need to link different aspects and maybe build a project together with different agencies and on national level and also with help of UN agencies. So this is, I think, coordination need to be much stronger. For example, here I see what one country is doing one element, other country focusing on other elements, but they are not linked. And maybe just to choose several countries where full chain of processes from, for example, assessment of sources and forecasting to long-term projections and mitigations to analyze and link with different agencies and research organizations who are need to be involved. I think it would be good for next step to put efforts in this direction. And of course, coalition, I think, important here.
Yes, actually, I think it is really good vision for us to ponder upon, because single ministry or single agents cannot address this diverse aspect of sand and dust storm issue, because it's, the impact is like, almost affect almost all areas of human society and also, environment. So based on that, all right. So I think we reached the time. If you don't have any further comments, questions, I'd like to invite the chair of the Access Coalition, Mr. Feras Ziadat from FAO, for his closing remark of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chang. Very interesting, and it's very hard really to summarize for this diverse session, very rich session of different topics, very pertinent to the topic of sand and dust storms. And it covers almost every corner of our work in the coalition and also with partners and countries. So I will try just to give a quick summary of what I got from this session. And of course, there is a lot to be summarized from the session. Important is the assessment of sand and dust storm sources, because this is the first step where we try to put remedies and solutions, where to go, where are the hot spots generating sand and dust storms. And that is a transboundary. It's a trajectory of sediments from one country to another. And we don't want to say some countries are source and some countries are victims. It's always trajectory. So countries are producing and impacting. How to understand this as a first step, I think, and we have seen a lot of experiences working at regional level, at national level, at local level to understand the sources. And then second come the responses. What do we do in terms of practices and in terms of policies? And we saw a rich review of different practices that are suggested, and some of them are already in place. So how do we take those in scale? How do scale up those practices into the hotspots of sand and dust storms in order to make really an impact on reducing sand and dust storm? There is also actions needed both at national and regional level. We saw most of the questions asking, how do you collaborate? How do you understand the source? Like the example from Iraq and Kuwait. Kuwait is affected, but they decided also to go beyond their own borders in order to help in reducing sediments from other countries. This is what we want to see. And the UN coalition is there to facilitate this collaboration between countries and regions. There is a knowledge gap that still exists, mainly in understanding the impact on economies, on health, in agriculture, and in other. We have still knowledge gap to fill. Available tools and capacity buildings, we saw a lot of tools, a lot of means to reduce sand and dust storms, but still we need gap, we still have gap in the capacity, how the national and regional staff are tackling those. Also, the understanding of mitigation of the source and adaptation in the impact area. How do we draw the limit between mitigating and adaptation? And that is also bring us to the transboundary issue of sand and dust storm. But we think that what we saw today is very rich in terms of feeding in this knowledge. Knowledge sharing is very important. Today's session is very important because I saw a lot of colleagues learning about experience in other regions, in other countries. This is very important that we have this session, and important to link the people who are working in this topic. Then we have also the focus and emphasis on early warning, forecasting, and also how do we build our capacity and tools in order to strengthen that. Regional collaboration came very obviously like an important issue to be considered in all our activities, because sand and dust storm is a transboundary issue. It needed regional and maybe global actions and understanding of the process. Finally, I would say planning is needed. Planning at the source, planning at the impact, planning for the policies, planning for the practices, and monitoring. I think this is a key issue, and we have the tools now, we have the knowledge, we have the resources, so we together work in really putting some actions in order to obviously put some limits in the impact of sand and dust storm in our lives and our economies. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite you to the high-level session in dialogue at 1 o'clock in this room. That will be also a continuation of this discussion and will highlight the importance of the different dimensions of sand and dust storms and our work and collaboration together. Thank you very much, and we invite you for some food in the back. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Could I ask people to take seats, please, so that we can begin this high-level session? Could everyone please take their seats, please? Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Please take your seats for the main event, the high-level session. Thank you very much. The high-level session will be moderated especially by Lukweza Burak, who will now take over.
Thank you, Nicholas. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our high-level dialogue. We're going to be considering the national and also the international coordinated, I think, is key when we discuss this issue, the responses to sand and dust storms. As a brief introduction, I am Lukweza Burak. I am a journalist and news anchor with BBC News, BBC World News, formerly of Sky World News, Al Jazeera, and ENCA. And why am I here? My academic background is in the earth sciences, so this, for me, is a natural fit. I studied geography with European Studies, French in Switzerland and the University of Sussex, and my Master of Science is in Geographical Information Systems. So I was kindly invited along to be part of today's event, of which I am honoured. Now, to give you a brief outline of what is going to take place over the next 2 hours, we have 6 country representatives, and they're going to give us their perspectives and also their experiences. We're also going to be having an international reflection on responding to sand and dust storms. And finally, I'm going to be joined on the stage by 5 guests this afternoon to have our high-level panel discussion. And so to begin our session today, I'd like to invite the first of our 2 distinguished guests to the podium to open this session. So first off, please, welcome Mr. Li-Feng Li, who is the Director of Land and Water at the FAO. Mr. Li-Feng Li.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that I learned the right subject in the university, geography. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very pleased and really privileged to open this high-level session today, a day devoted to sand and dust storm at this Rio Pavilion. Sand and dust storms directly affect about 151 countries globally, in particular those in Africa, in Asia, in North America, South America, and Australia. About 2 billion tons of dust got emitted every year from the dry land. And in the recent resolutions of the 76th UN General Assembly entitled Combating Sand and Dust Storms, it has articulated considerable concern about this growing threat and the hazards associated with the sand and dust storms. The cost of sand and dust storms could be measured in both economic but also social and environmental terms. And economic losses from a single sand and dust storm event can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. In response to those challenges and the previous UNGA resolutions, the United Nations Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storms was announced in 2019 at the COP14 in India, committing the UN systems to promote a proactive approach to tackle this challenge and to enhance cooperation and coordination on sand and dust storms at global, regional, and sub-regional levels. I'm very delighted that the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has been very proudly leading this coalition for the last 2 years. It is the coalition, in combination with colleagues from both FAO and UNCCD, that has organized these activities with the support from the other UN coalition members and some affected countries. Sand and dust storms occur most frequently in the world dry land, but a major event can transport dust over great distance of 1,000 kilometers, which affect both the originating place but also the communities far from there. Sand and dust storms represent, therefore, a transboundary hazard. A transboundary hazard that's, perhaps you can still remember the event in the February and March last year. In the February last year, the yellow dust happened in France and in Switzerland and put the yellow dust on the top of the mountains on the snow ice. And in March, the event in Mongolia caused the death of 200,000 livestock, caused the shutdown or destroyed the livestock shelter of 121. Hundreds of flights in Mongolia and China got cancelled. And also the health advisory was issued in South Korea when I was still working and living in South Korea. So such event clearly demonstrate or show us exactly the transboundary nature of this challenge. Thus, collaboration, cooperation, and mutual support will be essential elements for all successful attempts to confront this escalating challenge in the future. It is now widely recognized that climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity, they are all connected. That it is not by accident, therefore, that we're holding this event here at the Rio Pavilion, Rio Convention Pavilion. Maintaining and restoring the healthy ecosystems play a key role in adapting to and mitigating climate change. This morning, our knowledge sharing sessions, we learned something about so many and very diverse efforts that has been made towards the adaptation and mitigation, forecasting and early warning, health and safety, policy and governance, and regional collaboration. In this high-level interactive dialogue, we will hear more from the affected countries on their challenges, responses, and also the future actions as well as their demand. We will learn more about some of the international responses as well, and specifically, we look forward to launch the UNCCD compendium on sand and dust storms. We will also hear how members of the United Nations Coalition on combating the sand and dust storms have developed their ideas originated from the country's demands for tackling the risks associated with this hazardous event. Hopefully, we could further strengthen the momentum and secure more commitment towards the actions related to sand and dust storms. Friends, colleagues, honorable guests, we need to bold and forward-looking decisions on practical yet proactive actions that will enable affected countries to be better mitigate, and adapt to the risks posed by the sand and dust storms. I really look forward to your insights and contributions to the global concerted actions. Together, we can address this challenge. Thank you.
Mr. Li Fengli, thank you very much indeed. And now I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Andrea Meza Murillo, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNCCD. Please.
Thank you, Lukwesa, and I think that my colleague Li Fengli was very clear. It's very important to bring more attention to sand and dust storms. And this is what this event and all the day that we are having during this COP is about. It's about understanding that this is a global phenomenon that is having impact in health, it's having impact in our economies, And it's having impact not only in dry lands or deserts, it's having impacts all over the world. Even in Costa Rica, in Central America, we're receiving the impacts as well. So it's about understanding how can we address this phenomenon. It's about understanding that it is related, of course, to desertification, to land degradation, and it's understanding that achieving land degradation neutrality goals will also promote a systemic approach and will allow us as well to work in the main challenges that also provokes suns and dust storms. We know and we understand that we need to work together, and the work that we have been doing in the coalition, it's a very important area that we need to accelerate, that we will continue working together with our colleagues in FEO, but engaging other UN institutions and other stakeholders as well. And we also welcome the launch of the report. We need to continue identify and generate scientific evidence and data. We need to identify a specific tools and a specific measures, and it's about that. So we welcome you. We are very pleased, and we really want to continue this collaboration. And this is the day, this is a COP where we are having this day on these dust and sunstorms, but it's about continuing and bringing more attention to this important phenomenon. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Andrea Mezzomurillo, thank you very much indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to hearing more about the international considerations and also the responses to sand and dust storms, I'd like to invite our guest country representatives to the podium, and they are going to join us here as an opportunity to state their position on sand and dust storms in their respective countries. Now, I have been told that a number are still making their way to the pavilion, but we will be hearing from Iraq, the Republic of Korea, Mongolia, Russia, and Uzbekistan. Now, if you could just give me an indication, please. Do we have the representative from Iraq in the building? Okay, we'll move on to our, oh, yes. Turkey. Turkey as well. Thank you for that. Iraq is not here yet. Okay, the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. And Mr. Yongwan Park is the Director of International Cooperation at the Korea Forest Service. Thank you very much. And I wonder if I could just ask those who are giving their statements to speak for around 3 to 5 minutes each. We have a tight schedule today, and that will allow us to get through and end at 3 o'clock on the dot. Please. Thank you.
Yeah. Distinguished delegate and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak on behalf of the Republic of Korea at this Sand and Dust Someday event. I would like to thank to Original for the invitation as well as for the opportunity to share with you Korea's experience about combining sand and dust storm. Each spring, now these days, sand and dust storm hit the Republic of Korea. Sand and dust storm is a major source of fine dust and a transboundary environmental issue. The Korean people experience the adverse effect of sand and dust storm each year. Among others, sand and dust storm combined with other harmful pollutants, including vehicle plume, reach people's health. To combat land degradation and sand and dust storm in Northeast Asia, the Republic of Korea and its neighboring countries jointly established the Desertification, Land Degradation and Drought Northeast Asia Network, DADDNEAN, in October 2011. The network holds a string commit meeting and forum annually and implement a Creating Dryland Partnership project in Zambia with Mongolia. Also, recognizing the importance of mitigating and sand and dust storm source, the Republic of Korea and Mongolia have worked together to implement a bilateral forest cooperation project to combat desertification since 2007. We also collaborated with the civil society organization to create planted forest in the Kubuchi Desert in China. For this reason, we are keenly aware of the importance of global sand and dust storm policies, and we are supporting the development of global sand and dust storm policies through the Changwon Initiative. This support has contributed to the development of global sand and dust storm policy framework in 2017 and its follow-up measures in 2019. These outcomes were referred to by the parties in the COP decision. Sand and dust storms are closely linked to desertification, and their impact are causing economic, environmental, and health issues. In order to resolve sand and dust storm issues, cross-border collaboration is essential. In this regard, the UNCCD Secretariat can play an important role, especially in identifying the drivers of sand and dust storm and develop various tools and platforms to resolve the issue. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Park, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. If we could now turn to the representative from Russia who is here. I'd like to introduce Olga Andreeva, who works at the Institute of Geography of Russian Academy of Sciences and the Center to Combat Desertification and Drought. Please.
Dear guests, I am pleased to welcome all distinguished participants, and it's a great honor to take part today in this event. Thank you very much. So, you know, the problem of sand and dust storms is really relevant for our country, both in the eastern and the European part. And in the eastern part, we are suffering from the transboundary sand and dust storms. So, in the European part, a lot of hotspots of sand and dust storms appeared dramatically last years. Sorry, and
Let's just swap. Hold on. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. So these sand and dust storms, starting in the south regions of our country, covers huge distances and covers even humid territories of our country. So the problem really very challenging and causing land productivity decrease, economic decrease. It's changing ecosystems and even people's lives. So as I'm representing the Institute of Geography of Russian Academy of Sciences and Center to Combat Desertification, one of our aims is to develop the scientific basis for assessment and for monitoring of sand and dust storms from the one hand, and we are in collaboration with the different institutes, scientific institutes, and we are the members of the DLDD-NEAN network as well. And from the other hand, we are trying to promote the SLM technologies and approaches in our country to stop the land degradation. And so I think the UN compendium on sand and dust storms will facilitate in developing the unified system of monitoring, assessment, and early warning of the sand and dust storms. And so we are looking for this international cooperation. Thank you very much. I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Ms. Andrevia, thank you very much indeed. Our next guest, for their reflections on their experience with sand and dust storms in their country, comes from Uzbekistan. Now, please bear with me. I will endeavor to get the pronunciation correct. I'd like to welcome Abdulvakid Zakhaladulayev, who is the head of department of International Relations and Ecotourism Development of the State Committee on Forestry from the Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express gratitude to the Secretariat of the United Nations Convention to Desertification for technical and financial support in the implementation of the regional project on the regional approach to combat sand and dust storms in Central Asia. And thank you for giving me a floor for speech. In the last few years, concern over the frequency of sand and dust storms in Central Asia increasing as we are recognizing the ever-increasing environmental, social, and economic damage from these natural disasters. Especially on the evening of November 4th in 2021, the city of Tashkent and other regions of Uzbekistan were covered in dusty fog. This is the first such event in the country in 150 years. In some areas, the visibility deteriorated to 1,000 meters, and in Tashkent to 200 meters. I have to emphasize that the commitment of all Central Asian states at the highest level is very important to strengthen regional cooperation in achieving target 15.3 of the SDGs to combat desertification. Restore degraded lands and soils, including lands affected by desertification, droughts, and floods, and strive to achieve a neutral balance in land degradation. There is no doubt that commitment to the issue of reducing the risk of sand and dust storms, as well as restoring the ecosystems of the Aral Sea Basin, will further strengthen multilateral interstate cooperation in the region and reaffirm their joint activity. Parties declare the following. We express our readiness to consider and include priority areas and measures to counteract sand and dust storms in voluntary targets for achieving land degradation neutrality. National actions programs to combat desertification, national plans for disaster risk reduction, in nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and country commitments to implement the post-2020 biodiversity strategy framework. We express our readiness to take into account priority measures to combat sand and dust storms in the development of national transboundary and multi-country projects and programs aimed at combating land degradation and desertification. And we express our readiness to support initiatives to improve mutually beneficial cooperation and data exchange mechanisms, especially in the context of environmental and food security and environmental awareness of achieve the set SDGs. We express our gratitude and high respect to the international financial institutions and the donor community and development partners for the financial and technical assistance provided in solving the environmental and social problems of the region, and also call for active support of national and regional efforts to implement national program for the management of sand and dust storms in Uzbekistan for 2022 to 2024, and the regional medium-term strategy for the management of sand and dust storms in Central Asia for this decade. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Zakhaladulayev, thank you very much indeed. Next, we're going to be hearing from the representative from Iraq, Mr. Baha Elias. if you could please join us at the podium. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, sandstorms have become a frequent phenomenon in our daily life in Iraq. And the main cause of them is desertification that affect the land due to the loss of vegetation cover as a result of water scarcity in the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the main livelihood of Mesopotamia for thousands of years. The shortage of water in the two rivers is led to the desertification of large part of Iraq and the mass migration of thousands of people from their village to the main cities. One of the most important reasons for the water shortage in Tigris and Euphrates rivers is the construction of dams and diversion of rivers on the upstream countries without consultation and coordination with Iraq. While international law obliged the upstream countries to inform other riparian countries when they intend to build dams or divert rivers, it was stipulated in the United Nations Convention on Non-Navigational Use of International Watercourses for 1997, whose provisions have become binding even for states that are not party to it as part of customary international law. Mr. President, compliance with the provisions of international law is civilized phenomenon that reflect the goodwill of all countries when implementing their international obligation. Accordingly, we ask that the convention outputs include a recommendation for request the countries that do not organize the United Nations Convention on the use of international watercourses for non-navigational purposes to join it in accordance with their legal legislation in force, because they contribute to limiting the spread of desertification, drought, and the spread of sand and dust storm through the equitable distribution of the water in the international transboundary rivers. With thanks and appreciation.
Thank you. That's Mr. Baha Elias from Turkey. Our final country representative today is joining us from Turkey with his perspective on the issue of sand and dust storms. And Mr. Sadar Yagul is the Division Director of the UNCCD National Focal Point. Please join us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to present on sand and dust storms in Turkey, the region, and Africa. At the common point of the decisions taken in the international area on combating sand and dust storms is cooperation and sustainable land management. From this point of view, Turkey carries out studies that will directly and indirectly contribute to the fight against SDS and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2010, a meeting on cooperation in the field of the environment and meteorology was held in Ankara with the participation of the ministers responsible for environment and, thank you, meteorology from Turkey. from Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. As a result of the meeting, the Ankara Declaration was established. Within the framework of the said declaration, a task force was formed with the participation of experts from the relevant ministries and institutions. In 2010, a 2-year action plan was signed between Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Syria, and Qatar at the meeting on the Cooperation Action Plan in the field of environment and metallurgy held in Tehran, Iran. 3 working groups were established within the framework of the said plan. In line with the action plan for cooperation in the field of environment and technology, 6 international sand and dust workshops have been held so far, hosted by Turkey. UNEP, UNDP, WMO, WHO, UNCCD participated in the workshop, the last of which was held in 2018. UNCCD COP12 was held in Ankara, hosted by Turkey in 2015, and Turkey launched the 4-year Ankara initiative in COP12. Within the Ankara initiative, to which Turkey contributed $5 million, a significant contribution was held to countries' LDN target setting programs, namely the combat land degradation and to develop drought early warning systems. In cooperation between Turkey and the Pan-African Green Wall Agency on combating desertification was initiated in 2016. Within the scope of the agreement signed with FAO, the FAO Turkey Forestry Partnership Program was initiated. With the program in which Turkey supports the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by contributing $10 million. Great Green Wall countries and Central Asia countries are supported in the context of the sustainable land management practices. With these cooperation and practices by Turkey, it aims the trade land degradation on site and contribution to fight against SDS. In the cooperation with the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion and the Prime Ministry Turkish Cooperation Coordination Agency, it regularly organizes international training programs on combating desertification every year from 2009 to 2021. The trainings organized, the experiences of Turkey are shared with other countries and cooperation opportunity with countries are developed. To date, namely, nearly 1,100 experts from 108 countries have been trained. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'd just like to say a very big thank you to our country representatives on their reflections and experiences of sand and dust storms in their countries. I was going to say their boundaries, I suppose countries, boundaries, it's the same thing. But I think we all know that sand doesn't recognize boundaries. I gave an example today when I tweeted, because of social media, about what we would be covering, and I gave the example to make it real for countries that wouldn't normally have an experience of sand, and I reminded those in Europe that you do, at the beginning of summer, we always get very excited about spotting Sahara sand on our windscreens. And I made the point that whilst it heralds warm air moving our way, there is actually a much wider and far more serious discussion as to how that sand got to be on your windscreen in Europe. So, for those of you who have just joined us, I've seen that a number of people have come in. We've just heard a number of country statements from representatives that have joined us today. We are going to be talking about the international aspect of this issue, and hence the fact that the answer to the problem lies in effective collaboration. And when I say collaboration, it's meant at every level. We just heard the contribution there from Turkey saying Turkey, the region, and Africa. So it doesn't stay within a country. So to lay out the global challenges of this issue and also the necessary coordinated responses to sand and dust storms, we're going to be hearing from two of our delegates next. So to kick this off, with an introduction to the UN's Convention to Combat Desertification, Sand, and the Dust Storm Compendium, a copy of which has been printed in 6 languages. It's been made available to you today. I'm just going to grab a copy, actually. Here we go. So you can find copies at the side of the room to your left. And that is the summary copy there. I'm just holding up the English version. It is printed in 6 languages for you. There is also a fact sheet for the key messages, which is available, again, in 6 of the languages. So please feel free to grab one of those. And also, the full digital version is also available to you. So back to our first delegate. The gentleman who will be taking us through that compendium is Mr. Edgar Gutierrez Espeleta, who is the former Minister of Costa Rica for Environment and now serving as a Special Advisor to the UNCCD. Hello and welcome. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. This is a great moment. We're gonna have in our hands a compendium that has taken quite a bit of time to actually see it in print. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, so the Secretariat would like to welcome you here to the Region Pavilion on the SDS Day for the launch of the SDA Compendium, Information and Guidelines on Assessing and Addressing the Risk. The creation of the SDS Compendium was led by the Secretariat of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification with the collaboration of the UNCCD Science Policy Interface, the World Meteorological Organization, the World Health Organization, the United Nations Environment Program, UN Women, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the United Nations Development Program, and the United Nations Office for Disasters Risk Reduction. Development of this compendium involved over 50 experts and national focal points in the drafting, reviewing, and perfecting the document. As can be imagined, this effort took several years, but the time was well spent in producing a high quality and highly useful document. The SDS Compendium is a complement to the UNCCD Policy Advocacy Framework, which set out the principles and guidelines to enhance affected countries' capacity in strengthening resilience and preparedness in addressing sand and dust storms. This concept behind it is to bring together in a single document essential information for the effective management of sand and dust storms while contributing to global understanding of the scope and scale of the sand and dust storm hazard. The information in the SDS Compendium covers policy issues, the identification of SDS sources, sand and dust storms as a natural hazard, and approaches to reduce associated risk, ways to assess the human and economic impacts of sand and dust storms, modeling, forecasting, and warning of SDS events, the health impacts of SDS, how to reduce SDS risk, in source areas and how to prepare for and manage SDS events. I expect that few people will actually read the whole SDS compendium cover to cover. In fact, this isn't our vision for the SDS compendium. We see it as a comprehensive reference source for those who are and will be involved in managing SDS and reducing their impact on human life and society. For example, a weather forecaster in Namibia could use the SDS compendium to learn more about sun and dust storms modeling and forecasting. An emergency manager in northern Mexico can learn more about preparing for and managing the impacts of dust storms. A reforestation project manager in Chad can learn about how to integrate SDS source management method. And in ongoing projects, such as using land degradation neutrality approaches. Development planning staff in India can access information on policy and practices to manage SDS. Therefore, I do encourage you to browse through the SDS compendium to understand the scope on efforts needed to manage sun and dust storms and the reality that we have many tools and methods which can be effectively used to reduce the impact of these events. To aid in the process of integrating effective SDS management into routine development policy and activities, we have also developed a sun and dust storm compendium summary for decision makers and gone further with a 2-page the sun and dust storms compendium state-of-the-art knowledge flyer. These are all available here at the SDS Day, as the Madam already told us, and online at the UNCCD Sun and Dust Storm webpage. The full compendium in English and the summary are key message, and the key messages flyer are in the 6 languages, as already we learned. Whether the full SDS compendium, the shorter summary for decision maker or the makers or the state-of-the-art knowledge flyer, these documents provide a significant advance in the assembly of accessible and usable knowledge about sun and dust storms. As such, we expect the SDS compendium and the other documents to provide a significant level of support to a range of efforts, from the policy to field levels, to reduce the impact of sun and dust storm on lives and society in general. In fact, the UNCCD is developing a SDS toolbox in collaboration with a number of partners, which will provide an easy access to tools and information in the compendium, but from other sources as well. As more information and knowledge become available, I expect the SDS compendium will need to be updated on a regular basis. It should incorporate complementary documents on specific sectors or areas of expertise in dealing with sun and dust storms and continue to provide a useful tool in reducing the impacts of these events. I would like to personally thank, in the name of the Secretariat, the more than 50 experts who contributed to the SDS compendium. Without their effort, we would not have this excellent compendium of policy, concept, tools, and methods to better manage sun and dust storms. In closing, I want to thank you for taking time to attend the launch of the SDS Compendium, information and guidance on assessing and addressing the risks. I encourage you both use and share the SDS Compendium, the summary for the decision makers or the state-of-the-art knowledge flyer, and provide us with feedback on their utility and results. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gutierrez Espilata, thank you very much indeed for that. And I just want to second what was said. It is a fascinating resource. So that is the summary there. And it's lovely to see that many of you have already started to collect that. And again, there is the flyer of the key messages. So if you haven't got time for a full technical document, it's just a 2-page document and it will highlight and pinpoint the main messages to take away. I've already been asked about where to access the full digital version of the compendium, and I did just double check for you just to make sure I was giving you the right facts. And all you have to do is head to the UNCCD website, and it will take you straight to it. Just click on sand and the resources button, but there's a big picture, you cannot miss it. There's a big picture, there's a big label saying Sand and Dust Storms. Just click on it and you will have access to the full digital version. Next, with a reflection on combating sand and dust storms in order to enhance food security and also achieve land degradation neutrality. This is a new term to me. I've learned a lot which I can take away, and certainly when dealing with the media, I will know what it means now. I'm going to welcome Mr. Faraz Ziadat, who is from the FAO, and his presentation is also going to include and begin with a video. Mr. Ziadat, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity and to present the coalition action and response to these challenges that we were hearing today, and we are aware of all the challenges before. So before I start my presentation, we would like to show a short video about the challenges and the responses for sand and dust storms. Thank you. Thank you very much. Here we would like to explain the trigger for this action and response is mainly our realization of the linkages between sand and dust storms, food security, and land degradation. And that was realized because we work together as a UN coalition with several organizations who are experiencing impact on sand and dust storms. And that's why we were triggered to really look at what is the action, how should we respond to this? There are a lot of challenges, a lot of demands, a lot of requests from countries and regions on the impact of sand and dust storms. How do we create this kind of impact? First of all, the COP14 Decision 25 invites the United Nations Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storms and United Nations entities and member agencies to continue their collaboration to assist affected countries, parties in developing and implementing national and regional policies on sand and dust storms, and also to explore the potential elements of a broader sand and dust storm initiative. So this was decided in the previous COP, and we are responding to this decision through different activities and actions that we saw today. The compendium also was just launched as a response to this decision, the toolbox, the work that the UN coalition is working together with partners and with countries. And as to bring our response into one solid idea, we start developing a preliminary concept note on combating sand and dust storms to enhance food security and achieve land degradation neutrality. So this was also looking at different partners from the members of the coalition working together in order to develop a coherent idea on the responses that we need to do. It's still in a very preliminary stage, and all comments and suggestions from partners and countries is necessary really to develop a coherent concept note and a coherent program or initiative that include the demands and needs of different countries and regions. Also listening to the plenary session, a lot of countries, about 12 countries, delivered their statements on the needs, on the current status and the future way forward in terms of sand and dust storms. And we put together some of these ideas. In terms of challenges, we have the increasing impacts on livelihood, on health, especially children, economy, linkages to drought, land degradation and desertification, lack of detailed data and assessment, and others related to some actions and suggested responses. The transboundary collaboration and cooperation and global policies is very important. The detailed source and impact assessment and good practices came out from different countries and partners. The call for international collaboration and funds, regional global knowledge sharing, sand and dust storm platform, because the knowledge is the tool in order to put responses and actions. And then the early warning system we saw today as well, but this came out of the discussion and statements in the COW plenary on sand and dust storms, the transformative projects, the participation of women and youth, capacity enhancement. All these came from the messages and the statements of the countries and partners in the COW plenary on Friday during this COP. So how to respond to that? We thought that it is important to think about a component or action at regional and global level, and also action at national level and local level. So this is how we see the picture is completed by looking at a global and regional, inter-regional level in one hand, and at national level in the other hand, to see how these actions will be orchestrated, will be harmonized in order to get the efficient and most direct actions on sand and dust storms. At regional level, we thought of regional knowledge sharing platform to enhance dialogue and actions. This is to bring everyone on the discussion. What is the trajectory of sand and dust storms? What is the practices that some countries are implemented and other countries could learn about and implement? How do we create this early warning, forecasting? This need some collaboration and platform. And also when we think about the policies also, we need some dialogue to be open and transparent between countries, regions, in order to understand the process and put some solutions. The second action is the standardized indicators and refined tool for assessing source and impact. This is important because everyone is using, thank you, everyone is using different kind of tools. So how do we bring bring these tools into harmonization? So we are using the same data, the same indicators in combating sand and dust storms. Training and capacity development is very important as well, because we noticed the demand for capacity training, etc. At the national and local level, we need to focus at integrating sand and dust storm source management in the national land degradation neutrality process, because we cannot separate the work on sand and dust storm from the work that is going on already on land degradation neutrality. So we need at national level to harmonize, to make sure that if we implement a project in one region, it also takes into consideration the challenges on sand and dust storm, as well as other challenges and factors on land degradation. Strengthening the sand and dust storm governance is very important, and this happened by mainstreaming sand and dust storm risk reduction within existing national policy processes and food security. So how do we mainstream the work that we are doing on sand and dust storm within the overall policy framework that is meant to deal with challenges such as food security, land degradation, and important SDGs that are linked to the sand and dust storms, not only at national, but also this will be linked with the regional level. And here is the challenge, because we know that usually the countries are implementing practices and policies. But in sand and dust storm in particular, it is a transboundary in nature. So we cannot avoid collaboration between countries and regions. But we also think that national level actions are very important and needed in order to make some progress in combating sand and dust storms. The other important thing is the comprehensive capacity development program at national level to assess the sources of sand and dust storm, to assess and put forward what are the practices that should be used in which area, and then finally implementation of these practices, and also implementation of policies, and finally monitoring in order to see how this action is influential in reducing the impact of sand and dust storms. Finally, we should say that this concept note is in a very, very early stage of development. We still even don't know that it will be an initiative or a program or project. We are still discussing that with members of the coalition and with countries. So all contribution, ideas, comments from countries and partners are necessary and welcome. And please, you can reach out for us for any comment or contribution that you would like to do, even from the demand side or from the action side or from resource mobilization side. We are open to discuss and build together a good initiative or program that will help us all to combat sand and dust storms. And the main idea here is that we could start with a project that can develop a large-scale program or initiative at a global or inter-regional level, taking into consideration the different components that we are talking about and putting forward The most important thing is the demand of the countries and partners to manage and to reduce and combat sand and dust storms. I stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Again, a big thank you to Mr. Faris Ziadat and also Mr. Edgar Gutierrez Espeleta. Now, I just want to, before we move on to our next section, very quickly, just give you my reflection on what I've been exposed to over the last few days. I've had quite a unique insight into some of the work that you're doing. I've attended a number of sessions covering different aspects of the UNCCD COP. Just to give you an idea, I was watching the BBC World News today, and sand was part of the forecast. So this is something that is followed and is key around the world, but also for those who are affected on a daily basis. And when I say daily basis, there are two individuals that I met who have now left, but who had their own personal experiences of this. The first was Ina Moja. She's a singer, and she is an ambassador, a land ambassador with the UNCCD, working very closely with Ibrahim Thiaw, appointed by him. And she is from Mali, and she was telling me her experiences, in particular, the desertification affecting her country. And then we had Baba Mal, who is also a singer, who has been working tirelessly himself on his own projects, but again, an ambassador, a land ambassador, spreading the message. So all the work that you are doing on this aspect, you have people who go out and spread the message. And I don't know if you're aware, back in February 2021, Senegal, Dakar specifically, made the news headlines because the city was covered in a cloud of dust. So this is a very important subject. And then another event that I've been involved in over the last few days, which I found immensely fun, and I've just spotted a colleague, Bob, sitting in the audience, just giving a wave there, was part of the UNCCD Science Day. And there, everything starts to come together. And the one thing that I took from that particular day, was the importance of stabilizing the soil. So it didn't turn to sand, so we didn't start having the problem of sand and dust storms. So this all makes a huge difference. Now, before we move on to our high panel discussion, I'd like to just remind attendees that at the end of this, we do have a training session. So for those of you who've been grabbing the compendium, this is a unique opportunity to get on-hand training with 3 individuals who will be taking that from 3:15 today. So a training session, and we will be hearing a little bit more on that at 3 o'clock from Charles Kelly before the session actually kicks off at 3:15. So now, ladies and gentlemen, on to our panel discussion. And here we try to highlight some of the wider perspectives on how we can tackle the pressing issue of sand and dust storms. And joining me today, we have 5 individuals who've been working tirelessly in this field. They'll be sharing their knowledge and also unique experiences with us in the hope of imparting the wider picture, the importance of the wider picture of the global challenges, and also, of course, the necessary collaborative approaches in tackling what is regarded as a transboundary problem, the nature of sand and dust storms. I will also, time allowing, be opening up the floor to questions following our discussion. So please take note of any comments or questions you would like to put to our panelists, and we will come to those and discuss those with our panel. So let us begin. I will introduce our panelists one by one, and as I do, if you could make your way to the stage and sit behind your respective nameplates. So to begin with, please welcome Valeria Cruz Blancas from Mexico, who is with the National Focal Point. Also joining us today, we've already seen and heard from Uzbekistan, and again, the National Focal Point, it is Abdulvakid Zakhadullayev. Please join us on the stage. From UN Habitat, Amira Al Hassan. from the UNFCCC, Matsomi Matelajane. No, you're gonna, no, don't go. Give me a correction, come on.
Malichani.
Malichani. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, Louise Baker, hello. Hey, I should know better though, because I have spent time in South Africa, from the UNCCD Global Mechanism. So thank you to all our panelists today. So to begin with, I'd like to ask you your thoughts on what you see as the most significant challenge to reducing the impact of sand and dust storms on human lives and also the wider society. And if I could just ask you to keep your responses to around 3 minutes, it'll allow us just to get round and hopefully get to the floor as well. And I'm going to ask Ms. Cruz Blancas to start that conversation, that response for us. Thank you. Right, let me get, you're not going to get very far with that microphone, are you? There we go. Okay, bear with me. Sorry, I thought they were already up here. There we go. I'll get one more for you. Is it on? Hang on. There we go.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all and to my dear panelists. Well, as we see, challenges is, and I'm going to say it because here I have ONU Habitat, it's always about management plan and the pressure we put in the ecosystems. So if we try to bring restoration in different ways, we can fight this challenge. For example, if we restore, this is very important because we can have restorations and then we will bring water and we can manage it also. And this will bring a healthy ecosystem to avoid land degradation. And in Mexico, that, for example, I know that we are here in Africa, and I have said it so many times now, but we also have sandstorms, and we have tree deserts, and we have challenges in those. And also the people is suffering of this because of the whole reasons we have heard here. So we have to bring some systems that can prevent us from degradation. Oh.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay. From degradation and to avoid fragmenting the soil.
Sorry, we're having microphone issues.
Worry,
Please carry on.
We need to preserve our land and also to the restoration has to be with native species. And we have to see it as a broader solution. And this is why we keep saying, it, okay, let's work in the 3 Rio Conventions, because if you bring soil, it has to be a native soil to this. So you cannot just restore for doing it and just for having forests or just for having any kind of plant that we need. We need also to think about controlling everything and bringing the plants or trees or whatever we need. So just to share with you, in Mexico we have a policy that it's called Sembrando Vida, that it's working with this because they are restoring lands that were abandoned. And this is something that we all have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder if Mr. Zak Hadulayev, if you could give us your response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dear colleagues, there is a number of measures to mitigate the effects of sand and dust storms. This includes to identify hotspots of the sand and dust storms in the region, not in national level, regional level, and management of pasture plants plant protection in natural steppes and deserts, strengthening dunes, increasing the resistance of soil to wind erosion, reducing wind speeds in and between fields by planting natural and dead hedges, trees, etc. Reduction of dust emissions from industrial enterprises through dust collection systems, waste treatment, establish forest shelters in cities to reduce wind speeds and trap dust particles. Of course, the biggest problem in implementing the above measures is time. Nature doesn't wait for us with its whims. We all know that afforestation in all parts of the world requires a lot of work and time. Also, the ecological culture of the local populations plays a key role. As we know, the economic sphere tries to use all of the earth to make their interests on them, but many of them don't care about the bad impact of the ecological side. To explain it and implement it on a good working site is the most difficult activity for forestries and ecologies. But in our country, as I mentioned, the president of Uzbekistan all the time cites to this problem and to solve them faster and faster. Time is the most significant challenge. Measures are being taken to increase the volume of forest plantations. Every year, 200 million seedlings are planted in the country. Uzbekistan accepted the Bonn challenge and initiated laying 500,000 hectares of forest by the 2030. At the same time, at the initiative of the president of our country, over the past 5 years, 3 times more have already been laid. That is 1,700,000 hectares. Thank you.
Mr. Al Hassan, I saw you nodding away there, and what struck me about your response, Mr. Zakhar Dulayev, was the fact that people don't care about the ecological side. And Ms. Al Hassan, you nodded. So what are your thoughts on reducing that impact?
Yes, good afternoon. For us in the UN Habitat, we think of the challenges as 3 kinds of challenges. There is socio-economic and environmental challenge. So with the economic, resource mobilization is a very huge challenge, especially in light of the climate change effect. So mitigating the effect of climate change, also taking and depleting resources, as well as the humanitarian crisis that's taken over all around the world. This is also depleting the resources of the UN and other organizations and rechanneling the resource mobilization. So talking to partners, convincing them that this is very important, especially because you have 2 kinds of you have the source of the sand dust storms and the recipient countries to the so how do you convince your client that this action of funding projects is very important for them, especially because when you plant trees, it doesn't take the effect immediately, but it needs years in order to see the effect. So convincing even people that we are taking action, it's not immediate. The social challenge is also convincing people from different sectors of societies, NGOs, private sector and governments all together, United Nations organizations, the whole lot should work together in order to achieve the ultimate goal, because if we all work together, then this might contribute in the issue of the resource mobilization, because everybody's chipping in some of their human resources and other knowledge and etc., etc. The third thing is desertification, in fact, takes place in desert where the water is scarce. So the issue of sustaining water resources and using maybe tertiary treated water and maybe third stage water and other kind of technology. Okay, we are in the nanotechnology era now, But the challenge of sand dust storm is beyond our capacity if we don't develop more technology. As my colleague here mentioned, time is very critical, because the more we postpone response, the more the problem gets larger and bigger. I think my 3 minutes over.
Actually, before we move on, if you might just allow me, I'm going to pick up on something before I pass on the microphone to Motsomi. You mentioned one of the biggest challenges is convincing clients. It's always accepting it, isn't it? Have you had an approach that has worked? For example, a case study, very quickly, you could mention to us, how do you convince people? What has worked?
Yeah, in fact, earlier in the morning we were talking about Kuwait Fund for Arabic Development, contributing $13 million towards treating source of sand dust storm in Al Anbar and the Diqar area in south of Iraq, and how in phase 1, because it's a huge land. Also my colleague here talked about Uzbekistan case. They might need $140 million to mitigate the effect of sand dust storm in the RLC. In the case of Iraq, we are ambitious that with the phase 1, which started on October 2021, so within the next 4 years, we will be able to showcase our success on land in Al Anbar, south of Iraq. And from there, we hope that we progress with the help and collaboration with other UN and NGOs on this. So we are very proud that we have succeeded in resource mobilization, but the process took around 5 years to reach this.
Okay, thank you for that. We're actually going to come to resource mobilization in our next question. But Motsomi, coming to you, there are two things that I heard there, which when I look at your title, obviously you work in the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And there are some key phrases that Amira mentioned there. She mentioned time, she mentioned water resources and the scarcity. So in terms of looking at the most significant challenge in reducing the impact of sand and dust storms, within your context of climate change, what's your response to that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lucreza, and greetings to everybody. From our side, from the climate change perspective, actually, one of the important things that we do is that we look at the problem or the hazard from its role in influencing the climate system, and at the same time in terms of the implications it makes into the global warming, the radiative forcing in this case, in the case of dust and sandstorms, and also at the same time in terms of what it means to the social and economic or human systems. So unfortunately, like coming back to the question that you are asking, sand and dust storms, unfortunately, are frequently mobilized from these sparsely vegetated areas, or the drylands and semi-arid areas, which in return also are already areas that are experiencing extreme pressure from other factors. So it even makes the situation worse. The other thing that we know is that afforestation and reforestation programs, or at least the vegetation in general, can help in addressing some of the issues around sand and dust storms. But again, at the same time, we are saying this is happening in already semi-arid countries, so the solution itself also is water dependent, and this is a double challenge already in that. Also, the other thing that is also a very important aspect from our side that we see is that since the talks in the morning, I think it's very clear that there is a very strong evidence from the ground on the impact or the evolution of sand and dust storms, but we are yet to grow our science to the level where, coming to the question of how do we mobilize or how do we convince people, sometimes in our community we need the scientific information in order to be able to, again, solidly strengthen our arguments and be able to convey them. But that would not constrain us. I would speak about just 3 opportunities that we see for ourselves from the UNFCCC perspective that we can already leverage. One important thing is that the actions to address or tackle sand and dust storms are actually consistent with the actions we do under the 3 Rio Conventions. When we talk about addressing desertification or land degradation, when we talk about addressing biodiversity loss or climate change, most of the actions that we already take do address, or at least would help to mitigate the effects of sand and dust storms. So this is also another powerful entry point that we can also do. And as we say, it is about doing things together, collaboration and working together, and we can do that. And also, the other opportunities that we see in the UNFCCC, of course, as I was saying, we have two mechanisms on how we convince the governments or the community to do things. There's the top-down approach. You have heard about the nationally determined contributions. In adaptation, we also talk about the national adaptation plans. This is a top-down approach where we force a government to say, yes, I know this is a problem, and I'm going to include it in my plan as a strategy in terms of what I want to do. So the inclusion of sand and dust storms where it is an issue would be very important and very key for those countries where it is an issue. Currently, there is limited portrayal of these, even for those countries that we know are experiencing this phenomenon. And I think partly it could be linked to the science, but it would be important for those that this is an important issue, that it's also reflected in those. This helps top down to convince our leaders and of course those that are taking action into these. But again, also there's the bottom-up approaches where we will be working, together. I didn't mean to hit you, but I'm saying we work together. we work together to help countries to make sure that they can address this right from the bottom up when we help them in our land degradation neutrality, in our biodiversity, in UN Habitat as well as we do our own work on resilience. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mtsomi. Thank you very much indeed. Before I come to Louise for her response, as soon as Louise is finished, I will be coming to the floor. So any questions or contributions, just have them in mind, and we'll get them after Louise. After Louise. We'll just hear from our final panelists very quickly, and then I'll open up the floor. Louise, Mtsomi was looking at you there as he came to a close. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, there's some level of collaboration that is already taking place. Okay, I read that correctly. You're part of the UNCCD global mechanism. Could you just explain that and how your response fits in to our question? Thank you.
Absolutely, and fully agree with everybody that's said things before. So I'm going to try and go off on perhaps a different direction a little bit. So the country I know best doesn't suffer from sand and dust storms, not at all. So I think for me, one of the journeys we need to go on in terms of sand and dust storms is a similar journey that we went on with desertification and drought. And it's a journey that ensured that there was more solidarity and more empathy and more understanding of these issues in places that are not directly affected. I hear stories from people who have been affected by sand and dust storms, and they sound terrifying, truly terrifying, but it's not something I've experienced. So I think one of the bottlenecks to kind of making this case and really ramping up a response to this is really engaging with people who don't get it and don't understand. So I think that kind of communication case is very important. The other challenge, so that's a sort of lack of empathy maybe. The other question, I'm going to say lack of solidarity between jurisdictions, although what Amira said sounds very exciting. But the fact that we plan on a existing jurisdictional basis, so we plan on a national basis, we plan LDN on a national basis. What we're seeing increasingly, and I think this fits very nicely into this discussion, is a move to a landscape approach or a watershed approach, where we really look at the whole ecosystem that's impacted by certain activities and are looking to restoration and sustainable management at scale. And I think it's a sort of mental gymnastics to be developing projects really at 2, 3, 4 country scale to be able to really address the climate and environmental risks that the region faces. But I think there's scope there and there's an appetite there to really get down to business now. So I think we can make the case at a bigger scale. And yeah, I mean, I think it's all part of a nature-driven solution to many of these challenges. So it's making the contribution of nature to climate, to securing biodiversity, and doing it at the kind of scale that means soil and land remains productive, healthy, and not at risk of sand and dust storms. Thank you.
Louise, thank you very much. So a watershed approach or moment. Let me just come to our first guest. I'm just going to make my way into the audience. If you could just bear with me. If you could introduce yourself and pose your question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is Mohammed Al-Zuhairi from Iraq. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with this important issue. I will talk about civil society organization accredited by UNCCD. They are trying to, with efforts and self-finance, to participate in COPs and make the activities compatible with the objective and decisions of the COP in the complete absence of support and capacity building, especially in issues related to sand and dust storms and drought risk. There is no local community engagement in governmental projects. I'm talking about the land degradation, rurality, and drought combating projects. Although the COPs continue to hold, the problems of land degradation and drought are still increasing. More local communities' engagement will decrease sand and dust problems. Our request is to increase both support, capacity building, and more specialized training for civil society organization to be more able and active in attaining participation and implementing the COP outputs. I want to show just a photo. Sorry, what? This is a photo now from Baghdad. I think the vision range is close to 0. I cannot see my hands in this area. This in Baghdad now, in the middle of Iraq, the capital of Iraq. I'm not talking about Anbar or West in desert or area. No, I'm talking about the center of my city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So the point there, if I could just summarize very quickly, was a call, please correct me if I'm wrong, sir, was a call for more support for capacity building, and also special training. Specialized training. Okay, specialized training, and interestingly, you said in civil society. Okay, is there anybody on our panel who would like to pick that up, please? Could I ask? Yes, Louise, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that we are increasingly finding that actually at national level, a single focal point response at national level isn't working. It needs a multi-sectoral approach. I mean, all of these issues, sand and dust storms, land degradation, drought, need a multi-sectoral approach at national level. That means different ministries participating in discussions, in designing plans. For the GM, that means as we design projects and put them forward to the GEF or to GCF, that we need all of society buy-in. What we're finding actually quite effective is in the Great Green Wall for the Sahel and the Saharan Sahel, that they're doing national coalitions that include different ministries and civil society and research to try to build a sort of national response to these issues. So I entirely agree that a sort of all of government response is needed. In terms of capacity building, I'm hoping this training this afternoon is specialized. Yes? Thumbs up. My colleague U Chang, if you don't know him, track him down afterwards. And what we do have is we have a capacity building marketplace at UNCCD, and they're developing mostly online trainings. This last couple of years of COVID does not it was not kind to in-person trainings, but the process of developing trainings is advancing. So I think we hear you. Limited resources, limited capacity, and we're a convention secretariat, but we definitely hear you and are trying our best to respond to that, sir. Thanks.
Louise, thank you very much. And I'd just like to add, Wu Chang that you just saw stand up there was also directly involved in the publication, the collation and publication of the compendium. So he is one of the, if not the only author, is that right, Wu Chang? You thought you'd get away with it. Any more questions? I have got a follow-up question to that. Is anyone else would like to put a question to the panel before we move on? No, okay. I wonder if I could just take the liberty. I've heard the Great Green Wall being mentioned a fair bit, and this is key, particularly across that northern region that it is targeted at. I've had a number of personal conversations with people involved in the project, and one of the things they've said is that perhaps the top-down isn't necessarily working because the challenges of food production sometimes is overtaking the need to develop parcels of land that should or people would like to put towards the Great Green Wall. Is there anybody who can help me with that? Louise, you're picking up the microphone again. Thank you.
I'm with the GM is the host of the Great Green Wall Accelerator, so yes. But I think the lessons from the Great Green Wall are the same as they are anywhere else. Yeah, so it's not particular to that region. Political leadership is incredibly important. So there wouldn't be the resources committed to that region if it wasn't for the fact that the political leaders came together to demand it. So the top-down approach is also helpful. In terms of implementation, though, you're right. It needs realistic plans. It needs, and you see the kind of conversations here that are taking place within UNCCD this time. It needs us to look at the bottlenecks and systematically address them. And I think the bottlenecks include things like tenure. So if you haven't got secure tenure, you're not going to invest in the land and you're not going to restore it because you can't have access to the resources to invest in the land to restore it. So some of these issues, these policy triggers are really, really important. It requires a whole series of conversations around value chains and food production. So there's food production for consumption, but there's also food production as an economic vehicle, and making the products coming out of the land that you've restored viable and economically interesting for the populations is also really important. So I think you see that in something like the sand and dust storms restoration as well. You know, there's a reason that the areas have become degraded. We need to address the root causes of that degradation and ensure the viability of the areas that we restore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, next question. It's already been mentioned, and that is resource mobilization. So, is it a case of show me the money, or is it a case of find the money, or is it a case of somebody's got the money, can you please give it to us? So I'm going to start again with you, Valeria. Resource mobilization, what are the issues and how do we address it? Valeria, please, if we could just pass the microphone down. Thank you. Yeah, try again. Hello.
Thank you. We are playing with the micros today. Okay, about resource mobilization, this is the topic across all sectors, and this is a challenge for all. What we need, yes, we have funds, or we listen that we have the GEF and the GCF, or maybe the adaptation fund, just to ask for projects that are cross sectors. I think it's a broader question than the one you made. It's not so simple to answer. First of all, internally we have to consider what our national priorities. And then I will say it's a matter of politics too, because everybody will have different approaches in their different governments, different interests. Also, you will have the national interest that it will go from one administration to the other, but everyone wants to put their own standard to that. But for example, what about if we identified something that everybody cares? We all care about eating. Sometimes we even have meals at side events so people can come. And we care about having water. What about if we think about agriculture, but in a sustainable way? Silvopastoral practices, and then you have mitigation and adaptation for climate change. We will also have restoration and conservation for biodiversity, and we will have also soil recovery. And having all these, and the cross sector will be food security and fresh water. And this is very friendly for everyone because we have the SDGs. So please, let's think about a project, and then we have to construct. Because what we have heard for the global mechanism, they went to every group and they say, yes, we do have the money, but you have to come with a specific project. And it has been to be developed. So we, the countries, should do the homework and also make consultations and bring academics, civil society, and I know it's a cliche, but it's not at the end. We have to work all together to see this, and yes, of course, put the gender perspective and the human rights. And if we have a broad project and it's very strong, then so many ministers can come together and overcome what a political momentum, whichever country it's living. So yes, we do have resources, but we do need more because we are not facing just one challenge. We are facing the 3 challenges brought here and many more. We have to green recovery from pandemics. So that's for me. Thank you.
Valeria, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Financial mechanism for STS, this is important. In our case, we have to establish a coordination mechanism first in the national level. And we have to develop financial mechanism as a sustainable financial mechanism for STS and restoring land, which at present we haven't this sustainable financial mechanism. But we have a lot of activities on the ground, which is the initiative of the head of state. We are implementing these activities on the ground, but it should be sustainable, not for some kind of years. And already my colleague mentioned it. We have a lot of international funding organizations which can support us. But in this regard, we have to develop sustainable financial mechanism with their support. And at present also we are going to implement 2 big projects in Uzbekistan. The landscape restoration project. One is in Aral Seabed and another one in degraded lands of mountain and lower mountain areas with World Bank and with EIB in Aral Sea region. And now we have to to have some support to do synergy between all these activities and projects. And this is also a very important activity which we need. Thank you.
Abdulzavid, thank you very much indeed. So Amira, we heard there about the complexity from Valeria. We heard about the lack of the necessary mechanisms. What's your take within the UN Habitat?
Yes, let me start by thanking the coalition for having us here together to share knowledge and experience around different areas of the world and how they are tackling and how what intervention they're doing to mitigate the effect of sand dust storms. For Iraq, yes, Kuwait also is experiencing a very hard sand dust storm that is Iraq is experiencing because this sand dust storm today is generating from the north going to the south, and it will go crossing the Gulf states. So for resource mobilization, we need also to convince our clients that it is a regional problem. In the case of the Gulf states, there are 6 countries, and they all are experiencing the same challenges, the economic challenges where Kuwait loses $190 million per year as a result of the sand dust storms. And in each sand dust storm, there are people who are affected, so morbidity and mortality rate is affected. Transparency is very important. When you ask about the NGOs, I would give example from Kuwait, where we have started the Kuwait Plants campaign. We call it Al-Kuwait Tazra slogan. 5 years ago, we started with the small NGOs, and with the conventional and non-conventional media is very important, because that's how you reach people at different levels. And that's people are usually are not only relatives, but also they are private sector, they are cousins, members of parliament, and at the end of the day, a society is divided. So for the desertification, and sand dust storm, it's a huge problem. It's a state level problem. But when you bring it down to people and the NGOs, we notice from our experience in Kuwait that people in time learned about Kuwait Tazra campaign, and everybody's joining and going on board. By that time, we have reached 3 years, and now Saudi, for example, Saudi Arabia is now making a mega project of greening Saudi Arabia. And also now we are negotiating, we are in the final stages with Bahrain in greening Bahrain highways with the government of Bahrain and municipality between UN Habitat and FAO. So what I want to say here is that resource mobilization is a challenge, but with the transparency and exchange of knowledge, you always encourage people to join you and progress the projects with you.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt. Kind of run out of time, but with about 1 minute, I don't know, Motsami Louise, would you both like to say something, or can you come to agreement just to have a 1 minute conclusion to that question? Who would like to take that? Motsami, thank you very much. Thank you.
Louise has been so kind. Yeah, so coming back to the issue of the financing or resource mobilization, from the Climate Change Convention, our financial mechanism actually promotes the multifocal area approaches. For instance, the GEF, in administering the funds we have there, they promote countries to bring together biodiversity, land degradation, and climate change together. So that's already another opportunity there that we see in terms of resource. The GCF is already following in the same footsteps, and their approach in terms of funding programs is broader and looks at the things not from a singular view. That's one part. Another thing is that the financial mechanisms and the whole system as well encourages the engagement of multiple stakeholders at the national level, right from the design of the programs and also from the bottom up. Of course, it's not perfect, as Luis is saying. We are trying, but the mechanisms are there. So feel confident, even anyone, when you're at the country level, to approach respective focal points and communicate to them that we have a problem, we want to be included, so that we run away from simply being acknowledged to also programs also being focusing on the people that they need to focus at. So there are multiple opportunities on how we can achieve these, but yeah, we still need to do a lot more work, and please talk to anyone, us, myself as well included. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to rush you. The time flew by. But can I just say a huge thank you to our panelists today. I'd like to have a big round of applause for them. Thank you. And the only reason I am rushing is because I know some of our panelists do have to get off as we get to the top of the hour. So thank you very much. If you'd like to make your way down, and if you need to move to your next session, please feel free. As we bring this session then to a conclusion, I'd like to invite Mr. Lifeng Li, who is Director of Land and Water, who we heard from at the beginning of the session. He opened the session for us from the FAO, and he will help me in bringing proceedings to a close. Mr. Lifeng Li, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, thank you very much for your excellent facilitation, and to keep the energy in this room very high level. And I really thank you for your active participation to this session. I think we heard lots of, lots of different perspectives. From the country level, we all heard from the countries, they're facing the challenges. And they're facing the challenges, they also see the need for international collaboration. They see the need, this is not only the environment issue, this is also economic issues, this is the human health issues. It's really need a collaboration between the borders, between the regions, between the UN organizations. Excellent, that we also hear lots of very specific ideas, solutions, like, yes, restoration is needed, but we will have to really facing and addressing the water scarcity challenge. And we will have to look at how to restore the systems by using the native, not only the native species, but also the native soils, which often, is, never, being picked up or got forgotten. And we're also very glad and congratulations, colleagues, to publish the compendium. And it's hardworking, involved lots of scientists, and also, that's the first time that we have a compendium that can really to use as a resource. That's everything you want to know about it, at least some of the existing principles, practice, etc., and knowledges. And I'm very glad to see that the idea or the concept to develop a new initiative, engage with all the countries, engage with the UN agencies, it's already shared and it's taken a very good form. And I'm really glad to hear some of the specific suggestions from today. Colleagues, the discussion is very rich, it's hard to summarize. I really appreciate this opportunity myself. I learned a lot, and also hope this is not the end of the conversation. Let's continue to build the momentum from here. Let's continue to strengthen our collaborations, reach out to each other, share, with any progress, and call upon or email each other to say, look, I have the problem here, I need your assistance. Don't feel, hesitated, and let's strengthen this community and working together to address the global challenge that we are facing. As I said, together, I do believe we can do it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lifeng Li, thank you very much. Just to take this opportunity, final thank you to our presenters, to our panelists, our distinguished guests, and of course, the audience for today's session, and the people who've worked really hard in putting together, for example, the compendium as well. So thank you for that. And before you head off, a reminder that there is a training session. There's a 15-minute break now. It's going to be in this building, tent, marquee, but exactly where you are now is where the session is going to be taking place, and it is sand and dust storm training. We have 3 of the trainers. I don't know if they are all in the room. Could I just have a hands up if you are present at the moment? That's Charles, is that right? There's Charles, there's Nicholas at the back, and our 3rd trainer, hello, there we go. So our trainers are here. They will be here to take you through that at 3:15. Now on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I've had a wonderful time here at COP. This is my final event with you. I've been honored to be included. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of COP15. I'm returning to the newsroom. A very good afternoon, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For those of you who would like to go through the training, the sand and dust storm training, please feel free to come over to this side of the room. Let's see how many people want to do that. Ceux qui veulent faire la formation en sable et poussière, venez de ce côté. Those who like to go through the training on sand and dust storms, please come over to this side. This isn't working out very well. Obviously. Okay, is there anybody who wants to go through the training? Your thumbs up? Thumbs up. Anybody else wants to do the training? No? Okay, you're a trainer. You guys, anybody want to do the training? You got to move over here then. Come on over. Okay. Anybody else? Come on over. Oh, this will be good. We're apparently broadcasting this online too. Anybody else? Anybody want to do the training? Come on over. Come on. You know, it's not a. There's no test. There's no test at the end, so that's the good thing. Good. I like to make a little noise out there. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's okay. Be a nice little training. So good afternoon. My name is Kelly. I'm a consultant for UNCCD. I work with Uchang. And my area of specialization is actually in disasters. And the reason why I got involved in sand and dust storms was because it's kind of an unrecognized disaster in many places. So as my own background, I lived in Burkina Faso and Niger and also Togo for many years, and we would always have the harmattan and the storms and everything like that, and it was just normal part of life. It was only till decades later that Uchang hooked me into thinking about, oh, that's weird, hooked me into thinking about sand and dust storms as actually a natural hazard, which it is, which they are. And so through that process, which started 4 or 5 years ago, I've gotten very much involved in thinking about sand and dust storms as natural hazards and how society deals with them. And we'll talk a little bit more about that today. So one thing that I recognize when we're dealing with sand and dust storms is that most people don't know a lot about sand and dust storms, even if they live in a place where they occur every year. Okay, how many people live in West Africa? How many, you live in West Africa? Where do you live? Nigeria. So that happens there too. Nigeria. Okay. Anybody from the Sahelian countries? Burkina, Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan. Okay. Anyway, so we have this zone in West Africa. We'll talk about it a little bit later, where there are lots of dust storms. But there are dust storms in South Africa as well. Anybody here from Kenya, East Africa? There are dust storms in East Africa. Matter of fact, we can probably find dust storms anywhere if I look hard enough. And that's one of the things we'll talk about today a little bit, is about where the dust storms occur, okay? Because it's very important. We talk about, you see the big pictures, we talk about dust storms, and you think it might be someplace else. It's in Bamako, or it's not where I live. But in many cases, they can occur very locally where you live. We'll talk a little bit about those reasons. So what we're going to do this morning, or I'm sorry, this afternoon, I have jet lag, is we're going to talk a little bit about the background to sand and dust storms, so how they happen, what they are, et cetera, et cetera. My colleague Alexander is going to talk a little bit about STS-WAS, the warning system, how it applies to countries. And then we're going to talk a little bit about early warning. Anybody here work in early warning? For anybody? Meteorological service? No, okay. Well, we're talking about early warning because early warning is one of the key things that we have to be able to do if we want to reduce the impact of sand and dust storms. We'll get into the theory of that. And then at the end of this afternoon, we'll be talking, we'll have a little exercise. We'll talk about actually source management or source mitigation. And we'll have a little group exercise. You can work on it. Just to give you an idea about what your options are when we talk about reducing the impact of sand and dust storms, reducing where they occur. We'll have a couple of handouts. I am not sure yet whether how we'll make the presentation available, but hopefully the presentation will be made available. If you need a copy, at the end, come and see me. I'll give you my email address and I'll send you a copy. Now this training is extracted from a formal 3-day training that we would hold over 3 days. And so it's a little bit, it's a small snippet in effect of a much bigger training. So I'm going to jump through some things, and if I see that you already know this, I'm just going to go ahead. But if I see you don't know it, ask me a question. If there's nothing clear, it needs to be clarified. Oh, no. You can just load it onto the, yeah. What was I going to say? Go ahead. No, go ahead. So, that's okay. Why don't we just start by you telling us who you are and what you do?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a forester working for the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Department of Forestry and Range Resources. But at present, I'm now seconded to work with FAO office in Botswana, dealing with the environmental projects.
Okay, good.
Thank
and your
you.
name is?
Lisika.
Lisika. Just give me your name and what you do. Just a quick.
Okay, I'm Mr. Nab Kanfiag, the president and founder of Union Syndicate des Agriculteurs in Togo.
Oh, ooh.
In Togo.
No, tu viens d'où au Togo?
I'm saying Union Syndicate des Agriculteurs in Togo.
Mais toi, tu viens d'où au Togo?
Au Togo, le syndicat pour le sous-état du territoire, mais ça dépend.
Moi, je suis de Cambolais.
Très bien.
I lived, for those who don't understand, I lived in Togo for 3.5 years. So I was just telling,
Okay,
I was
thank
asking him which village he came from, and I said, I'm from a place called Cambole,
Okay, thank you very much.
which is in the middle of nowhere.
My name is Musa Ibrahim. I am from Nigeria. I am one of the land heroes of the UNCCD. Basically, I am a land activist, and I create awareness about the land as well as the activities of the UNCCD back in Nigeria and globally.
Good. What part of Nigeria?
I am from the northern part of
Northern
Nigeria.
part.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you.
Hi. Hello, hi. I'm Stefan Stromer. I'm from Austria, so not really in the center. Working at the University for Soil Physics and Soil and Water Conservation.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Seven from Tanzania. Hello?
Yeah.
Seven from Tanzania. I teach in a local university there.
Cool. Where in Tanzania?
Central Tanzania.
Oh.
Semi-arid Tanzania.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Kabia from Malawi. I work with UNTP. Collins from Abidjan. I'm a student.
Good. Anybody else in the training over here? Please grab the mic.
Thank you. My name is Olga Andreeva. I'm representing Russian Federation, Institute of Geography of Russian Academy of Sciences, and I'm studying the nexus between desertification, land degradation, droughts, land degradation, neutrality, and sustainable land management.
Oh.
Thank you.
I won't try my Russian on you, so you just pass.
Who's next?
I'm Muhammad Al Zuhairi from Iraq. I have a local NGO in Iraq working on the monitoring the policy's implementation in general environment or land degradation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you, there are two more gentlemen in the back there?
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Esende. I come from Nigeria. I work for the Nigeria National Agency for the Great Green Wall. Our work is centered on the northern area where we have drought and desertification and some sort of land degradation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Musaya Chindaba. I work with the National Agency for the Great Green Wall, Nigeria.
Good. Where is your family from?
Pardon?
Where is your family from in Nigeria?
Famai?
Well, you come from the north, the south, the east?
In the extreme northern part of Nigeria.
Northern part of Nigeria.
The 11 most, especially the 11 frontline states.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? That's fine. Good. Okay, thank you very much. That's a little introductions. That gets us started. So today, what we're going to look at is an effort that we're going to raise some awareness among you about sand and dust storms. All of you, oh, sorry, there's somebody else? All of you basically have probably experienced a sand and dust storm, even in Austria, even in Russia. But the rest of you, I know from where you come from. I've been to Iran. I know you experienced sand and dust storms. So we're going to talk a little bit about the nature of those, raise awareness. We're going to talk about impact-based, people-centered, or centric, as they say, centric there, warning systems. And this is a new, sort of a new idea that's come out. You saw it mentioned earlier in some of the presentations about how to warn people. And we'll talk about the theory behind that. And then we'll talk to some, we'll have an exercise and talk, and you'll be able to look through some options for managing source areas of SDS. Okay. There's a lot of work going on in that area, but what we've done is we've extracted about 39 different methods that you can look at and see which ones match the needs that you have. So this is a combination of presentations, discussions, and practical exercise. If you've not figured it out already, I'm from the United States, and I speak English very fast. So if I'm talking too fast, stop me. If you don't understand what I'm saying, stop me. If you don't understand what I'm saying and you don't stop me, that's your fault, not my fault. Okay? So it's your responsibility. So stop me. Good. Any questions? Fine. Moving on. So this is the agenda. You can see that we're into the welcoming opening. We'll have a break, about 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll have a little coffee, tea, a little snack. And then we'll come back and talk about early warning and reducing SDS events, source management, and land degradation neutrality. And we'll close a little bit after 6 o'clock, hopefully not too late. Good. So right now there are actually there's sort of 2.5 of us. Nick is over there, but Alexander, stand up. Alexander's going to talk a little bit at one point. I'm going to do most of the talking. And Nick over here, you all know Nick. He'll help us out when I can't figure out what's happening. He knows much more. They both know much more about sand and dust storms than I do. Okay, we already did that. That's cool. So now I'm going to talk primarily about what SDS are and how they impact people's lives in society. This will repeat some of what you heard earlier, and some of you have already heard this many times. So just don't try to fall too asleep while I'm going through this. So we'll see if this works. That didn't work. Anyway, there's a little nice video. Yeah, it's a video, but there's no. It should be a thing. No, it's okay. You can. Usually there's a start button right there. That's okay. No, it's just a little bit. So the video was just going to explain a little bit about the nature of sand and dust storms. One of the things that is interesting about sand and dust storms is that we know a lot about certain things, but we don't know a lot about certain other things. Okay, so how many people know that sand and dust storms are critical for the Amazon? Anybody knew that? You knew that. Okay, I know you knew that. So sand and dust storms are critical for the Amazon because the dust that comes from the Sahara, the Sahel, goes to the Amazon and it provides nutrients. Okay? How many know that sand and dust storms are critical for the oceans? Okay, good. So same thing happens. Sand and dust storms bring nutrients to the ocean, and they seem to be a critical part of the life cycle of oceans. What that means is that if we stopped all sand and dust storms, we'd have some serious problems. Okay? But at the same time, and as I presented earlier today, we know that sand and dust storms have a negative impact on health. They trigger serious diseases. They can contribute to people dying. So how do we deal with something in which on the one hand we need for the global situation to survive, but on the other hand contributes to people losing their lives? So this is the dichotomy. This is the challenge with sand and dust storms. So can anybody give me a reason why sand and dust storms are important? I just gave you the reasons, so we don't have to worry about this. The reason they're important is they are critical for our global ecology, yet they present a hazard. They are a hazard, and they can contribute to people having dying, or their animals dying, or their roads being blocked, or their airplanes not flying, all these negative impacts that we have from sand and dust storms. So, global dust emissions have increased. You saw this in another presentation. They've increased over time. Obviously, we need to find out why, but the expectation is human action has caused that, has contributed to that increase. So anthropogenic action has created more dust coming out. Anybody heard of the Great Dust Bowl in the United States? You didn't? Oh, it was before my time. It was actually before Nick's time in Alexandria. In the 1920s and 30s, there was an area in the United States where they plowed the land. They plowed the grass off the land and they planted. And then the weather changed. They had strong winds and they had massive dust storms. You saw the picture provided by our colleague from Iran. It was like that in the United States in certain areas. People fled the area in mass. Dramatic impacts. So that's one of the problems that we have from sand and dust storms. But it seems to be that they're increasing over time. It affects the climate system. As I said, it's important for the Amazon, but also there's some linkage between dust in the atmosphere and the number of hurricanes or the number of cyclones or typhoons. And so it's part of the global system. We need to understand that. Contributes to health problems. We've talked a lot about that. Meningitis is an issue in West Africa. Of course, asthma and bronchitis, emphysema, and some other diseases. I mentioned that earlier. Socioeconomic impacts. There we go. What's interesting is in a lot of the discussions about sand and dust storm, they're very technical. They're looking at the nature of the dust or how it transmits or how fast the wind is and things like that. What's interesting is there hasn't been a lot of discussion, that much discussion about the social impact of dust. So, I will not talk too much about gender today because we don't have time, but I'll give you an example. You're in the city of Niamey. A big dust storm comes through. Who cleans the house? Can anybody tell me who cleans the house when the dust storm comes through and fills up the house with dust? Anybody have any ideas? The women, usually, except in my case, because I had a houseboy, the houseboy had to clean my house because I left all the windows open. Okay, even when you closed the windows, the dust got inside. I had a friend whose wife had just cleaned the whole house, and then the dust storm came through and made everything dirty again. Okay, so we're not going to have a session on gender, but one of the things we need to keep in mind is that there is gendered impacts and gendered consequences about sand and dust storms. particularly cleaning, but a lot of other things. So these socioeconomic impacts are something that requires a lot more thought. It's not crop damage, livestock. There's a lot of other social issues that come up in this element here in sand and dust storms. Why do I say that? Well, we know that from looking at other hazards, flooding, earthquakes, tornadoes, cyclones. We know there's a lot of gender issues there, and these need to be explored more in the socioeconomic area. Yet, at the same time, as I said before, we know that dust is a vital part. So we're faced with a very significant challenge. We can't stop all dust storms because the world ecology will fall apart, probably, maybe. But if we don't manage it properly, as a hazard, we always have the risk of people having very negative outcomes, as they say. That's why all the attention to SDS. Now, you may think it's obvious what an SDS is. Okay. By the way, you notice that most of us don't say sand and dust storms all the time. We just say SDS, SDS, SDS. Well, that's because we want to hide the fact that it's actually a little bit more complicated than just sand and dust. Okay. It's actually more dust than sand, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So we want to define it. So, very simply, the transport of mineral particles from the ground into the air. That's what sand storm or dust storm is. Of course, there's wind involved. That's cool. They're typically associated with arid and semi-arid areas, Sahelian zone, Sahara, desert, that kind of thing. But we're increasingly finding sand and dust storms taking place, particularly dust storms taking place in areas where we would never expect them. In the Arctic, for instance. It's a big issue. It's an emerging issue. A lot of attention to that. In northern Siberia, a big problem. Now, one of the problems happens, for instance, in northern Siberia is that you have fires and dust. So fires, smoke and dust are different things. So understanding those differences is a bit of a challenge. But mostly associated with arid and semi-arid areas. They can occur anywhere where there's dry, unfrozen ground, unprotected, dry, frozen, unprotected soil, and wind speed. And the wind speed is not that great. I think it's, what, 30 miles an hour? Nick, or Alexander, do you know, 30 miles? 30 kilometers? The wind speed. You don't think there's a defining wind speed? Depends on the particle size. Okay, so let me put it this way. The wind to create a dust movement is much less than the wind needed to create a hurricane or a cyclone or a tornado. It's not that much wind that can generate dust movement into the atmosphere. Three phases: entrainment, which means picking up, basically, of the surface material, which we can also call dust or sand, transport through the atmosphere, and then the final thing is deposition. So we heard somebody earlier today from Antigua in the Caribbean come and talk about it, and they have dust coming from the Sahel. Okay, it gets transported every year there, and it's why the tourists go there, because it makes for really nice sunsets when the dust is out there. It makes for a nice sunset. Good. Any questions about these definitions here? I'll give you a practical example here. So this is what Alexander was talking about. So you have essentially 4 different types of entrainment, or starting the process of bringing dust into the atmosphere. So you have the wind over here. You have creep, which is just the things rolling along the ground. And they're not too big, 500 milligrams, 500 microns, 5 microns. 500 microns are, they're not big rocks, they're little rocks, not that big. Then you have things that salt, they jump. Something hits them and they jump, or the wind causes something to hit them and they're jumping. That size. You have short-term suspension, which is the 20 to 70 microns, and then you have the long-term. If you go to the beaches when it's really windy, you'll actually feel this. You can feel the saltation, the sand hitting your feet. It doesn't rise up to your knees. It's just the sand blowing across the surface. So saltation is one way things move. And then you have the long-term suspension, which is the stuff that gets way high in the atmosphere and transports for long distance. There are other phenomena here, one of which is when the saltation, things hitting each other break them up into smaller pieces. And so it's a process, a long-term geological process of making smaller and smaller pieces out of stuff. But these are the sizes. Okay. Any questions about this? It's clear what it is, what a sand and dust storm is, and this is what happens. You have different types of things moving along. Yes, Nick, please.
Just to complicate things, that is a fair summary of particle sizes, but on occasion, really big sand-sized particles can be lifted very high into the atmosphere and be transported many thousands of kilometers. It's not usual, but it does happen, and we're not entirely sure how it happens.
Okay, if you also know something about it, locusts can travel on the same winds, and they're much bigger than the sand. So sometimes if the wind speeds are right, things will lift and move up, travel a long distance. Good. This is the big picture, from the ground to the air and back. So it's actually better to see it over here, really. So you have the wind, you have turbulence. So the wind doesn't flow straight even. It hits things and it moves around. So its speed here may change when it lifts over something, over a big rock, and then it may pick up as it goes down on the other side. So it's not a consistent situation. So you have saltation down here, dust being picked up. You can have deposit, which is one type is called dry deposit, just things getting dusty. And you also have rain that can cause the deposit of dust. Okay, so it's a bit of a complicated system here of all these things coming together. Roughness will slow the wind down. It can increase the deposition. In other places, it may channel the wind in certain directions, so you'll have heavy erosion in one place and not in others. So there's a lot of different things happening here. You can see these elements down here: soil texture, roughness, trapped particles. That leads you into some of the things that we'll talk about in terms of managing the sources, what you need to do to manage a source, which is basically breaking up the speed of the wind, slowing down or disturbing the speed of the wind so it doesn't reach that speed, which allows it to pick things up. Any questions about this? Oh, by the way, there is the compendium. So what I'm telling you now is all from the compendium, these pictures and all this text. So there's the compendium. Unfortunately, you have to be able to speak Spanish to understand it right now because somebody took all the English copies. And there's some French left, I think, over here. Arabic, Chinese, Russian. The compendium will be available shortly, and it has all of this information in it, and that's where you can go to find out all these other kinds of things. Good. Can anybody tell me what that is? Yeah, what do you think that is?
And the sun, I'm seeing that it's ocean, and the sun is shining on the ocean, and I think the water is pushing the sun, taking them small. That's what I'm seeing there.
That's a pretty good thought, but that's not right. It's a good thought, though. That's a good answer. Sorry, somebody in the back raised their hand.
I would say that is smoke creeping over some terrain.
Yeah. Anybody have any other ideas? Okay, what this is said to be, you can't read it, it says dust storm. This is somebody in an airplane flying over central United States, and they took a picture of a dust storm. Okay. It's not small. It's, 100 miles, something like this. It's a big system that's moving along. So this is one type of storm that you'll see quite often. You'll come across. It can be called what could it be called? Alexander, what would you call this? Haboob.
Haboob type of dust storms and usually local scale.
Haboob, usually local scale. Haboob is an Arabic word. Anybody here speak Arabic? I think it means dust storm. But anyway, But actually, in some other countries, they've started to use that word. In the United States, we use the word haboob for this type of storm, even though it's a foreign word. So you'll find haboob mentioned a lot. So haboob, we'll talk about it later, but you see that it's very dramatic, okay? This is actually a picture from Niamey 2 years ago. If anybody's been to Niamey, this is the Ministry of Commerce here, and it's taken from the, I think, El Nasser building, and it's looking northwest, basically, and here you have the wall of dust coming in. So it's this thing, but this is from the ground level. Very dramatic, very, very dramatic. Guess what? In this case, guess what happened when that dust went by? There are 2 or 3 things that typically happen when this kind of storm comes by. Has anybody been through one of these? Oh, no, but what happens first?
Suspension.
Well, but what happens first? The storm is coming here. You can see it coming. And then it covers the houses. Oftentimes it'll get dark, like night, okay? Gets dark, and there's wind blowing because this is the front of a weather system here, okay? So it gets dark, the wind's blowing, and guess what happens sometimes towards the end of the storm, towards the end of the wall of dust? Guess what happens? Huh? It rains.
It rains.
Rains. It rains. Yes, you can get very heavy rain right after the end of this. On the other side of it, it can rain quite heavily, cause flooding some places. So this is a phenomenon which is actually very strange because on the one side of it, it's a big dust storm. But just as it goes through, you can actually have very heavy rains on the other side of it. And as a matter of fact, in Niamey or in Ouagadougou, those rains can actually cause damage to buildings. They're so intense. And in some places, they call them the mango rains. So you have a phenomena where it's dusty, a haboob, but then you have rain. So are you happy to have a haboob or not? Not if you have to clean your house, if your house is full of dust. But these storms actually can be good things because they can bring rain for your crops and things like that. So again, the difference between dust storms being bad, but dust storms actually bringing you good. Okay? It's a trade-off. Here's another picture. Anybody give me an idea where this is from? Okay, this is from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And this is not a haboob. It's not this or this. This is just dusty, just dust. Okay? So we have different types of dust storms. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But it's important to understand the difference between the different storms because they have different impacts. This storm here does not bring rain. It's just dusty. A lot of work cleaning your house. Whereas this storm here brought rain. Okay. Can anybody tell me about this picture? Okay, this picture tells you you have to watch out for false news. I don't know where it came from. It's bizarre. It's actually a bizarre picture because you have the cow flying there, and also you have these camouflage buildings in the desert. I mean, why would you why would you paint a building in the desert green? I don't know. But what you do see a lot of times, if you Google online, you'll see a lot of pictures of this type of event, these haboob, this or that, very dramatic, okay? But you have to realize, you have to remember that they're a natural phenomena, and in some places they actually may be beneficial because they have rain right behind them. They bring rain with them. Flying cow, though, that's a good one. Okay. So what I want to do is give you, unfortunately, I think I only have 15 copies. We seem to have gotten more people than I thought we were going to have. So take one, share them. What we're going to do now is talk about what we call the typology of different types of sand and dust storms. Because before you can address the hazard, you have to know the nature of the hazard. If I tell you it's flooding, first thing you want to know is what kind of flooding. Is it a flash flood, a river flood? Is it ocean flood? Is it long-term flood? Is it short-term flood? Is it in In Russian, they have underground flooding, which in English doesn't make sense, but in Russian I know it's a term. So you have all sorts of different types of flooding, and what we need to know is what are the different types of dust storms, okay? Because they're going to have an impact on people's lives, but they're also going to define how you manage them, okay? So if you do something for one type of storm and it's not the storm that you're dealing with, you're not going to be successful. You want to understand the type of storms. So the handout that I gave you, unfortunately there are only about 15 copies. If you want one later, contact me, I'll send it to you. Or get a copy of the compendium. No, that's okay. No. I'm just checking, maybe it's actually in the compendium. I don't think so. No, it's not in the handout. Anyway, so we'll go through this and talk about it quickly. So, high intensity, large area. This is what we were talking about, the flying cow. That's high intensity, large area. Big storms, the haboob. Sometimes they can be local, but other times they can be quite long. So, and the haboob have a very defined weather system here. And of course they look like that. They can be relatively small, or they can actually be hundreds of kilometers long, depending on the weather system. One advantage is that this type of weather system here is easy to see in a satellite imagery. So you can actually track these fairly well, and the SES WASP people track them because they're a weather system that moves regionally. So another thing is a low or moderate intensity large area. So here you have, I think that's the Gulf here, you have Saudi Arabia, and there's dust blowing across that area. It's not as intense as this, but it's still dust, and it's still covering a long area. And Amma was talking about the shamal, the wind from the north in the Gulf states blowing, and it can blow for days, 40 days, just keeps blowing dust down. But it's not as intense, okay? Then we have high intensity, small area. This is a picture from Egypt, pyramid, and you can see the dust blowing here. It's pretty intense. Matter of fact, on the ground level, you probably can't see very far, but it's not covering as a really large area, so it's a relatively small area. Often you find these types of events where, for instance, there are two mountains, and there's a gap between the mountain and the wind picks up speed as it blows through, and there'll be dust coming out of that. There's a place like that in Agadez in Niger, where the wind comes around the mountains and it blows dust over Agadez. I don't know why they put the city there, but that's what happens. So in the afternoon, every afternoon during a certain time of the year, there's always the wind blows and it always gets dusty. You drive 20 kilometers south of the city, there's no dust. Or north of the city. Low to moderate intensity, small area. So this is a field that had been plowed recently, probably I think in Colorado. And you can see the wind just picking up the dust. It was Colorado or Oregon, Colorado I think. Just the wind's just picking up the dust off the ground. Not a big deal, except if you're worried about soil erosion, wind erosion, because you can have lots of erosion take place over an area once it's been plowed like this. So it's a relatively small thing, but still something you need to be concerned about. This is deadly. We have this in many places, I think in Oman they have them, in Saudi Arabia, in the United States, and other places. So a very intense storm, but a very small area. You see the highway, and you can just see the storm is as big as the highway. And it turns out there's in this location, there's what's called a playa, a beach, an area of dust that's just sitting there, and the wind comes along and it picks it up. And if you're driving down the highway at 140 kilometers an hour, and all of a sudden you drive into something where you can't see where you're going, you might have a problem. So this is a common issue where you have traffic accidents that will be very big traffic accidents. And in some places, for instance, in Arizona in the United States, they actually have lights and signs and everything to get people to slow down, not to drive through these too quickly. By the way, you're driving down a highway, and all of a sudden you drive into a dust storm. What do? If you stop driving, you're in the middle of the highway, somebody's going to drive into you. No, they can't see you because all of a sudden it's dust. They can't see anything. The red lights of your taillights actually get strange looking in the dust. So you don't want to stop on the highway. What do? Huh?
I suggest that you stop, but you go off the road.
Good idea. Slow down, pull off the side of the road so somebody doesn't drive into you. What do you do next? But before that, what do you do? Take some pictures. Yes, okay. Get out of your car and take pictures. Okay. What else do you do?
You call 991.
And they'll say, oh, yes, that's the dust storm. That's a good idea, though. Tell them that there's a dust storm. That's important. But, so one thing you do, another thing you do is you take your foot off the brake. Because if you have your foot on the brake, your taillights are on. And if somebody's driving down the road and all of a sudden they hit the dust, they'll see your taillights and they think they should follow you. And they'll drive into you. It happens, okay? So first, pull off the road, take your foot off the brake, turn off your lights if the lights are on, so nobody thinks they should follow you. Put on the handbrake, and just wait. Because these storms will usually pass within 10, 15 minutes. They just blow away, okay? But if you don't follow those things, very likely somebody will drive into you from behind. Or you'll drive into somebody ahead of you because you're following their headlights. Or you're following their taillights. So actually in the United States, in Arizona, they have a program every year saying pull over and stay alive. Get people during the dust season to get people to pull over and stay alive because they know that people will crash into each other. So they analyze the causes of it. I think in Saudi Arabia, they're thinking about maybe the same kind of thing, and some other countries have been trying this as well. But again, you got to know what type of storm you're having to do that. Good. And then finally we have the low intensity, very large area. Here we have dust. It's hard to see actually. Dust coming off of West Africa here and traveling over to traveling over I think to Brazil. Okay. Long transported dust, very high in the atmosphere. Generally very small dust, very fine dust. Although, as Nick pointed out, in some cases there actually can be sand that's transported that way. So these are the 6, is it 6? There's 6 types of sand and dust storms. Now there are variations between these. One storm may start out one way and become something else. It may turn out to be that it's a combination of things. There are a lot of variations. But with these 6 types of typology, then when you go to somebody and say, have you had a dust storm? Yes. What kind? And they go, well, it was, and they start describing it, and you don't know because, you know, they're talking, you don't know what they're talking about. You can actually take them a picture. Take them a picture and say, does it look like this? Does it look like this? Look like this? What this means is that, from my perspective, in terms of managing the hazard, it helps you understand what you're dealing with. Because the way you respond to a haboob is quite different than the way you might respond to a harmattan or to a little dust storm like this one. Totally different approaches, totally different ways of dealing with it. Okay. So the reason why I want to mention this again is that if you don't know what kind of problem you're dealing with, you're not going to be able to be effective in dealing with the problem. Good. Any questions? Okay, now I know where we are. So the other issue is that we have source areas. And you'll see this map. You'll hear about this, a lot of discussion about it. No, it's okay. Yeah. Oh, you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
So is there any relationship between the Harmattan and the Santos? The Santos.
So this can be on the ground. This can be what a harmattan looks like. It's not the harmattan. See, the difference is the weather system that creates a harmattan is different than what creates a haboob. So Harmattan, for those of you who don't know, Harmattan is in West Africa. And it blows down to Nigeria, of course, and to the coast. It's a constant flow of wind blowing from the northeast, and it picks up dust as it goes through. In many cases, it's not very thick. Sometimes it gets very thick. You can see it very well. And then sometimes it blows through. So in Niamey or Ouagadougou or Bamako, you may have the Harmattan. 2 days later, it's in Guinea-Conakry or Abidjan or Lomé, where the Harmattan is blowing through. And the weather in Bamako or Niamey is fairly clear. Okay. I was once flying with a pilot. I was flying it from Niamey to Agadez. And in Niamey, the Harmattan was really bad. And my two colleagues refused to fly. And we kept telling them, no, if we go to Agadez, it's really clear up there because it's all blown down here. But it's a pattern that blows back and forth. It's with the intertropical convergence zone. It's a weather pattern. Whereas the Haboub tends to be a front that moves across West Africa. Okay. They're both weather patterns, and they're very much associated with each other, but the intensity of the wind, basically, is different between the two. Haboub is churning like this, whereas Harmattan is just constant blowing. Although Alexander may be having a heart attack now because that may not be the real technical explanations, but it's pretty close, I think.
One type of dust storms is not well included in this six. It's what is called dust devil.
Any Burkina here? People from Burkina? In Burkina, in language of Ouagadougou, they call it a Silmande. There's a hotel called Silmande there, by the way. It's a brown hotel because they have the dust devils. Yeah, dust devils wasn't included because it only harms little children. You know. Has anybody seen that? With a dust devil picking up a little child? I've seen children run into them trying to get picked up by the dust devil. Did you do that when you were a child? You play in them, yeah. So, Alexander, you're right, but I don't think they're taking it seriously if I told them it was a major problem. Okay, Silmande, dust devil. Good. So I want to talk about source areas, and then I think we'll probably get to a break here. So if you have a location where the soil is open, it's not protected by vegetation or something else, and the wind, and it's dry, and it's not frozen soil, you can't really make dust out of it. So it has to be dry, it has to be unfrozen, it has to be unprotected, or largely unprotected. And the wind is of the right speed, and we weren't quite sure what that speed is, but it's enough to pick up the dust and move it along. Then that could be a source area. But not every place where those conditions are met will you necessarily have a dust storm for a variety of reasons. So it really turns out to be locally what you see. Now, globally, we know where the big source areas are. As a matter of fact, UNCCD on their website has a map where you can look at it and find where all the big source areas are. But what I'll talk about now is some of the peculiarities of source areas. So you have North Africa, Chad, West Africa, West Asia, East Asia, North America, Australia, South America, South Africa. What's missing? Europe is kind of missing from this, isn't it? Huh? Actually, yeah, East Africa is kind of missing from this. I have to go back and look at that again. By the way, North Africa, if you're in Europe, North Africa is everything down to the equator. So that would actually include much of East Africa, although East Africa alone is not included. But we'll come back to that. Yeah, the Arctic is not included. We'll come back to that in a minute. So here's a map of the world, source areas. So you have what's called North Africa, which is actually the Sahel zone. You have Central Asia, big dust area. Okay. You have West Asia. That circle needs to move up a little bit there, but you have West Asia, a lot of dust activity in that area. You have Australia, it's all dust in Australia. There's a lot of dust in Australia. You have Southern Africa, a lot of source areas, particularly on the west coast. But you would see also some, you kind of see some things in Tanzania there, Kenya, and down here, Botswana, you know, there's a lot of dust areas, source areas. Southern Africa, Southern America, South America. What's interesting here is because you have a desert area up here, the Atacama, which is in Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina, but you also have a dust area down in the south, in the Pampas of Argentina, and they recently were having fires and dust storms down in that area, and floods, everything happening at the same time. And then you have sort of this area in Brazil, and I'm not sure whether that's a natural dust area, source area, or whether it's an area that was created because of people have gone in and changed land use to agriculture. So, one other place, North America. So as, what was her name? The woman from Mexico who was speaking. She pointed out that Mexico does have dust storms in this area, Chihuahua Desert, Sonora Desert, and they actually blow into the United States. You can distinctly see them on the satellites where they come from, where they go. Any observations about this? Aside from East Africa, any place I missed? Well, Alexandra pointed out that the Arctic isn't on the list, and we know that's an emerging issue. But we have dust storms in Iceland. Because there are volcanoes in Iceland, and they put out ash, and the ash gets blown around in the wind, and it blows over Reykjavik. So Reykjavik actually has dust storms. It turns out the dust, the volcanic dust, is not very good for you because it's angular, it's a little sharp, whereas the dust from Chad is flat. Not good for you, but it's not as bad as the Icelandic dust. So that's something that we've been looking at more recently in the research, that you have locations where you wouldn't expect to see a dust storm, but you're finding dust storms. By the way, there's this little spot here in Spain where you probably have dust storms as well, but they probably occur at the same time dust is coming from Africa, so it's a little bit unusual. What else have we got? Alaska. We have dust storms in Alaska. Just recently understood, and one of the things about these dust storms, oops, going too fast here. The Alaska storm is that the dust actually is very much, it may have a similar impact as the dust coming from the Sahara, because it blows out over the Pacific Ocean and provides minerals to the Pacific Ocean. Strangely enough, it's actually a river, it's a large river, and the wind blows down, when the water goes down to the river, the wind blows down the canyon, the valleys, and blows dust out into the ocean, into the Pacific Ocean. And they think now, I think some of the research suggests that it may be having the same beneficial impact that the storm, that the dust coming off of the Sahel does. Okay, so we find generalized global systems, but we're also finding all these little places that don't necessarily conform to the idea that there are 5 or 6 major source areas around the world. Matter of fact, I told you about, I wonder what that is. I told you about the Dust Bowl in the United States. Well, the Dust Bowl in the United States, which was a massive problem, is actually located outside of the major source area in the United States. It was something that was caused by human action. Humans went out and they plowed the land, and they ended up with a big dust bowl. So you can find major source areas in places where you might not expect them. You also have this area in Brazil, as I mentioned. Whether this is an area that's natural or because of human action is something that's worth looking into. You have the situation in particularly India, North India and Pakistan, where you have people burning their fields at the same time that there's wind blowing that would bring dust into that area. So distinguishing between the dust and the smoke is a big problem, because smoke is different than dust. And then, has anybody heard of valley fever? Valley fever is something that was identified in the United States associated with dust blowing in one part of the United States, where that arrow is now. And if you look at the map, you wouldn't know that that was a source area. It was just a local area San Joaquin Valley that turned out to be a major, turned out to be a source of disease in the dust. Okay, so disease on the dust. So my point here is that we have the major areas. You know, here, these big areas we talk about. But what we're finding is that you can find dust storms almost anywhere. In the Arctic, in Iceland, in Alaska. We haven't heard any about any down in the Antarctic yet, but it might be getting there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, there are volcanoes in Antarctic as well. My point being, even if you live in a place where you think there are no dust storms, there probably will be at some point for the variety of different reasons, whether it's land degradation or other changes that take place. Good. Any questions?
Between what Saudi Mecca, why that place, that point, why the source is very high? That place, why is it high?
Because there's nothing that grows there. In Saudi Arabia? Yeah, there's nothing to grow there. The red means that the potential for dust is very high. Okay. Because there's nothing growing there. It's desert. Have you been to Mecca or Medina? No, I mean, I was in Jeddah, and I drove all over the area, and in the wadis there's vegetation, but outside the wadis there's just not very much vegetation. And there's nothing to hold the dust down. There's nothing to trap the dust, no vegetation. So you get dust a lot. Yeah. Any other questions about the map? The map.
Yeah.
You got a mic too, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christine Kipsang. I have a question on the circles you have done, especially the one of North Africa. You have said those are the source areas. So how far does how do you measure? If you look at those circles, they're like tied to one another like this. Like the one of Arabia, yes. So how do you measure that this dust has originated from Africa and not Arabia and all that? And then the second question, I think I should have asked the question before this presentation, the one on this part, whereby you said the Abub, the one of large area and intensity, I think it's type 2 or type 1. You said that it can cause rain. And then we saw a cow flying and what have you. So does it matter that you have vegetation and you are in the impacted area? Does it matter, or it will still be uprooted or destroyed or something like that? Does it matter that you have vegetation? Thank you.
So let me take the second question first. So Habub, let me go back to that. Oops. Go all the way back. So Habub are caused by a weather system here, a thunderstorm. It's a line of thunderstorms moving across the line. In many places, such as West Africa and the Sahel, the Habub come in the transition from the dry season to the wet season. So the first storms that come usually come over land that there's nothing, the crops have been taken off the land, the animals have eaten all the grass, the land is very bare. In some places they've actually started to plow the land, and that all contributes to the ability of the storm to bring dust into the atmosphere. Okay. The same weather system a month later, let's say March, April, May. In May there's very little dust because the land already has vegetation starting to grow, or let's say June. By June, the same system doesn't generate very much dust at all. It looks like a big storm. It's the fact that the land is unprotected, the soil is unprotected, and that's where you create the dust. Okay. So it's a bit of a seasonal phenomenon. If the same storm, the same weather that comes in March comes in August, it's totally different. In March there'll be a lot of dust, a haboob. In August, it just rains. Yeah, and farmers are happy because they need the rain. Second, the other question. What was the other question?
Okay, the sources, the way you showed that there is a source from North Africa and the Arabian side, and that two circles are, they are close to each other. So how will you be able to know that this dust originated from one area and not the other?
The way this map was developed was that people looked at the soils that existed there. If they meet the criteria for the type of soil, the amount of vegetation that's covered, and also historical patterns. Okay, so if for instance in Jeddah, which is here, they're always having dust storms, then they know which way the wind blew, so they think that it came from that place. The issue about where the origin of the dust is something that's quite complicated. You heard Amina, I think from Kuwait, talk about how they analyzed the dust to find the origin of it. So this is to say dust has come from that place. It doesn't necessarily say it knows where the dust went. Yeah.
And then another question related to the other type, the one which is low density. I have the paper here. Low or moderate intensity and large area, type 2, like that one, yes.
That one, yeah.
No, not that one. Then the other one, which is plain. That one.
Yeah.
That one is very common in Kenya. So my question is, should we be worried that one day we'll have a boob or something like that? Or something, what mitigation factors should we do so that we do not escalate to the one which is of small area and high intensity? Thank you.
So this situation here, if the wind's blowing, you have dust. If a weather front comes through, big storms come through, then they can create a haboob under those conditions. It's just different weather conditions will lead to different outcomes. Okay. But if you have this problem in Kenya, it means you have a very bad soil erosion problem, because the wind can carry hundreds of tons of soil away, just blowing. So you have an erosion problem here. So land degradation neutrality, you have a land degradation problem, even if you don't have a big dust storm. Okay. I hope I haven't totally confused you, but we're working on it. Okay, so the final point I wanted to make was that not all source areas are big. As you can see from this highway here, this is in Arizona, or volcano in area in Iceland. So you can have source areas that are 1 kilometer long by 5 kilometers deep. Somebody plowing a field in the spring when it's dry, they can create a little dust storm. And we've seen a lot of times in traffic accidents associated with that. Good.
it's okay. I'm Alexander Baklana from the World Meteorological Organization and from Science Innovation Department, and actually responsible for Sun and Dust Storm Warning Advisory System in Secretariat of WMO. Actually, I would like to inform about our system, not only and also how to move from global to national sun and dust storm forecast and monitoring systems on example of work that we are realizing with our partners. Of course, probably most of you participated on the morning session, so I will not repeat these issues what I already demonstrated. I just would like to stress what practically SDS was, what is we call it Sun and Dust Storm Warning Advisory System, an assessment system what was developed by many partners around the world on the WMO request, and it is actually the only worldwide initiative for longest running sun and dust storm research and operational forecasts. And work what is realizing, as you can see from the first slide, really sun and dust storm is a really global problem, because here this belt is actually sun and dust storms, and here Australia is a separate place. And of course, we start from global forecast, and many partners of WMO provide global forecast, and for example, this ICAP ensemble includes 9 models from different countries for forecast of dust. And in particular, one of the such model now is considered a service provided by Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, and working 24 hours, 7 days. And of course, as operational center and service, they have a mirror computer, and of course, it should be working in any situation without any breaks. In comparison, for example, with research forecast. But okay, if we are able to forecast on global scale of sun and dust storms, what is the problem? Unfortunately, as Kelly nicely presented, we have many types of sun and dust storms, and not always, especially dust storms like Habub, are able to be resolved by global models, because resolution is poor, and also not physical processes and turbulence mechanisms are included in such models. So we have to go to downscaling and regional scale models. This is the reason why we came to idea of regional nodes and centers, and I already mentioned what we have now 3 regional centers, and also 2 new centers are now under construction for West Asia and GCC region. And of course, there we focus on high resolution, and also each regional center hosted by 1 or maybe 2 countries, but it's contribute from different models and from different countries. So it's joint international efforts. For example, for the NAMI node, European node, we have, I think, about 15 countries involved, and most of them provide own models around to ensemble of models. How it works? Of course, a forecast is based not only on modeling. Extremely important part of that is observation. And observations can be different types, and here you can see example of satellite remote sensing. It is a new and very important source of information, especially because satellite data usually available real time or near real time, and it is great help for modelers to evaluate models and also assimilate data. But only satellite and remote sensing data are not enough. Because again, we have to verify how instruments are working, and also most of satellites, at least until nowadays, provide only integrated aerosol optical depths and not vertical distribution, which is important for different applications and impact assessment of sun and dust storms. So we usually combine different types of in situ data observation, like for example, Global Atmosphere Watch Program, what coordinated by World Meteorological Organization, and of course many environmental observation on national level by environmental agencies, and they are very important for that. And Met services also have the easiest way. It's visibility. All meteorological stations usually also include visibility. So it's a kind of first criteria for coming dust storm. And of course, other part of data includes source data and parameterization of sources of data, and comprehensive models, which are actually combining meteorological models and particles transport and chemical transformation and deposition and interaction with the atmosphere and with precipitation. And of course, for such models, extremely important supercomputers, and it is a really expensive modeling system. This is the reason, one of the reasons why we suggest regional centers where such computing facility exists. And of course, for different regions, it could be run with models with higher resolution than the global models. So what we are doing actually in our regional centers, for example, like for the Barcelona Center provided for North Africa and Middle East, forecast with high resolution and with many models, as I mentioned it. And also here for Asia Node, it's hosted by China Meteorological Administration. This is provided 74 hours forecast, and many of centers now switch to 1 week forecast. So it's longer time, and of course a much higher resolution. Here you can see forecast for next days and for example today over the Southeast Asia by the Asian Node Center, and for Barcelona Center for the NAMI node, they recently provided a new website where you can upscale and select your region and your country and see forecast for 3 days at least for dust storms. Here I cannot demonstrate, but if you click this website for Barcelona Dust Regional Center forecast, you can upscale and select any region of their modeling domain, and this domain includes actually 12 models, including also global and regional models with high resolution. However, this is also not enough. And for example, in I think July 2014, it was huge dust storm over Tehran in Iran, and practically all models of the NAMI node, that time I think it was 8 models, failed to forecast that dust storm because the nature of the dust storm was Haboob. So for Haboobs and a local scale phenomena with convective transport of dust we need really high resolution models and much more comprehensive modeling system resolving turbulence mechanism and convection mechanisms for local scale. And this is one of the reasons why, for example, initiative for West Asia was suggested by Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Turkey, and they are working with downscaling to even higher resolution. Of course, it is not compulsory what it should be a regional center. Some countries are providing also own models forecast. Here you can see example of different countries who are running all own national models. Actually, it's quite old countries picture, and much more countries now are doing such forecast. So if some countries are able to provide own forecast for national purposes, it could be used directly for emergency preparedness and for early warning. But not all countries are able, as I mentioned, it is quite expensive, and also supercomputers powerful are needed. So this is the reason why we organize these regional centers, providing forecast and assessment not only for countries who are hosting this center, but also for larger areas. And of course, all data what I mentioned it, for example, from Barcelona Center or for Beijing Center or from Pan American Center are freely available, and you can get this data from website freely and also extract for your country. So practically forecast for sun and dust storms for main areas exist. As we already discussed, WMO or other UN agencies are not allowed to provide early warning system, because early warning is responsibility of national organizations specialized on that. So we just provide information which can be used by National Meteorological Service, inform people and forecast, and correspondingly agency which is responsible for early warning. So this is the reason what extremely important to realize the last mile, what we call to deliver forecast of sun and dust storm concentration, deposition, and also this aerosol optical depth parameters mapping for end users. So this is the reason why this SDS-WAS is preparing such system for early warning, where we combine observations and modeling forecast, and providing, and of course, using also real and near real time data observations for assimilation, and providing forecast of physical parameters, concentration, and they can be used for early warning systems. And of course, providing also special impact on different sectors of economic, for health, climate, etc. So this, you can see what at least some list of impact-based forecast is considered. And of course, warning levels could be different for example, public health, for aviation, agriculture, and also for clear industry, for example, and energy sector. So this is the reason what we need to move to early warning system, how to use such forecasting of sun and dust storm for specific users. And I suppose what it will be next question for our training. But for sun and dust storm warning advisory system, also able to provide not only forecast but also assessment for mitigation policy. and also for climate change projections and impact on sun and dust storms. So this another issue, maybe next training we can consider that. But I just would like finally say how we provide this what we call a kind of raw scientific products from forecast, like for example concentration of dust particles and deposition due to dry deposition or by precipitation, and also observations what are available for a specific area. And we provide to user-oriented products. First of all, here, for example, probability of accidents of some threshold and critical levels. And based on that critical levels, and we are going to a warning advisory system. This what Ernst Werner from Barcelona Center today morning present example of such system which was realized for Burkina Faso, and now it's realized for several other countries. And for here you can see how it works. And again, I just stress what it's not only modeling, it's also observations. And without observation and access to this such data, it is no chance to provide high quality forecast. So this work is extremely important for collaboration between countries, because sometimes sources are outside one country and affecting due to transboundary transport. So of course this is one of the reasons for international collaboration needed. And here you can see what for West Asian countries such system realized, and this second example is for Senegal. And of course also thanks to CRUIS international funding agency support, it is also realized some observation system for example, first for Burkina Faso, for Senegal, and now it's continued for Mali, Niger, Chad, Cabo Verde, and Mauritania. Maybe it could be continued for some other countries, but of course we need also apply for funding for that. And of course, finally, for this system, outreach activities and capacity building is extremely important, and we worked with different publications, and also Dust Bulletin inform about main dust events from previous years in all regions around the world, to analyze and understand what can be done and how to measure and provide some measures to reduce dusting for policy issues. And of course, again, all forecasts of these regional centers are available from a website, and you can find and test it for your region. And of course, we also provide training courses specifically for forecasting and the use of observations. And now we continue on webinar series. Not always it is face-to-face. And just would like to inform what after tomorrow we have such a webinar in 3 p.m. Central European time, and it's focusing on variability in model airborne dust mineralogy. And each such webinar focusing on specific topics for dust storm research and forecasting. And many other links to resources what you can use. So that's just overview what we are doing, and of course would be happy to answer on questions and help for national efforts to realize such system on national level. Okay. Yes, please.
So thank you so much, Prof, for a good presentation. Just two issues. The first one being, in the absence of early warning systems, as is the case in many of these African countries, what should national bodies do? Quite often, you don't have these early warning systems in place, while dust storms are quite common, and I'm just worried that we might have health issues if nothing is done. The second part would be, is it a possibility that you share some of these presentation materials with us so that we would have a deeper, detailed study on the same? Thank you so much, sir.
Well, it's a good question, and of course, definitely, at least my presentation is available, and I would be glad if it will help for your country. Concerning the system, as I mentioned, we are not allowed to do any early warning, so we just provide information for countries, and country can use. We already have such interesting case. Some years ago, Kofi Annan, that time he already was not Secretary General of United Nations, but just because he's from Ghana, he visited Accra with his wife, and dust storm covered Accra, and it was no warning. And he called to WMO and say, why you did not provide it forecast? I especially check forecast of our Barcelona center. All models perfectly forecasted that dust storm, but the last mile didn't work. We provide freely this information, any country can use it, but if national authority are not caring about that, we cannot control all the countries. So please work with your agencies who are responsible for early warning and forecast. Data for most of countries in Northern Africa, at least available, and also for Asia from ASEAN Center. Of course, not everything perfect, as we already discussed, and for Haboub, for example, I hope it will be better quality forecasts with high resolution models and with new nodes and centers, but at least some forecasts already available and can be used. So it is now in your hands and on national authorities, Met services and environmental agencies or health authority for impact or aviation, they can use it. And of course, not always this last mile and requirements for different sectors are ready. This is the reason why this sun and dust storm coalition of United Nations was organized. There we can try to analyze this impact on complex way with different organizations together. But now we are moving to second issue of impact-based and people-centered impact forecast and early warning. So I think we can discuss also there.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much, Alexander. Let's give him some applause. I can't do it with my machine here. Thanks a lot. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? I think there's some refreshments. There's nothing to eat, unfortunately, but there's something to drink there. Have some tea, coffee, fruit, juice, and then be back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll continue. Thank you. Okay, can I ask those of you who still are at the training to come on back, bring your drink with you, and we'll manage to jump on. So in this session, we're going to talk about early warning. As opposed to late warning, or no warning. So it follows very much on the question that we just had a few minutes ago about how effective warning systems are. And one of the challenges that we face with warning systems is that oftentimes it's not quite clear what the warning system is supposed to be doing. So we'll talk about that for the next 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll get into the source management exercise. Something to look forward to. So I would ask if you're having conversations to actually go outside, right? If you're talking, just go outside. If you want to stay here, you can stay here. I don't mean you to leave. I guess I meant them to leave. Anyway, so it goes. Okay, so warning systems. So what we want to do is define what is a warning system. Because people talk about warning, they talk about early warning, they talk about different kinds of things. Alerts, advisories, different terminology. But in this case, gentlemen, could you guys go outside? It's just getting a little hard to talk over you. They're not paying attention anyway. Good. Okay, so we're defining early warning. So in this sense, warning is to take action. Okay? Warning isn't to wait. Warning means you should do something. And that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about early warning, it means giving you the warning to take action, giving you the instructions to take action before you need to take the action. And that's why it's early. There's really no late warning, because if it's too late, it's not a warning. So warning and early warning are basically the same thing. A warning deals with an imminent event, something that's going to happen fairly soon. Now, the one distinction is if you have a drought warning, because the time scale for droughts is months, it may not be the next day. SDS warning, a dust storm warning, may be the next hour. So you need to think about the hazard. So a drought warning may be much longer. But the reason why it's longer is because it's going to take you more time to deal with that warning. So the warning has to be delivered and has to be received and used in time sufficient for people to take action. A warning that comes too late is worthless, and it's not worth the effort. So it's that connection between getting the message out, what it is, and how it works that we're going to be talking about right now. So one of the things that we've recognized over time is that just saying the tree is going to fall, the sky will fall, really doesn't make any difference. What you need to do is include in that message, in that warning, things about what's going to happen and what you should do about it. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. That gets into what we call the impact-based, people-centered forecasting process, which the World Meteorological Organization is promoting. So we have various mediums for getting the message out. You have radio, television, electronic media, SMS, all these other kinds of things. And the microphone, the sound isn't working. Too bad. Well, that little thing there was supposed to give you a siren, but that didn't work. Sorry. So what you have is a distinction between passive and active systems. So if you receive an SMS, that's a passive system. You just get it. You don't know you got it. You got it. Whereas something that going off like a siren, like an alert siren, a police car or an ambulance, that's an active message. It tells you to do things. It forces you to do things. Now, in some countries, they have actually alert systems, little radios actually, and the government meteorological service will send out an alert, and the radio will start going beep, 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 and that's an active system. It's active. Whereas a passive thing saying you have an SMS, or sometimes on television they'll put something across the bottom of the television, that's a passive thing. Okay, so the distinction between the two is quite important, because if you're asleep, the thing going beep, beep, beep is important, but if you're not asleep, who cares? So, for instance, for some systems for what we call tornadoes in the United States, they're very active. They have sirens and things like that. Others not. So, passive or active, different mediums, delivering the message in time to take action. Now, what's important to understand is how people respond to these messages. One of the challenges of meteorological services globally, weather services globally, is delivering information and then having nobody do anything about it. Okay, so the question is, how do you get the right message to the right people? And we've had a lot of research on this, and it seems to be, most of the research is in the United States, but it seems to be that research works most anywhere. So I'll share with you the results of that research. So, the first thing is people need to understand the warning. If it's too complicated, if it has a lot of technical terms, jargon, special language, people aren't going to understand it, okay? If I tell you there's a storm coming, it's going to rain a lot, it's a lot different than telling you all the meteorological terminology about that. So the wording is very important. What does happen now is that people test the warning ahead of time, and after, for instance, a warning is issued, they'll go out and ask what people understood out of the warning. Sometimes they understood the exact opposite of what the warning was about. So, second point is, do you believe the warning? So somebody gets a warning, but they don't believe it. It doesn't have credibility. It depends on where it comes from, who sends it, what they think of the warning, whether it's going to impact them, whether they've heard the warning before and it didn't make any difference. So the belief in the warning is also very important. In addition to the belief in the warning, the person who receives the warning has to understand that it will actually impact on their life. I got a warning a few hours ago about intense storms in Washington, D.C., because my phone is set up to receive warnings for Washington, D.C., because I'm usually in that area. I first looked at it, I'm like, oh, 10, yeah. It didn't make any difference to me, because I'm here. Didn't get a warning about intense storms in Abidjan. So you need to make sure that I understand where the event will take place, who will affect, and everything like that. It has a bit to do with the wording. It's a bit to do with whether I believe it or not, but it also has to do with whether it's the warning reaching the right person. Then the next step we find is that people then have to decide whether they're going to do something about it. Why would somebody get a warning and not do anything about it? Well, for the first three reasons. They don't believe it, it's not appropriate to them, or they didn't understand it, so they're not going to do anything about it. Or they may do the wrong thing. But the other reason is that the warning has to be cast with time factored in. In 2 hours, your house will be underwater. You need to do something. As opposed to saying your house may be underwater. Because there's no time factor, there's no urgency to do something about it. Now, a lot of times what you'll see is a cascade of advisories, alerts, and warning, the 3 different stages. Sometimes there are more than that for different types of weather phenomena. And at these different stages, you're supposed to be ready to take more and more action. There's a system in the United States for evacuations. It says ready, set, go. So people get ready, they get set to go, and then they go. Okay. They don't get told to go, they get told to get ready, get set, go. Okay. So that's part of this process of deciding whether it requires to the warning takes, whether you need to do something because of the warning. What we find in looking at how warnings are used is that in most cases, almost every case, the research identifies that people who get a warning, even if they believe it, even if they know they need to do something, they confirm it with somebody else, with some other source. Okay. Now, I think I told Alexander, maybe sometime, I was working in India, and I was talking to a district authority, a district officer, and about cyclones. And he said, yeah, I get the cyclone warnings, and then I check on my computer to see if they're okay. Because he had a list of other places that could give him cyclone warnings. And so he confirmed it. He checked it out. People will also, they get a warning, they'll call somebody. Did you get a warning? What should I do? They'll call their relatives, they'll call a good friend. And you have to understand that because oftentimes it will take them time to confirm it. And if they don't confirm it, the likelihood of them taking action is much less. So we've gone through this whole process. We got a warning. We understood it. We believed it. We think it'll affect us. We know we need to do something about it. We've checked with somebody else. That's okay. But what are we going to do? Do we know the actions that we're supposed to take? The warning itself can include some of those actions, but people need to understand this ahead of time. So what we found is, very critical, is education about what the warning means, what you would do as a result of the warning. Okay, so it's a bit what we call preparedness. So these are the elements that we know from experience, from the research, are all important to getting people to understand and take action about a warning. Now, this may take 5 minutes, it may take 2 hours, it may take a couple of days, depending on the nature of the event. A drought, it might take somebody a week to go through this process, whereas for a strong storm, it may take them a couple of minutes. It depends. One of the key things, by the way, confirming the warning, looking out the window, and if you see a big haboob coming, well, yeah, haboob coming. So sometimes the confirmation is pretty simple. But other times it can get complicated, and particularly when people are using mobile phones and the system gets overloaded, and then people can't confirm it and they don't know what to do. There are a couple other factors here. Also, women tend to respond to warnings differently than men. The research shows that women are more risk averse than men. Or put it the other way, men go out and do stupid things and women won't. You know that? Yeah, and somebody's told you that at least once. Okay, but we know that there are differences in genders, and then women and men will react to the same warning differently. And that's also a factor to work into because you don't understand who's going to get the warning. If it's a warning during a work day when men are out working and women are in the houses, and the target's the people in the houses, then you have to understand how the reaction is going to be to that. Good, any questions about this sequence? There are other nuances. If we had a real time to go into the research, there are nuances here, but this is basically what we're looking at. Final point. Just because you got a warning and something happened doesn't mean the next time you're actually going to react to it. Oh. So what often happens is people get a warning, they go through the whole process, they evacuate, they do something, and it turns out the event wasn't as bad as the warning indicated. Okay. Or they weren't as affected as they thought they would be. So the next time they get the warning, many times they may discount it. They say, oh, don't worry about it. You know, it didn't affect me last time. The opposite can occur if they're really badly hurt, then they'll be more risk averse. So again, with all these 6 steps, you also need to understand the population, the people you're dealing with, in terms of how they get the warning. So the concept of impact-based, people-centered is very simple. So impact-based. So it's a shift from saying it will be dusty tomorrow to saying a strong dust storm is coming. It will arrive between 1500 and 1600 in top town or wherever you are. It will be particularly dangerous for those with problems breathing. Take action now. Okay? And this is what we're starting to see more with these kinds of warnings, is that they will say, take action now, or take action in the next 15 minutes. I got a warning a couple of days ago because where I'd been living in the United States, it was very foggy. And the warning said, do not go out, don't go driving if you don't have to. Okay? Very specific point. But that tells you a lot of things, and if you know what you're going to get in the warning and what you can do about it, or what you should do about it, then that's very helpful. Okay. The people-centered part is to focus on these details, how it will affect people. If people have health compromised, if they have problems breathing, if they need to take different actions in different situations, how soon they need to take the action. But it does require that people understand the warning they're going to get, which takes us back around to the issue that you need to educate people before the disaster happens, before the warning is sent out, not when the warning is sent out. So there's a lot of preparation to be done, being ready for the situation so that people understand the warning. By the way, who's the best people to talk to when you're first trying to educate people about warnings? Children. First of all, because they won't argue with you. Second of all, because they don't have the experience. And third of all, because they're used to somebody telling them what to do. Then the children go home and pester their parents. Very effective system. Okay, mother, you should do this. You should do this. We're getting a warning. I don't know. But it actually works. And so the way that you do this in a society is actually quite important. Good. Simple-based, impact-based, people-centered. Very easy. By the way, if you want to find out more about this, just Google impact-based, people-centered forecasting. And the World Meteorological Organization has several books on this. Okay, so to do this, what we want to look at 4 different things: risk knowledge, detection monitoring, warning and dissemination, and preparedness and response. Now, the reason why I've circled these is that detection and monitoring, there's quite a lot, as Alexander was pointing out, there's quite a lot of work done on this, and that's what's happening here? Okay. There's quite a lot of work done on this, and increasingly there's work being done on how to disseminate the warning. Where we find the challenges are the preparedness. Educating people ahead of time, making sure they know what to do, how to do things, and having the systems available. For instance, if you tell people to evacuate to an evacuation center, you need to have the center operating. You need to have that capacity working. So this is one area, and then the other one is risk knowledge. If you don't know the impact of the sand and dust storm, then this whole part of the process doesn't work. So you need to know that ahead of time. What this is actually meaning is that the National Meteorological Services need to start working with the national disaster offices and with other parties in the whole process to take the risk assessments that are being done and incorporate that into the actual forecasting process, the forecast and warning process. So again, this is from the WMO publication. You can go look it up. There's a lot of information in it. And by the way, it's in the compendium too, if you had a copy of the compendium. It's a pretty simple process though, but as I said, these are the 2 elements that need more work, probably. These are the 2 elements that have gotten a lot of attention. Does this look simple? This is what it looks like in theory in a country, at a country level, to get to a warning, okay? You have the National Disaster Management Office, which is done in the risk assessment. They bring that to National Meteorological and Hydrological Service. You have the Worldwide Watch, the SDS WAS here. You have all these people doing different kinds of things. What's important here is that there's an indicator, a threshold for the amount of dust in the atmosphere and how long that needs to be present so that people know when to take action. The people issuing the warnings know when to issue them. You can't just say, oh, we need a warning. You need to have standards, procedures for doing that. But this is the process. One element of this is actually interesting is that when we put it all together, we didn't actually include the air quality monitoring people in this process. And as I said this morning, in some places, air quality monitoring actually issues warnings as well. So it depends on the country. This may need to be modified to incorporate the air quality monitoring. Again, this is in the compendium. Find the compendium and you'll find this. Good. Who else should be involved in early warning? Everybody, basically, including the private sector. In some countries, the private sector is actually doing warning almost better than the government. And you look on your phone, you get AccuWeather or something like that. You'll actually find they're giving information that in some ways may be better than the National Weather Service because they have access to a lot more resources. So all these parties are involved. Pretty straightforward. Key elements in the process: effective governance, multi-hazard approach. A warning system for sand and dust storms isn't necessarily just for sand and dust storms. It could be for flooding, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunity there for building it. And then you want to consider, as I mentioned earlier, consider gender. But key question is, who is actually responsible for warning? As mentioned earlier, is it the National Meteorological Service? Is it the National Disaster Office? Is it the provincial office? Is it the governor? Is it the president? You need to be very clear about this because a lot of times we have confusion and somebody thinks they have the authority to issue the warning and they don't. But when the warning is issued, then people have to spend money to evacuate people or to do things, and then somebody asks to be compensated and gets very complicated legal and social issue, political issue some places. So that point about You have the forecast, and there has to be somebody who's designated as being the party responsible for the warning. And it's not the same in every country. Some countries, the Meteorological Service can issue the warnings. Other countries, they can't. They only issue forecasts. Good. Here's an example from South Korea. And they have what they call yellow dust events. And what's interesting is that they have two levels of warning. They have an advisory level and they have a warning level. And at these levels, they actually have the specification for what triggers that advisory or that warning. So it's very clear. They don't have any discussion. The dust gets to that level, automatically an advisory is issued, automatically a warning is issued. Okay, and that's very good because nobody ends up with a big discussion. Oh no, I want to do this. No. It hits the threshold and it happens. This is where the standard operating procedures are very important in these kinds of discussions ahead of time about who's responsible for what. So this is a good example. If you want to find out more, guess what you do? Two things you can do. You can find the compendium, because it describes it in there, or you can find Uchang, who disappeared. I guess he had to go to a meeting. But Uchang knows a lot about the system in Korea. So we won't talk too much about the systems in your countries because we had a little bit of conversation on that beforehand. Essentially, an SCS warning system is not that complicated. There's lots of information. A Santa dust storm system is not that complicated. Lots of information from the World Meteorological System. So SCS WAS, other sources provide information. You can find a lot of things online, as Alexander pointed out in his presentation. What you need to do is have the person who's responsible for doing forecasting in the country, the Meteorological Service, to incorporate that into their forecasting. In some cases, they will know what it's all about. They just nobody ever asked them to do a dust forecast. Okay, the haboobs, for instance, are very clearly a weather phenomena. The harmattan is a weather phenomena. It's not that really hard, but people aren't asked to provide forecast and warning information, then they're not going to produce it. So, in a sense, it's pretty simple. But there's a lot of hoops you may need to jump through to do it. Good. Any questions about early warning? Impact-based, people-centered, clear as mud? Clear as the Niger River or the Senegal River? Good. Okay, so now I want to change footprint. By the way, in Nigeria, do they do dust warnings? Do they warn? There are a bunch of you from Nigeria, right? Does the Weather Service give you a warning on dust? Or just say it's going to be dusty? Yeah.
We don't have early warning on dust and storm, and on dust and sandstorm. But we have early warning for flood. That one we have, yes.
But do they, when you get the weather forecast on Nigerian broadcasting television, do they ever talk about dust? So they're providing the forecast, it's just there's no warning associated with it. Is that right? So you're getting information that there will be dust, more or less dust, but you're just not getting a warning saying don't go outside because it's very dusty. Is that right?
Yes, thank you very much. In our country, Nigeria, we don't get information on dust there's an agency called NIMET, and they give us information on rainfall, when it's going to fall, the cloud pattern, the precipitation, that's all. Yeah.
You should tell them I said to tell them, go tell them they have to do dust. Because it's just, if they're giving you rainfall and temperatures, and I mean, it's all the same stuff, basically. Anyway, good. So there's an opportunity for some little development in Nigeria here. You guys can get together and cause trouble in Nigeria. It's one of our politicians said good trouble. Get them to come up with a dust plan. Good. So now I want to talk about the final thing this afternoon is managing SDS events. So land management, talk a little bit about land degradation neutrality. You've heard a lot about that already. And source management or source mitigation, depending on how you want to phrase it. Good. So the basic point is that if you can intervene, as numbers of people have been explaining, the Iraq Kuwait project and other things, if you can intervene in source areas and reduce the amount of dust that comes out of that area, you're going to have beneficial impacts in the place where you do that, because you're going to be maintaining the environmental quality, maintaining the soil quality and other things like that. And then in the areas that could be impacted, downstream, downwind, you're going to be reducing the amount of dust in the atmosphere, the problems caused from that for health, transport, and a variety of other problems. Okay. Now, I have to say that this morning, at one point, some pictures were being shown of roads being covered by sand. That didn't come from a long way away. That's a very local problem. But we also have, as we know, have very long distance transport of sand and dust, particularly dust, and negative impacts of that. So the whole idea about source management or source mitigation is that we can intervene in those source areas and reduce that. But there's a lot of challenges with doing that, because what we'd probably end up doing is changing the way people live. For instance, telling them they can't have as many goats, or that they have to change the way they do agriculture, or they have to do other kinds of things. So we're talking about a change, positive change, good changes, things that can have a positive impact, but we're going to talk about how to get people to change. It's quite a challenge. So the first task with source management or source mitigation is finding out where the sources are. You might recall before the break, I talked a lot about figuring out where your sources are. But what I will also say is that there's a section of the compendium, the SDS compendium, that describes in very nice detail how you actually go out on the ground and figure out a source area. You can use soil, what do you call those? Soil classification maps, a variety of other kinds of things to go out and actually physically find those locations. Remember, some of those locations may only be 1 kilometer wide and 5 kilometers deep. They may be really small. So you may need to go out and find them. At the same time, you can go to the UNCCD website and find a map that will help you identify major source areas globally. But everybody knows where those are anywhere. It's finding those local sources that are quite important. So you want to find the sources, and then you want to look at how you can affect those source areas, how you can reduce the likelihood that dust will be picked up by the wind and moved into the atmosphere, or sand will be moved in sand dunes. You need to go in, you in effect need to go to the place and, as they say, get your shoes dirty and start understanding what is the cause of that problem. Is it deforestation? Is it overgrazing? Is it wildfire? The whole different kinds of things that could be happening there, and how does that affect it? Now, I know from personal experience in Niger, 20, 30 years ago, they had a big program to try to stabilize dunes. And one of the things they did was they put fences around the dunes. And then they found the fences had holes in them, because that was the only place people could let their sheep or their goats run. So then they hired somebody to capture the goats that were getting inside the fence. That worked well, but then they found out he kept capturing more and more goats because he was going out and actually taking people's goats, because he was getting paid each time. So eventually, after a couple of years, they figured out a way. What they would do is they would section off the dunes, and they say, okay, this area you can't have animals for 2 months, this area for 2 months, this area for 2 months. So people were still allowed to use the dunes for their animals, but they didn't do it at a level that destroyed the dunes. Animals were bigger, people were happier. They got more money for the dunes, for the goats, particularly at Tabaski. So that's the whole process you go through. It's not just the technical measures you use, but it's that social process that I'm sure you're all familiar about how to get people to adopt the measures you're talking about. Sounds good on paper. So a couple of concepts before we get too far into it. sustainable land management principles. I'm sure you're all familiar with these. Very simple. Well, my button doesn't go far enough. Increase land productivity, improve livelihoods and human well-being, improve ecosystems. Those three things. It doesn't happen overnight, but eventually you'll get you to that point where it works. So you need to figure out how to pull these three things together. But I'm sure you're familiar with that process. So we have integrated landscape management. It's a little bit different than sustainable, looking at sustainability. It has 5 elements, but they all tend to come together in the same idea of community engagement. This is one down here, community engagement and planning. Somebody mentioned this earlier today. If you got to get the community involved in the process. I have lots of examples I can give you in West Africa where the community wasn't involved, it didn't work, or when the community was involved and it did work. And I'm sure you're all familiar with those kinds of experiences. So in effect, as the gentleman from Iran was saying, you need to start out at the community level and build the project up rather than come in with the project coming down. Now, what we'll do in a few minutes is I'll give you an opportunity to try to figure out what you should do when you're building up from the bottom. And then we have land degradation neutrality. And this is a little bit of a weird concept because what it basically says is land will be degraded. That will happen. We can't prevent it. But the idea is that we improve more land than is being degraded. Okay? And that's why it has this balanced approach here. Okay, we try to balance that off. So it sort of accepts reality, but it hopes to move forward to a better reality. It's a bit of a complicated all these different pieces here. Maintain natural capital, looks at food, carbon, biodiversity. It's an attempt to bring everything together into one place. What we're going to look at, what you're going to work on, is this piece down here. We'll come to that in a minute. But this is the concept. So you're looking at an area, a region, and you're saying, okay, there's this one project here, project A1, and when you consider all the factors, it will create a loss of 15,000 hectares in terms of land that will be degraded by that intervention. But the governor has promised people that he's going to let them bring their animals there, so you can't do anything about it, can't stop it. But at the same time, there's another project down here, and it's actually going to improve 60,000 hectares, okay? And the governor likes that project. We'll go ahead and do that. So the result is that there's a net gain in terms of land degradation, or land not being degraded. So here in the first part, you lose out, but in the second part, you get ahead, so your balance down in the bottom is a positive balance. So this is the whole idea about land degradation neutrality is you're not saying everything has to be done perfectly. You're saying, well, we'll try to do what we can where we can do it, and hopefully by the end we're doing better than we are when we started. Simple concept, not necessarily always easy to do, but it's part of the whole sand and dust storm management process. So as I said, we come to the bottom of the pyramid, and it looks at some of three simple ideas. So you avoid degradation, you reduce degradation, and you reverse degradation. You can't do all three. I mean, if you avoid it, you don't have to worry about the other two. But as I said before, the practicality is you may not always be able to avoid it. So you want to reduce it. And then if you can't reduce it, if it happened or it's already happened, then you come back and look at trying to reverse, last point here, reverse the degradation. So a very simple approach coming into a project, looking at an area, saying how do we deal with these things. Now this is all related to sand and dust because sand and dust, particularly sand, but also particularly dust, but also sand, is one of the things that comes when you have land degradation. You lose vegetation on the land, the soil starts blowing away. I mean, it can wash away, but often it blows away, and that's where you're getting the dust problems. So if you can keep it from doing that, if you can maintain the quality of the soil, then you're going to reduce the amount of dust that comes off the land. In some parts of the year, in the spring, you're going to have dust. I mean, it's just the natural phenomenon. Matter of fact, We don't want to stop all dust, because if we stop all dust, then the whole world ecology gets screwed up. But we want to try to minimize that to the level possible. Good. So now, any questions? Nope. Okay, now I'm going to give you a little exercise. So I kind of want you to divide up into 2 groups. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Everybody remember who their number is? So I want the 1s over here and the 2s over here. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a little exercise. Too many hands here. So remember this whole concept I just said. You want to avoid, reduce, reverse. Okay? I'm going to give you a scenario, very simple story about a location. And I want you to pick different ways to reduce, avoid, reduce, or reverse land degradation. And these methods will all have an impact on dust. Okay? So you want to read the scenario. It's right here. Very simple scenario. If you have any questions, ask me questions. You want to look at why there might be dust because of the scenario. It's looking at pasture land, dry land agriculture, seasonally dry lakes, and dune stabilization. The 4 different things that it's looking at. And then what you want to, you'll have a list. I have too many hands. You have a list of measures to reduce land degradation, also improve land quality, and reduce sand and dust storms. It's 2 pages, 39 measures. So you want to find the ones that are best for the problem that you have from the scenario, okay? Pretty simple. And then at the bottom of this page, you see a little table here, little table. And what I want you to do is you just put in one number. There are 4 lines. Yeah, 5 lines. And then you have pasture, et cetera, and just pick the best method that you can find for reducing land degradation or reducing the likelihood of dust from the pasture. And those methods are listed here. And you'll see they're numbered 1 to 39, so all you have to do is put the number in the page there. Like this. Put the number in there. Okay? Then I ask you to figure out the priority. So you have 5 opportunities, 5 different ways you can do something. First priority, second priority, third priority, fourth priority. So your priority is defined by the cost, what you expect the cost to be, how easy it is to implement, and what are the other benefits that may come from it. Okay. Any questions? Okay, you can ask me questions later. That's no problem. Good. Do I have a volunteer? So the 2 teams, you give them half. There are 20 copies of this and 20 copies of that, so each team gets 10 copies. So you probably want to pull your chairs around into a circle and read through these things, and then I'm available, we can discuss them and see what you do. And we'll just see how it goes. I mean, this isn't a case where I'm going to give you a test. We'll just see how it goes. Okay? Thanks. The principal has them